Thank you very much and good morning. My name's Ed Richards and it's my privilege to be the chair of Nesta and BIT. And I'd like to begin today by welcoming you all. For those of you who don't know about Nesta, we're an innovation charity and we test, design and aim to scale solutions to the UK's largest problems. We've got three central missions. That's a word you will no doubt hear again and again during the course of today. Our missions are a sustainable future, a healthy life, and a fairer start. And we have three principal means for achieving those. One as an innovation partner, secondly as a venture builder, and thirdly as a policy shaper. And it's obviously the third of those, not exclusively, but the third of those principally, which is the focus for today's event. Within Nesta, we also have the Behavioural Insights team, the BIT, and today's by both organisations. And the BIT, as many of you will know, started its life right at the heart of government and is able, therefore, to bring a huge amount of knowledge and expertise to the kind of proceedings we have today. It's a social purpose business working on the kinds of issues that we'll cover today, not only in the UK, but of course, internationally as well. And that, I think, affords an excellent additional perspective. Turning to today's event, there are 5 main sessions in here through the course of the day and a number of concurrent sessions. I hope everybody's had a chance to familiarise themselves with the agenda and the programme. We've designed it to span really quite a considerable range of the most salient policy issues facing the UK today. Decarbonising the UK, addressing child poverty and disadvantage, mission-driven models of government, there's that word again, how to make progress on economic growth and various other absolutely critical issues. So just by way of kicking things off, a big thank you to start the day to our 90-odd speakers. It's obviously all of you that will make the event today. We hope everybody will enjoy the discussion. Please do take the opportunity, if you're interested, to find out more about Nesta and BIT. We're keen to share what we're up to. And one of the best ways to do that, and this is one thing I wanted to flag just as I wrap up, is that we are aiming to finish at 5:30, but there will then be drinks between 5:30 and 6:30, and please do stay and mix and talk to as many people as you can. I will compare this morning just to make sure everybody knows what's going on where. I'll hand over at lunchtime to my colleague Sarah Hunter, who will do the same in the afternoon. But that's it from me, and it's the moment to hand over to the Nesta Group CEO, Ravi Gurumurthy, who will get us going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed, and welcome to all of you. It's fantastic to see such a brilliant bunch of people together today and a great chance to discuss a whole set of issues. We decided to host this conference, Policy Live, as the culmination of our work on UK 2040, which is something we kicked off about a year ago to try and force the political debate to think a bit more long-term and anchor choices in that broader perspective. And we produced a series of reports over the year, so do check those out, particularly ones we published last week on the major options relating to things like net zero, the economy, health, and so on. I want to thank, first of all, the team for doing that work, but also all the different partners, because it's really been about curating ideas from across the sector and trying to stimulate debate. I was going to sort of start today by talking about all the challenges that Ed listed, like net zero and so on, but I had a bit of a flashback to when I worked in America, where I did the usual thing that actually this government's doing and list out all the different problems and challenges that my predecessors were responsible for. And I put together a note, and the chair of the organization in New York hauled me in and said, "We've got a problem." And he went, "Ravi, in this country, we don't have challenges. We just have opportunities." And he made me change every challenge to opportunity. That was the only change he made me actually do. And I read it, but I thought, this is a ludicrous country. Why am I here? I read it. Sorry if there are any Americans here. I read it back, and I actually felt more optimistic. I felt more positive about the change that can be made. Now, I'm not saying that we can reframe our way into tackling a stagnant economy and fixing the NHS, but I do want to think about how we can approach all of the challenges we've got today with a positive mindset. And that's the kind of one steer I've got for the conversations over the course of the day. And it's also what we've been trying to do with UK 2040. So I know that, unlike our American friends, you need some evidence and empirical backing for optimism. So I'm not just going to ask you to believe in it. And I'm going to try and give you sort of a few reasons why I think we can be optimistic in a quite grounded way. I think the first one is that some of the problems facing this country are now so acute that they're not just problems or priorities, they're imperatives. So housing and planning, the debate on housing and planning and the solutions have probably not changed that much in the last 10, 20, 30 years even, but I feel much more confident that we will get the kind of radical solutions on that front that have evaded policymakers for the last 10, 20 years because the political space is bigger and almost the political risk of doing nothing is greater than taking on some of the vested interests that have blocked change before. Similarly in health, it is pretty unsustainable to not do something radical on health prevention given the kind of trends that we're seeing out to 2040. So I think there is an imperative for change. And now the challenge is to institutionalize that, do what George Osborne did with the OBR or the Labour government did with the Climate Change Committee and take the high point of political debate and lock in that commitment. I think the second opportunity is what you might call catch-up growth. Britain is now about 18% behind the productivity frontier of France, Germany, and America. And rather like after the 1970s, when Britain did catch up, there is a potential to really catch up to the frontier. And I think that idea of catch-up growth is not just relevant for the economic debate around productivity, but it's also true for education standards, health standards, and every other public service. Just to give you one example, in education, there's been lots of investment in the last 10 years in rigorous trials, randomized trials through the Education Endowment Foundation. One of those interventions, the Nuffield Early Language intervention, is now in, I think, about 10,000 schools. But most of the interventions are only in about 200. So the potential to diffuse and adopt those best practices and drive up standards quite quickly, I think is considerable. And the same is true in early years. Why is it that Newham and Hackney have almost eradicated the gap between children on free school meals and the average at age 5, yet the gap is huge in other parts of the country? I think every public service needs to be scouring for those positive deviants, mining that variation and trying to work out how to drive adoption. That requires investment, it requires experimentation because it's not easy to shift the habits and behaviours of lots of professionals. I think the third reason for optimism is that the frontier of innovation is being supercharged by technology. And I feel more optimistic right now that you can get some major leaps in some public services. I'm just thinking about a few examples at Nesta in the last few months. We launched something called the Longitude Prize many years ago to tackle antimicrobial resistance. For a long time, we thought we wouldn't actually get a winner. We recently announced a winner that has developed a way of not only diagnosing a urinary tract infection within 15 minutes, but diagnosing the precise antibiotic that you should use. It's the first example of what you might call precision diagnostics. Another example that we're building is something called OGMA, which is using artificial intelligence to increase the reach of speech and language therapy by 10-fold, and actually also increase the effect size as well. Last week, I hosted the launch of something called the Oak National Academy AI tool, which is basically aiming to try and give teachers their Sunday nights back and allow them to create dedicated lesson plans, teaching materials very easily without having to do it all themselves. And I think, although there's lots of angst about AI, lots of fear, lots of concern that it might be used trivially or harmfully, I think we're actually almost underplaying the degree of change that is possible in our public services in the next few years. I think a final point of optimism I wanted to highlight was the changing debate globally on the role of the state in relation to industry and the economy. You've seen this obviously in America with the Inflation Reduction Act, in Europe with the European Green Deal. For decades, really, we've assumed that the role of the state is relatively minimal in shaping the evolution of industries. And for good reason. There's been lots and lots of bad examples of industrial policy. But I think that ideological constraint is now loosening. And if you take net zero as the most obvious example, the last government moved to a system where government picks the electricity mix, government taxes carbon, government provides lots of price support and subsidy. And I think that shift towards government setting a vision, solving some of the coordination barriers, de-risking investment for the private sector is now going to happen even more in that area. Now, it needs to be very different in different sectors. But I think every single government department almost needs to think about what is its industrial policy. What is the health department doing to trigger investment in life sciences using NHS data and R&D and addressing some of the planning barriers? What is the education department doing about education technology? How can it make it easier for those edtech companies to access the thousands of schools without having to go school by school for procurement? How do we tackle the challenges with social media or AI, where we can't sort of have a clear vision and regulate now, but we need to make sure we're neither too early nor too late in that regulatory intervention? So that ideological prism, I think, is gone. What I think is now needed is a bit more of a framework for interrogating those different industries in quite tailored ways. So those are some of my reasons why I am genuinely optimistic that we can get change. The problems have opened up political space. Catch-up growth is a real possibility. The technological frontier is being pushed forward. And I think some of the ideological shackles are being removed. I think the one thing I would urge all of us in this room to think about is how we can actually play a role in that. It's quite easy for us to sit there and blame the civil servants, the political leaders. I think the challenge on organisations like Nesta and BIT and many of you in this room is to say, what is the actual solution? How can we contribute? How can we test it at the smallest possible scale? And how can we actually drive forward large-scale change in the next 10 years? I hope that provides some food for thought for the rest of the day, and look forward to catching up at the end at 5:30. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Ravi. So just to orientate us now, we have got here in the Waterloo Suite the panel session considering the path to net zero that Madeline from Nesta is going to chair. In the Barron Room, there's a session on the choices facing the government's new child poverty task force and exploring how that can create the greatest impact possible. In Duke 1 room, we have the session on challenge prizes in the context of mission-driven government, which Ravi mentioned, has a lot of scope, I believe. And finally, or not finally, we've also got the obesity session. As many of you will know, Nesta is launching a toolkit to halve obesity, and introducing that approach in Duke 2 is Nesta's mission director, Hugo Harper. And last but not least, we have Ben Zaranko from the IFS exploring the new government's public spending challenge. And that is in the Earl Room. That's where we are. Thank you very much. Please make your way to whichever your preference is.
I never changed my name when I got married because I just couldn't face it.
We're ready. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you so much for coming to this session. I'm Madeleine Gabriel. I'm the Director of Sustainable Future at Nesta, and I'm really pleased to be chairing this panel on the path to net zero. Thank you for joining us. I have three excellent speakers with me today with very different perspectives on the challenges or opportunities, if you were here for Rabi's intro. So I've got Janine Michael, who's the Chief Executive of Centre for Sustainable Energy, Dr. James Richardson, who's Acting Chief Exec and Chief Economist at the Climate Change Committee, and Anuka Dada, who's the co-CEO of Zeroism and former Head of Net Zero and Energy at Number 10. So it was 5 years since we enacted net zero legislation here in the UK, and since then I think nearly 30 countries have followed suit and written net zero into law, and another 3/4 of all countries in the world I think have some form of net zero commitment. But have we really got to grips with what it's going to take to deliver that? I think in 2019, 2050 might have felt like the distant future. By the end of this decade, it's going to feel uncomfortably close. And we know that from James and the work of his team at the CCC that the UK has been quite successful in cutting emissions so far. We've met the first 3 carbon budgets, but we've done that mainly through power sector decarbonisation. And I think we all understand that the next phase of decarbonisation could be more difficult. We're going to have to look at buildings, we're going to have to look at transport and industry. And we're already seeing how politically sensitive that can be, both here and in other countries. So in the last week, we've heard in Germany that VW is announcing its first ever factory closure in Germany. And of course, yesterday we had announcements from the government of their new deal with Tata over the Port Talbot Steelworks, where there'll be co-investment in a new electric arc furnace, but alongside the loss of 2,500 jobs. And we could debate how much that is driven by decarbonisation goals, but certainly there's an association with net zero and those goals in the minds of the press, the public, and those who are directly affected. And that's just one example. So it will be challenging, but nothing worth doing is ever easy, right? So we're going to have a good discussion today about the trade-offs, the challenges that the new government will face, the opportunities ahead of them, and crucially, what they should be doing about them. So I'll pass over to the panel for opening remarks in a second. We'll have some discussion, and then we'll go to you for questions from the floor and from those who are watching online. So to kick off, we've asked each panellist to reflect on a couple of questions, and I'll go to each of you in turn for your thoughts on these. The first one is, what do you think is the most impactful thing a new government can do to really speed up the transition to net zero? And secondly, what do you think are the big strategic decisions sitting in Ed Milliband's in tray, and what should he do first? So I'll go to you in order. Janine, do you want to kick us off?
Thank you very much. So I'm Janine Michael, I'm Centre for Sustainable Energy. We're a national charity that works with individuals, communities, local authorities, organisations across the UK on net zero and fuel poverty, because they're inextricably linked. In terms of the biggest opportunity, I mean, I think Ed Milliband's grasped the power sector very well in his early decisions. We're talking about net zero power system by 2030. We all know that the technologies are there to deliver that. So I think the next biggest thing that we should be focusing on is getting the Warm Homes Plan, and which is all around decarbonising our buildings and decarbonisation of heat, getting the policies right for that. And there's no single silver bullet for that. In terms of government investment in decarbonising our homes, we need to make sure the Warm Homes Plan doesn't make the mistakes of some of the previous grant programmes that have been delivered through local authorities, or centrally. The last home energy upgrade grant programme was massively overly bureaucratic, that we had hundreds of homes that could have been insulated, lined up, that just didn't get through in time because of the way they were batched. The measures were the measures were very limited. It was very much of a tick box exercise. We need a more holistic approach to retrofitting our homes. So there's specific things in terms of designing that programme, but also it's more than just government money for our buildings decarbonisation. It's about in terms of what's in his in tray, MEES, the minimum energy efficiency standards for private rented sector, the worst housing in our country. We've just seen the introduction of a renters bill, and if we can, address no fault eviction in our system. We should be able to bring back the ambition to have higher standards in our private rented sector. So that should happen quickly. I know he's talked about 2030, but actually there's no reason we can't set those targets for private rented housing earlier, and that's a quick win. And also in terms of the wider picture, I think it's really important to have housing energy efficiency programs that have very strong advice. Good advice to people. I stayed with a friend of mine last night. She wants to retrofit her home. She lives in outside of London, so she doesn't have the GLA schemes. There isn't anywhere she can go to get independent advice on her property. So it's not just about funding the measures. It's about giving people the confidence, building confidence in the market. Long-term investment in our housing stock. We need to make housing decarbonisation, buildings decarbonisation an infrastructure priority.
Thank you very much. James, over to you.
So if I had to pick just one thing as like the biggest ask, the thing I would ask for would be rebalancing the relative costs of gas and electricity, right? Increasingly, electricity is the low carbon option. We've seen record low carbon levels this year, and we know how to get that a lot further. But at the moment, we add a bunch of policy costs. So this is a straightforward policy question. It's a policy choice that we made many years ago onto electricity that we don't add onto gas, which is the polluting option. And these relate to varying things. Some of them are perfectly benign schemes to improve energy efficiency and so on, but why are we adding that to the cost of electricity? Some of them are kind of legacy costs from the early days of getting decarbonisation going. But the effect of this is that lots of electric technologies, which are inherently much more efficient than the fossil technologies they would replace, consumers don't capture those efficiency gains because they end up paying these extra costs for electricity they're not paying on gas. And that inevitably slows down the transition because your first kind of rule on these things is that people are not very often going to do things that don't make any economic sense for them, right? So if we can switch some of those costs from electricity onto gas, there are complexities around this to ensure that dual fuel users don't lose out on this, because obviously there's some people who pay for electricity but don't pay for gas. They'll all be winners. You need to make sure that you don't then impose lots of costs on people who have very high gas use relative to electricity. But getting those incentives right, having the true cost of electricity reflected, would be really important, both for home heating, for heat pumps, but also in industry, right? If we want to have a steel industry in this country, we need to have efficiently priced electricity to make that steel with. And that is true of a whole range of industries. A lot of industrial emissions come from heat in industry. And that's normally a higher temperature heat than the heat that you might think of in terms of heating your home. But it's often very similar technologies that can be used to replace that. You can get an industrial heat pump that will do an awful lot of that, replacing a gas boiler. It's a bigger, more complicated piece of kit, but it's fundamentally similar. And so the same incentive effects apply there. So that would be my kind of top thing. In terms of like, who do you let in the room first if you're kind of, Ed's gatekeeper? It's a real question, right, when you get a new government. And it is a challenge with something like net zero because there are lots and lots of things that are involved in getting to net zero. And I don't want to say anybody should be like at the back of the queue, right, because it's all important. But it's a real question that needs a real answer. So I think, my sense would be I would start with the big technologies which we both know are going to form the bedrock of net zero and where, they are kind of ready to go and will therefore have big impacts. Because you should do the big stuff first and then the smaller, more difficult stuff, right? It's a good kind of policy rule. So that is renewables and grids on the electricity system. We've seen action already on both of those, but there's more to be done. It's heat pumps, it's electric vehicles, it's industrial heat. And then it's trees and peat restoration, which is DEFRA, but I'm going to give Ed a slightly wider sweep. And it's engineered removals. Those, depending on how you count it, 7, 8 things, deliver an awful lot of net zero between them. And most of those technologies are pretty much ready to go. There are some things that are more complicated than that mix, but most of them are ready to go. If we get the incentives right, government support, incentives, markets working together, we can move very quickly. And we've seen other countries move very quickly on those things. And if you deliver those 7 things, you're up and running.
Thanks very much. Anuka, you've been
Right.
grappling with some of these for a while, right? So what's your thoughts?
Yeah, so look, the kind of one impactful thing I break down into 2 parts, if I'm allowed that, which is kind of a practical bit and then the kind of presentational bit, and the 2 kind of have to go together. From my experience, you very much have to kind of think about that second part as much as the first. So on the kind of practical bit, I think we've all kind of alighted on the clean power mission being really important, and it totally is. Actually, it sets quite a lot of your system up because your electric cars will use the electricity that you clean up and your heat pumps, etc. So kind of really accelerating your power system decarb is like probably the important thing to focus on if you're Ed Milliband. The thing that I would pick up within that though is what I'd call the quiet superheroes. So this is like your things around flexibility and efficiency, because they're the things that will actually bring down and make a lower system cost for your system, which is actually quite important. So it's things like batteries, energy efficiency, demand side response, smart systems. All of that is kind of less exciting probably than building a wind turbine, but actually in your system sense is really important for helping kind of deliver, and means you don't overbuild, and you have fewer wires and cables kind of running through people's eyesights, etc. So that's kind of the practical bit that I'd kind of put like technology R&D into to try and really kind of bring that through. And then the presentational bit is then kind of making people feel like this makes them better off. And we've heard talk about £300. It's really hard to put a figure on it. And at Zeroism we always say you have to show not tell. And I think kind of part of that for the policy problem here is very much I'd crack on with community benefits, because I suspect you're better off kind of accelerating and making people feel well off at a local level rather than trying to kind of nationally kind of make everyone kind of feel good. And then you can kind of make the entire piece kind of add up together so everyone does, but you're kind of approaching it from a more local point. So then your kind of second question is, well, what do you prioritize and what don't you? This might be a really short answer because my list would probably be very similar to James's. In fact, when I was in number 10, the kind of key for net zero thinking was always making sure that you thought about every sector. And so, there's a big bit within every sector that you can probably focus on and kind of accelerate. And actually that will get you quite a lot of your kind of gains. I always liken it to driving a car. You've got to kind of always be checking your mirrors, but also checking around and being aware of the kind of changing situation. So, your key opportunities and your key risks that you can kind of spot around you are really important to helping you kind of build and deliver that strategy.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Let's dig into some of these areas a little bit more detail. Tackling some of these issues is going to be more politically challenging than others. What do you think will get the most pushback from others in government, and where should Ed Milliband use his political capital? I'll start with that. Anika, you maybe.
I'll go first,
Yeah.
happily. So it might just be my history, but I would pick up on this warm homes point. I think it's a really important one, but also one that we know historically is quite a difficult political kind of area to get into. It seems to sometimes rub up against tensions around house building targets as well. So as you kind of think about your standards, but going alongside a kind of top level number, it's something that if you want to kind of make progress on, going early in a parliament is typically quite helpful. But I mean, that's just my kind of history on that. It's very hard.
James.
So I think my take is that the biggest challenges for Ed and his department are not going to be with his colleagues. I think, a lot of the things that we need to do go with the direction of travel that this government has set out in its manifesto. So, for example, one of the things we need to do on heat pumps alongside the rebalancing of costs is get rid of some of the rules in the planning system that make it much harder to install a heat pump than a gas boiler. But that's very consistent with the planning agenda of trying to have a more rational planning system that, the Deputy Prime Minister is pushing. So, of course, you've got to kind of get it in the mix over there at MHCLG and make sure they remember it. But it's not kind of pushing in a different direction with this government. I think the one where coordination across government is much more challenging is actually on climate adaptation rather than mitigation. Historically, it's been very, very difficult to get progress on that. And we see this more generally, of course, across resilience challenges. The government finds these things very, very hard. So I think that in terms of kind of coordinating, in terms of, wider political pushback, I mean, I think inevitably it's who pays for what, because it's always who pays for what. And the stuff that involves kind of behavioral issues like diet change, those things are always politically contentious.
Yeah. Janine, what's your take?
So I think he's already straying into territory where he may get pushback. So, from a direct net zero point of view, consenting large solar farms, consenting things fast is really great from a megawatt, gigawatt perspective. But there's a danger that he's going to alienate communities and local authorities if we just take an approach where we override localism. So I think it's a really important balance. I think the local power plan, in terms of giving more money for local authority-led and community-owned renewables, is great. But I think he needs to think more about the planning system. There's a consultation at the moment, the latest consultation on national planning policy guidance. We did work for the CCC last year around how the planning system could be a much, much stronger driver for delivering net zero and climate change. We should be talking to local authorities, talking to local communities and saying, right, okay, we've got to deliver net zero. The review demonstrated that the majority of actual things that need to happen locally. You're not going to deliver it from a top-down point of view. And we need local plans to actually be what local people say how they want to deliver net zero in their local area, whether that's community-owned renewables or their own housing scheme. So I think that's where he needs to hit to get a balance. I also think we need to start a more intelligent, sustained national conversation around net zero. And it's not just telling people and communicating net zero, it's listening to them. It's coming back to the opening remarks, it's about the optimism of a net zero future. The fact that this is about resilience, it's about more jobs, it's about a cleaner, warmer homes, healthier homes, cleaner environment. At the moment, net zero in the national debate is framed as a cost on society. Who pays? And the way to get people on board is through helping insulate their homes, is through explaining those wider co-benefits to them, and is also ensuring that the whole transition to net zero is delivered in a fair way. People won't support it unless they feel we're doing it in an equitable way.
Let's dig into that a little bit more, because that's come up in a few of your comments. We know that public acceptability, or sense that policies are acceptable, are fair, are feasible, can help be an enabler for net zero. And as you said, Janine, net zero, I think at the end of the last government, certainly acquired a bit of a negative perception. Yeah. So how can we turn that around? Is there a way to stop it becoming a culture? Well, you've both said, start local, make people feel the benefits. So practically speaking, what can we do? Nika, do you want to expand a bit in your comments?
Well, I think it's really important to break down why there is this kind of sentiment that perhaps doesn't feel as kind of positive about it. Like, I am entirely on board the the kind of, this is all about opportunities bus, that is, I'm very much sold on that. And it's entirely what the 10-point plan that we kind of wrote under Boris Johnson very much kind of tried to set the UK up an industrial policy around kind of gaining the benefits. But there is a large part of this that I think we risk overlooking, which is people don't necessarily feel in control of that transition. It's worth probably taking a leaf out of the kind of Brexit book that we, probably learned from and saw the kind of success of the campaign around take back control. Actually, we need to make sure that people and communities feel kind of that they have the control. This is a transition that they want and are part of. So I think there's kind of two parts to that, which is, I'm not sure, one, we have the tools, the kind of, a good set of tools that allows us to kind of have that feedback mechanism where we are constantly engaging, but also kind of understanding what people think. But also, two, kind of understanding who the trusted voices are in that debate. Again, it's not actually always government that people listen to. Quite often it's, Martin Lewis or someone. Not that I'm making him spokesman for the transition, but like for each area, there is a different person that is most responded to.
Yeah. James, thoughts?
So a few thoughts on this. I think the first thing inevitably is like, you have to make the reality of this being a gain for most people, right? And back to kind of price rebalancing and so on. You can't convince people of things that are not true for very long. I mean, you can convince people that, black is white for a while, but people clock on. So, you've got to get those fundamentals right. Fortunately, with net zero, we're basically replacing a bunch of technologies, which it turns out are really poor. They're really inefficient, with a bunch of better technologies. That will become more and more obvious as we go through this. And that will really kind of help the momentum. And the naysayers will find it harder and harder, but we're not at that point quite yet. I think secondly, as others have said, you have to have a kind of optimistic narrative about this. You can't just be telling people that it's the end of the world. Even though there is that risk, because people close off at that point. And there are huge opportunities. Installing heat pumps is a great job for somebody who is, not so academic, but good with their hands. It's not going to go to China. It's not going to be taken over by AI. And we need those jobs in every community in the country. So there are real opportunities here. And we need to kind of get that out there and do it. But I think also we can have a bit of a habit of making it all sound incredibly complicated and difficult. And parts of it are, right? I mean, if you're redesigning the electricity market, you need to think pretty hard about it, right? But most consumers, most citizens, they don't really need to understand that stuff, and they can kind of get lost in a message that says it's all incredibly difficult and complicated and so on. For most consumers, our message is actually pretty simple. You need to get rid of your bad technology and replace it with better technology at the point when you would have replaced it anyway. People are used to that, right? We make it out. I mean, the newspapers run all these ridiculous stories about EVs and so on. But the idea that, I might change the technology in my house or my car or whatever, I mean, this is normal, right? We all do it all the time. Think of all the, technologies you've had over your lifetime. There's nothing unusual about this. And of course, we need to make it straightforward and not put barriers in people's way, right? But we don't want to sell this as some really complicated, hideous thing that everybody has to think of day and night.
And it's not something that you have to remember every day, is
exactly.
it? It's
This is not, this transition for most people is not going to be the thing that they spend their evenings on. And I think, that is really important. We have to spend our evenings on it, so they don't.
Yeah. I think that comes back to the earlier point I made around, and I support everything you've said, James, about energy, about giving people advice, because basically delivering net zero, it's not just about policy changes, it's about bringing everyone making changes in their life, creating the frameworks and the economics and the regulatory environment that make it easy for people and incentivize people to make the right choices. But people need to be comfortable that they are and understand what they need to do and be supported in that. So you need advice. I'll come back to the point about fairness. So what does that actually mean in terms of net zero policy and design of programs and delivery? basically, the poorest in our society emit at least a third of the carbon of the richest in our society. Previous climate change programs, have installed measures in richer people's homes. EV drivers, typically higher earners. So we need to be looking through the lens of fairness in all of the policy decisions and the programs we're designing, and thinking about who is benefiting from this. When we do have publicly funded schemes for installing measures in lower income homes, but are they working for those people? Do at the moment the programs put measures in but don't enable them to have smart tariffs? So it's about how those programs are funded, where you put the costs of those programs, and making sure that the costs aren't incurred by the poorest. And if you're looking through the lens of who benefits from those programs, people, as you deliver net zero, people will feel more included. They'll feel that they'll see more benefits from the transition, and you'll bring people with you.
Yeah. And just to go back to the point Ravi made earlier about optimism, it sounded like from what you were saying about the mistakes of some past programmes that in some ways the programme goal is right, it's deliverable, but it's down to kind of points of programme design that could be presumably, rectified, right?
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of organisations like us who are delivering retrofit schemes, working with people, working with communities, local authorities, have clear advice on how to improve those programmes.
I'm going to ask one more question as chair and then go to the floor. So have a think about what you want to ask the panel. James, you said in some ways that government is all pushing in a similar direction around net zero, and actually you might not see huge clashes. But I do wonder whether there is a risk of sort of missing opportunities for action which should support net zero in a rush to do other things. So you mentioned rebalancing electricity prices, which we at Nesta think is really fundamental as well. But we're all worried about energy bills over the winter, and there's talk of social tariffs and changes to standing charges and so on. Is there a risk that sort of action to fix an immediate problem kind of just doesn't take the opportunity to also sort of do the net zero thing? You might have the same on house building, for example, or private renters bills. And how do we avoid that risk?
It's always a risk, right? Government has to do a lot of different things, and it's very hard to kind of keep it all coordinated. I think, part of the answer is that, the ask from, people like us has to be clear and straightforward. So, we necessarily, as you say, have also done this. Lots of people are saying that we need to rebalance gas and electricity prices. If you say it enough, it should be in the minds of the people who are trying to solve some other related problems, right? If you say 200 things, none of them are in the mind of the person solving that problem.
So we need to focus on the most important things.
Focus on the big things, real kind of clarity about what you want. And, an acceptance that what matters is the overall picture. Not every individual policy about every single thing has to be trying to do everything for government. It's always very tempting to think that, but it's also impossible, right? So, what matters is that the big pieces are moving in the right direction. I don't want to stop house building, right? I really don't. And it's central to what this government's going to do anyway, because it's pretty much what they put at the top of their list. So, you've got to find ways of making what we're doing here consistent with that. And it's quite easy, right? Don't connect new houses to the gas grid. Done.
Yeah, you shouldn't be putting new gas boilers in homes. There's no reason that you can't have these new housing targets, but make them zero carbon homes. We had that as an objective, nearly a decade ago. They could be, marrying the two and delivering the two together.
Yeah.
Part of it is that I think you were right, Madeline, to say there are consequences to kind of every action. So, like, in terms of, say, putting a heat pump in every new home immediately, actually we need to ensure we have the kind of supply chain there to be able to do that. So, it's why emissions are actually quite an interest and hopefully quite a good structure, particularly for net zero, because, I, along with Patrick Vallance and others, really advocate the systems approach to kind of net zero thinking, because if you build a kind of model out where you're able to see, well, if I do this, what happens there? That's really important, because everything has a kind of trade-off. So you might decide actually it's okay that we ship in loads of heat pumps, for example, to meet that ambition, or you might prioritise having more of a domestic capability, but maybe making that date that they all go in a couple of years later or 5 years later to be able to do that. So I think it's kind of having the kind of ability to be able to take those decisions whilst understanding the consequences, and you can build tools to do that.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a couple of questions. I think there a mic. Yes, got a mic. So question here and a question here. Thanks.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Jack Aldane. I'm a senior reporter and podcast producer for an organisation called Global Government Forum. We represent civil servants generally across the world. I just wanted to ask the panel to what extent you feel part of the problem when it comes to bringing people along on the journey to what we might call a just transition is that the climate biospheric benefits of anything you're asking people to do really ought to be framed as a bonus on top of making their lives better. And that this is really the way that you're going to bring people along, rather than starting with the problem of climate and then saying, you know, this will help solve the climate problem. And also, you might just feel that you're better off in a year's time. Is there a framing of this problem that could be improved from a government's perspective, which generally tends to deal with the knottier, grittier, technocratic problems of any issue, and maybe turned more towards a consumer focused approach?
Thank you. Take the other question and then ask the panel to respond.
Mark Williams, Energy UK. I think we heard a really positive message there, which I absolutely agree with, about how there are big bits of tech ready to go in heating, transport, generation, all the rest of it. I didn't hear a great deal about the tricky sectors where it gets expensive and controversial, the aviation, shipping, construction, heavy industry, agriculture. Are we saying that the government doesn't need to worry about that yet and should focus on the other stuff? Or is it more that we should just focus our attention more on the bits that are ready to go?
Thank you. Okay, so we had one on framing the ask to the public: should we be putting the consumer first and seeing the climate benefits as a bonus? And are we forgetting about the trickier sectors? Is that the right thing to do?
I mean, I can see your point, but I'd also say that, you know, climate is quite actually high up the public agenda. You know, people do want their leaders and their politicians to act on climate. They also want a stronger economy, jobs, a cleaner, healthier environment. But I think that you don't necessarily need to completely lose the climate message, as long as it's coupled with the other messages. I think we do the climate. What's the word? Desperation, or despondency is a real thing, particularly among young people. We do a lot of work with young people who've been involved in climate strikes, etc., and then get to a point where they want to see hope for the future. And I think there are huge opportunities in terms of engaging a younger audience as well in this discussion, and bringing them into the discussion about opportunities for careers and jobs in the sector. And I think that's linked to the communications campaign. So yes, I don't know whether that answers your question. In terms of other sectors, we often at CSE talk about net zero being more about jazz than Mozart. You're not going to script the solution. You need to create the rules and policies and environment so that everybody can just join in and feels able to join in, and that includes heavy industry and big business. Is not my area of expertise, but we need to be looking at everything.
James.
So actually, I think these are two halves of the same question, which is really good. I think for a lot of what we are trying to do, particularly for individual consumers, your approach is very powerful, because, an electric vehicle is just a better car, right? It accelerates faster if that's your thing. It requires less maintenance. There's no gearbox. You know, unless you really love the smell of benzene, which by the way is carcinogenic, you know, a petrol car is just rubbish, right? You can't even fill it up at home. You know, so you are just selling people something which is inherently
better.
Production
holds too. So much.
Exactly. And cheaper. You know, we will see in the next few years that the ticket price of an EV is going to be, the same or less than a petrol car. We've already seen that in the second-hand market. Everything else about it is cheaper. So you're selling people something that's cheaper and better and is good for the environment. And I think you can use that narrative that way, because although it is clear that most people care a lot about climate change, and actually the naysayers and stuff in the newspaper are really a tiny minority, even if they might have a loud voice, when I'm thinking about a car, that may not be top of my list. So telling me that I'm just getting a better car probably cuts through more. But we do have to recognize that not everything in net zero is like that. And I think your point on that is right. And the reason why I kind of picked my list is because those are the biggest things. And I want to start with the biggest things. Within that, probably greenhouse gas removals is the one that is hardest, right, from your set of criteria, because somebody's got to pay for it and it's technologically complex and new. The other things, the technologies are pretty much clear, actually. We can tell people what it is. You know, we don't have to worry too much about, well, the market will decide. The market's already decided. But some of these things are not. And I think, you know, there it is slightly heavier going. And we have to think imaginatively about what are we going to say on aviation, right? Aviation is going to become more expensive. There's no way around that. But that doesn't mean that people are never going to be able to go on holiday again, right? So some of this kind of, you know, I'm never going to get on a plane thing, actually, it's not that extreme. You're going to have perfectly good solutions here that aren't that extreme. But if I'm flying 10 times a year, I mean, yeah, there's lots of places you can get to on the train. So, you know, the net messages do have to be a bit more nuanced in that territory. And I think we do have to be honest that some bits of this, and it is particularly meat and flying, because actually I think a lot of the industry stuff, if you get the incentives right, it will come good. I think those things are a bit harder. We are asking people to make some changes. We're not asking them to fundamentally change their lives, though. We're not asking everyone to go vegan and stay at home.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to my earlier point, I think it's really important that people don't feel necessarily like they're being told that they have to eat a certain way or holiday in a certain way. And we don't just have to guess that. Like, you can see it across various kind of countries internationally where they've kind of tried or made little forays and perhaps not, it's not kind of gone down that well. There's three messages that I think kind of always work. So, I mean, James is entirely right. Cheaper is always number one. People care about the environment. It's polled many times, but we also know that they prioritise when there's a tension. They prioritise kind of what matters for their pocket first, broadly. That's not true for everyone, but broadly. The second is kind of easier. Does it make my life easier? Is this a hassle? How does this kind of like solve some of my day-to-day issues? And then the third is probably more of the kind of macro kind of, well, where are the jobs and advantage? And that kind of, you know, British spirit actually does kind of do, but I'd say it's kind of probably in that set of orders. I mean, I have an electric vehicle, totally agree. It works really well. I sold it to my husband as you won't need to learn to drive a manual car. And that did sell it. So, you know, there's a set of messages that work for a set of people. You know, where we are in the transition is actually we have to segment a bit more now. We're kind of beyond that top level, everything, you know, one statement works. And actually we now have to be more nuanced in kind of who we're talking to and about what. So kind of linking to the kind of heavy industry, kind of aviation, etc. point, it's entirely part of it. It's not to say it's not prioritised. You know, in your kind of, I totally agree with James, so I won't rehash his answer on that. It's about kind of then putting in place the kind of structures that might help you deliver the solutions. I'm a very pro kind of technology person, so actually I think, you know, bringing through things like sustainable aviation fuel, etc., are really important markets and tools that we can kind of, and technologies that we can do as a society.
Thank you. Just want to check if there's any questions online.
Yeah, we've got one from the chat. Could you elaborate on how you think the change between cost of electricity versus gas should be implemented? Citizens' advice paint a bleak picture for the next month and an increase in the number of people in fuel poverty.
Thank you. And any other questions in the room? Go to this one. The front here, please. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really interesting conversation. I wanted to bring it a little bit away from a kind of wider economy into something a bit more local. My local authority has predicated its whole environmental policy on lower traffic neighbourhoods. This has been hugely divisive for us, torn literally our community in half. Would they be better off retrofitting council housing as a means of making a bigger impact and doing some of that work around equity and justice in terms of the redistribution of who benefits from a greener economy? Or are they on the right track?
Great. Two good crunchy questions there. James, I'm going to come to you first on rebalancing because you've made this your platform, how to implement it without disadvantaging people.
And there's a series of policy choices that government has here. But I think fundamentally the trade-offs that you have to think about are, how much, if any, of this gets pushed onto taxpayers rather than bill payers. The more that taxpayers pick up, the easier it is to make sure that fewer bill payers lose out. I mean, you can't target each individual bill payer individually, but if you pull some of that cost off onto taxpayers, then it's easier to make more people's bills balance out. And I think the critical bit of that is the people who aren't on gas at all, they're all gainers.
Yep.
If you put the opposite of that gain onto all the gas people, then it becomes very difficult. So I think you have to kind of at least start there. But of course, the public finances are under a lot of pressure. So, it's an easy answer. You're probably only going to get so far with that. I think the other thing that you do need to think of on this then is the kind of timing that, some of this you could do as gas bills are likely to fall as the kind of Ukraine shock works its way out. You make electricity bills fall faster and gas bills fall slower, but you're still in a world where, you've got falling overall bills because citizens advice talking about a situation where the bill's about to go up because of the latest kind of price thing, because we're still, and all of that of course has been caused by gas, right? I mean, that's the other thing we should remember. The reason why households are suffering from this is because of our dependence on fossil fuels. But you can do some of this kind of timing. Now, all of those, the more you can kind of shift it, of course, the stronger the incentive effect. So as ever, there are trade-offs between incentives and distributional consequences. The final piece of the puzzle I would add is if you do have people who've got really high gas thing, the better thing to do is insulate that person's property than to give them money off their gas bill, right? Just let them use less gas while still having the same level of comfort. So, target your insulation resources at those people who've got very high gas bills and help them out that way. And that probably is something that you want to do locally, right? Because local authorities have a better idea of that than DESNZ.
Thank you. Janine, any comments on that? And also perhaps you could pick up the question about the local authorities approach.
Yeah. The REMA review electricity market arrangements is going to tackle the electricity and gas. So basically we need to see that through. The government needs to see that through. In terms of impact on people's bills, I mean, it has been a shock, but actually CSE supports what the government's done in terms of taking away the winter fuel payment. But we need it because many people that were getting it were not in fuel poverty. And actually, what hasn't hit the press is that a lot of people in fuel poverty didn't get the winter fuel payment anyway. So by doing things like doubling or increasing the warm homes discount on which is paid to fuel poor consumers through electricity bills, we can begin to address some of those effects. I think a lot of fuel poor households live off gas in electrically heated homes. We've developed archetypes for Ofgem that shows there is a particular sector of fuel poor households that actually will benefit from electricity prices not carrying.
Benefit quite a lot.
Will benefit quite a lot. So, yeah, there are things we can do to rectify that. In terms of heat pumps, we need to that the heat pumps are becoming more and more efficient. We need to make sure the heat pumps that are put in have very good coefficients of for performance, so actually do perform and keep the costs down in the homes that they go in. We don't want a backlash in terms of people having had poor heat pumps installed and then bad news stories. So yeah, I think there are entire lots of things we can do to address fuel poverty, alongside changes in the fuel bills. In terms of answering, I'm not going to say they shouldn't have done a low carbon neighbourhood, their low traffic neighbourhood. We did a study back in 2019 when Bristol City Council first declared a climate emergency. We worked out what needed to happen for Bristol to actually become net zero by 2030, and it's renewables, it's building decarbonisation, it's transport decarbonisation. But everyone talks about EV. For transport. Everyone talks about EV, but actually we do need to get modal shift to deliver a net zero transport. To deliver net zero, we need more than just changing our cars to EV. We do need a better public transport system. We need more active travel choices. So whether or not a low carbon neighbourhood delivers that, they may have been better putting the money into public transport and getting people to leave their cars at home. But yes, they should also be insulating homes.
Nicola, do you want to pick up either of those?
I mean, not much more to add. I mean, just on rebalancing, I think the key with everything is always the lead-in time and how long you kind of, the period you kind of rebalance over. So you try and know your hard cases, know what you want to do about them, and then have an endpoint.
I just wanted, on the last question about the local authorities' approach, I mean, you've said on the panel, I think several of you, more than once, that local leadership is really important and local buy-in, and, it's effectively we can't deliver everything from the top down. But if there are, say, I don't know if this is the case in this particular local authority, but there might actually be a lack of capacity, and in terms of deciding what the best thing to do is, or the best thing to do first, maybe there will be some choices that are suboptimal. So, is there any tension there, or is there a better way of supporting local authorities? I suppose is my question. Or not really. I'm missing the point entirely.
Local authorities. I mean, we've got something like 500 local authorities that have declared a climate emergency and set targets for net zero. A lot of them have, spent money making a pathway to net zero. It's not rocket science. The technologies are there. We need to decarbonise buildings, decarbonise transport, increase local generation, basically. They need access to finance. Local authority finance is a big thing. In Bristol, we've got Bristol City Leap, which is quite an innovative mechanism where the council's partnered with the private sector to bring in private investment to support its plans. But there's a big capacity issue. There is a big capacity issue, particularly with local authorities being under-resourced. So yes, they're losing officers. I think one of the things we think needs to happen is net zero needs to become a statutory requirement, so that when councils are facing difficult choices, they don't cut the energy and climate change staff. But you can't just make it a statutory responsibility without giving them resource to deliver as well. So
we've got less than a minute left. So is there anything else that you want to add?
Can I offer one thought on this question? I think we do need to be clear about what is central and what is local. Most of our electricity is going to be generated by large wind farms, many of them in the sea where nobody lives. I'm not that worried about local authorities having a policy on renewables. But I do worry about them having a policy on, planning permission for EV chargers in their area, or, how to deal with the most difficult housing stock in their area, because those things are very local.
Yeah.
And you can't do it from central government. The EVs themselves are going to be produced by global manufacturing companies. Local authorities don't need to worry about that. But chargers have got to go somewhere, right? So don't expect anybody to do all of this. A lot of it is quite central. A lot of it is actually quite global in these technologies. That's fine. That stuff works. Local authorities should understand the things where they can add most value and focus on that.
Anuka, I'll go to you for the last word.
My summary is it's just actually really exciting. We're now, if I think back 5 years ago when we set net zero, we're now in this kind of space that's kind of the level down or a couple down, where we're actually now working out what happens. This is the discussion that we needed to have as a society, which is how do you do it and how fast you do it and who goes. So I think, loads to happen, but loads to actually work together on across local boundaries, but also bringing people along so they feel in control of their transition.
Brilliant. I think that's a great place to end, and we're out of time. So just join me, please, in thanking the panel. Am I switch? Can you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready. Okay, are you okay now? So, good morning, everybody. This is the hot ticket because this is all about the NHS, and it couldn't really have been a better morning, could it, for our discussion to be had, what with the publication, I think about half an hour ago, of the Darzi review on the state of the National Health Service. So our discussion this morning will all be on how to fix the National Health Service, and I know that is a subject that could probably be the subject of about 100 PhDs, but nevertheless, we have 50 minutes to explore this topic. Delighted to chair this panel. My name is Jennifer Dixon. I am the Chief Executive of the Health Foundation, which is an independent foundation in London. We have a stellar panel here of very wise people who I know will give some interesting thoughts on the subject. And how we thought we'd structure today is I'll ask one question that I'd like everyone to just address in a sort of 2 or 3 minutes or so. And then after that, then we'll turn to the audience for Q&A. And I know there'll be some people online and also asking questions, so we can turn to that as well and have a good discussion. So just turning to a few sort of opening remarks, in a sense, you will have been reading the newspapers, you'll have seen all the news about Darzi, but also before about the state of the National Health Service. We don't really need to rehearse that. But I think Darzi's review is really a summary of the diagnosis where we are now. And looking at it from my perspective, it looks to me like a very accurate diagnosis and very helpful to have it in one place for a new government to launch itself and use it as a platform. And when you look at all the pages, really there are 3 things in my mind that come through very loudly. And this is also coming through in the review of the COVID inquiry as well. The first thing is the NHS is in a bit of a state. All the graphs are there. And some of the big reasons for that are, 1, austerity over the last 10 years, since 2010. Second, reorganisation that you could see from outer space in 2012. And third, the pandemic. Those 3 things have torpedoed the system and left it in a state that we now see it. So the plan for Darzi, as I think you know, is for it to feed in now and be the platform to shape what is now going to be a long-term plan, a 10-year plan for the National Health Service. The aim to publish that in the spring. So lots of people are now deviling away, trying to say, well, now we know the full Monty about the state of the NHS. How do we now put together a plan? Now, the fruity bit is, of course, no money, or at least not so much in investment is promised at the moment. Let's see. And it's very difficult to see, isn't it, how a industry, which is Britain's largest, if you think about it that way, £180 billion of money, how that can be righted with no extra money, or at least little extra money. So I think that is the question hanging there. And you notice the mantra is reform or die. No, we don't want to die, so we want to reform. But you notice the mantra is not invest or die. So I think that's quite an interesting little tweak there. So I think with that in mind, I am now going to turn to my expert panel. And I think that there's 1.5 questions I want to ask them all, if that's okay. The half of one is, do you agree with Darzi or not? Quick answer, is it the correct diagnosis that you see? But the big question is, and now what then? If you were in charge, what are the priorities that you would be advising government to take or even do yourself if you were Secretary of State? So while our panel are looking very thoughtful on that big question, I am first going to turn to my left and to Thea Stein, who is the Chief Executive of the Nuffield Trust, to give us 2 or 3 minutes on her take. Thank you.
Right. So for those who don't know, the Nuffield Trust is a health and social care think tank, an independent think tank. The first half question is Darzi right? Yes. All the figures and facts that are there are actually very well known to many of us, I would imagine to this panel and to many in the audience. So is it correct? Is it Complete, I would suggest potentially not complete, because it doesn't have a full analysis of social care. It doesn't have a full analysis of the problems with public health, but both are mentioned, and that is really important, because the NHS doesn't exist in a bubble. And I guess that would be how I'd segue, Jennifer, into the next part of the question, which is, reform or die. And part of the reform is always recognising that the NHS does not exist in a bubble. What comes through the front of the NHS, the front door of the NHS, comes often because of issues to do with poverty, because of issues to do with inequalities, issues to do with poor housing, poor education. So part of the reform is understanding and situating some, not all, of the challenges the NHS faces in that wider context, and ruthlessly and determinedly understanding that and going for that. Clearly, there are other things that are absolutely essential that are within the NHS family. And we know that the government are looking already at making sure that we invest as much as comparable countries in primary and community services, particularly in GP practices, in core community services such as district nurses. Those are the most effective systems worldwide. Those are the things we need to see. And the final point I'll make, because otherwise I could end up talking about this forever, is capital. You're not productive, you're not at your best when you're working in a building where there's water flowing down the wall and it all feels cold and all a bit odd. And we know that there has been substantial underinvestment in capital, which is mentioned and outlined in Darzi.
Thank you, Thea. Let's turn to Roland, who is the Chief Executive of Cambridge University NHS Foundation Trust, and a really good position to see the effects of the past 10 years. Thank you, Roland. Where next for the NHS?
Thanks, Jennifer. So I skimmed the Darzi report and listened to the Today programme, and I was reflecting on the words in the report in the context of some of the patients I was discussing in the hospital yesterday. So the 20-year-old who'd gone through a car windscreen in Norfolk when he took a bend too fast about 3 weeks ago, who's just waking up and had to have the top of his head cut off so that his brain could decompress. And now we're looking forward to a long period of rehabilitation for him. A very troubling case of a young mother who didn't have her blood pressure adequately managed, even though she was saying, I'm feeling pretty poorly, by the general practice, her local hospital or Addenbrooke's. And then the enormous joy in the 55-year-old I met who, after 2 years of waiting and losing his job, has just had his knee replaced and is looking forward to getting back out there and getting back to work and picking up his grandchildren. And I could talk a lot more about the patients. So I see the Darzi report in that context. And Jennifer, to your question, I think this is a good report, primarily because I think it gives political air cover for the sorts of major conversations and discussions we now need to have about NHS reform and transformation. I agree with the high-level data and the analysis. I am quite uncomfortable about broad-based generic statements that appear to be quite simple when there is extraordinary level of variation in terms of how the NHS is performing. And I think we need to have a better understanding of the diagnostic, not to boil the ocean, but before we leap to the solution. Then, Jennifer, to your question, where do we go next? I agree with a lot of the directions of travel, and indeed the other comments you've just been making about areas of focus. I suppose what I would like to see a lot more work on now is what I would call the model of change. Yes, I agree with moving of services from hospital to community, prevention, digital. But what I don't see at the moment is what are the coalitions we're really going to build? What's the voice of the patient at the heart of this? How are we really going to mobilise the Royal Colleges and our professional bodies to lean into what will be a seismic level of change? And then where are we going to deploy the capital that will let us jump forward? So I suppose a great start, a great grounding for the air cover, a lot of work to do, and we mustn't rush off and solve, if you like, output indicators. We've got to get right back into the guts of how we mobilise a complex ecosystem to perform differently. Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you very much. You talked about coalition, and of course, part of that coalition could indeed be business. And we've got Tina Woods here, who is, I think you're a founder, are you, of Business for Health? And it'd be interesting to have your observations. Thank you.
Yeah, so like just been said, I mean, I think the report, great analysis. I agree it's potentially not complete. I see with all the work that I do that it's not just about the NHS. We have to really see this as part of a massive and very extensive system change process, which we have a chance to do if the government are going to be in power for 10 years. So that's great. I think, and this is what I always worry about when you hear reports about the NHS. We have to be so careful that it's not seen to be in isolation of the wider context of the nation's health and what we're trying to achieve in the so-called prevention economy, which is a phrase that I've heard quite a lot about recently. In fact, I was quite heartened. I was in an MRC cross-council committee meeting recently where they actually talked about sort of restructuring research to really focus on how do we really move upstream in health to really tackle health and understand health as part of the solution, also deal with our incredibly difficult workforce inactivity problem, aging demographic, et cetera, et cetera. So I thought that was a really interesting sign, and it picks up with some of the things that you're hearing from other countries, which are really looking at their health systems and how do they really knowing that you get far more bang for your buck if you prevent ill health rather than leave it too late. So I think some of the work, I think in terms of priorities, I mean, I agree with all the priorities that they mentioned in the report in terms of solutions, moving to a digital NHS, because we absolutely have to do that to increase efficiency and productivity. Obviously shifting care more towards communities. But I think that the statement that was made to be much bolder in moving towards prevention, I think is a really interesting one. So I think Wes and the wider government have an enormous amount to do to deal with the immediate priorities. We know that, waiting lists, etc. But I think they need to start now on what do they need to do now for that long-term system change approach to prevention. Now, I was at the Health Foundation event last night and saw Wes Streeting speak, and I was very encouraged that he emphasized that the government can't do it alone, and he also emphasized working in partnership. So the work that I've been doing with Business for Health over the past almost 4 years now is how can we mobilize the business community, and that's in all of its different roles as an employer. And of course, the NHS is one of the largest employers in the world, as we know, and have a workforce crisis. As an employer, as a producer and a marketeer of products and services, housing, food, for example, is a massive part of the agenda, but also as investors. So I think we need, and I think government need to be much bolder in how they actually work with the business community. I mean, meet the big investors, meet the big pension funds, work out, we talk a lot about moving health into ESG, the co-benefits of investing for health and investing in climate, for example, are quite obvious. So there's some big stuff that we could be looking at as part of a lever, a system driver for change. The other point I will make is absolutely we must get much cleverer about data and data sharing. So Wes Streeting again mentioned that through greater data sharing and through greater understanding of the problem, where it sits, we can then come up with solutions, again, as part of a system change approach to look at where we're going to get the bang for a buck in terms of investing for health and not just see health as a cost. As Wes Streeting said, we need to flatten the demand and we need to flatten the cost and demand curve of the NHS. The only way we can do that is how do we reduce demand to reduce cost? We have to look at the root cause and the solutions that lie outside the NHS. So that would be my case. And I would just say we're working on a very strategic project with the Office for National Statistics, this is Business for Health, who've been on our core working group ever since day one on some of the tools and metrics that we've been developing. But there is an opportunity here to really help Treasury and all the government departments that have to work together. They must work together. Where is the cost going to be and where is the benefit going to be for prevention? It's going to sit in different departments. So they have to work together and using the data that we must get from the business world better than we do at the moment, especially in areas around workforce health, for example. How can we create that economic case that Treasury can then decide where are we going to get the biggest bang for a buck so we don't keep pouring it into the NHS. As Wes Streeting has said, we can't have a country attached to the NHS. We need to invest in other areas, and there are always going to be trade-offs, but we need the data and we need meaningful analysis to make sure we are investing in the right places so that we get that long-term return. So that, I'll stop there, but yes, I think there's a lot to be done, but we need to start thinking now and doing now for the long term and not just leave it, because that's what every previous government have been doing for way too long, and we just have to be bold. And I think Wes and the wider government team needs to start thinking much differently about how they can work with the business world. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Tina. That's fantastic. Let's trot on and go to Naim Ahmed, who is the Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of a company called ImproveWell. He's also a doc and a clinical director at the Chelsea and Westminster NHS Foundation Trust. So Naim, over to you.
Good morning. Thank you. So every Friday morning, I, as a radiologist, I run a list, a walk-in list for my musculoskeletal patients, and every week we will have patients that turn up 3 hours before they're due to, just desperate that they don't miss their appointments. And when I meet these patients, they are incredibly miserable. Musculoskeletal pain is sometimes forgotten. And what I see, patients in front of me, are those that are in incredible amounts of pain, that are unable to work, unable to do those simple things every day, like go out, go and see their friends, go and do their shopping. And guess what happens? They end up in this cycle of not being able to work, not being able to go to their doctor's appointments, etc. So what I'm seeing in front of me are what are patients saying. And patients are saying what Prof. Darzi is saying, the NHS is not working for them. So that's the first point. The second is the last few junior doctors that I have seen that have gone past in our department, and I asked them, will you be sticking around in the NHS? Almost all of them cannot give me a certain answer that they will stick working in the NHS. And more than that, are making active plans to leave the NHS. So the second part of your question, Jennifer, is, what are the priorities for Wes? Would be retention. We urgently need to fix the leaking bucket within the NHS, and we need to approach that to say, firstly, and Jennifer spoke about ImproveWell. So ImproveWell was a startup that I started as a junior doctor to say, listen, when I'm working, where do I take those ideas, those micro improvements to improve the places I work? Where do I take them? And there's no outlet for that. So start number one, asking the people that work in these institutions, what can we do to make the places that you work better? So that, and then other things that follow from that. So staff will tell us we're feeling burnt out. Staff will say we need flexible working. So all of these things are really within the gift of the Secretary of State and NHS England to start doing. And we need to do this quickly, because there is no point in us recruiting more staff if we've got that leaky bucket and we're losing staff every day. And ultimately, what does this equate to will be, which all the evidence shows us, is poorer patient outcomes. And that's why we're here today, is to try and improve the lives of patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Strong thought on workforce. Thank you. So let's, last but not least, it's Siva Anand Siva, of course, who's the Chief Analyst at the King's Fund.
Thanks, David, Jennifer. Hi, everyone. So on the half, do I agree with Lord Darcy and his review? Yes, I do. And I really want to emphasize that, because I'm going to throw some shade on it in a minute. But I, to be honest, reading it, I was agreeing with envy. I thought, why didn't we do this? Why didn't the King's Fund do this? It was that.
Your stuff is in there. As always.
That's very kind.
Yeah.
So what's the shade? I think the shade is partly what Theo was saying, that the remit was wrong. He should have been asked to look at the health and social care system at the very least. He was given the remit he was given. But I wish he had been given a broader remit. The other thing that's missing is the qualitative, the stories, the experience. I visited a hospital and they introduced me to the A&E waiting room nurse. And I thought, what the hell is this? What is a waiting room nurse? And a waiting room nurse is when your waiting room, not your A&E, this is before you hit the reception desk, is so full of acutely ill people that they had a nurse who was essentially doing a ward round. They had turned their waiting area into a ward. That's how bad things are in parts of the NHS. And then the other bit that I only slightly agree with is what Roland's picked up, which is variation. So if you are a Londoner and you walk from Euston to Paddington, you walk from proton beam therapy, tertiary centres of excellence, to a state that was built in Queen Victoria's time. So there are absolutely some pockets of brilliance, but there are pockets of practice and areas of the NHS where people say working here is a career killer, where people turn up to conferences like this and someone at one of those trusts said, I turn my badge the other way around because the quality of care is that poor. So the variation that Roland put his finger on is absolutely part of the diagnosis. And the final thing on the half is, I know this is a bit pedantic, but there's a line and a paragraph in there about the patient voice isn't loud enough. I mean, kind of, but I think it's more that it's not being heard. Patient voice seems pretty bloody loud to me. Is it being heard by the service? Maybe not enough. That's my hypothesis. So that's the half. So what do you do next? I'm going to explain why I'm not going to be the Secretary of State for Health, because I think you've got two choices. The first choice is the straightforward one, which is, guess what? We inherited something that's even worse than we expected. We said we'd return to every constitutional standard, cancer, ambulance, A&E, you name it, mental health, within 5 years. And you say, we still want to do that. It's just going to take us longer. It'll take us 8 years, 10 years, 2 terms, not one. That locks you in, I think, to the existing model of practice. That's route one. Route two is, we really do go for it, hell for leather, for a prevention-focused health service. I was with people from Finland, and what you were saying, they were talking about occupational health as a core part of their health and care system. And I was saying to them, this is the most I've heard about occupational health in my 20-year health policy career. So yes, we could go for it, but buckle up. Here's the proposition. More people will die in the short term than they might otherwise if we go for that. You will all wait longer. I will wait longer for the care I need as a result, because there is not enough money on the table for double running. And what I want to avoid is putting people like Roland in the position of, you have to do it all. So the request to you is, you're turning into a prevention-focused system, but his trust has to get more efficient, and that's how we get to waiting lists. That's also part of what you've diagnosed as a repeat. So to finish, my hope, I've got to be honest, about 2 or 3 years ago, my hope was they'd go for option one, because there's something about waiting time targets that makes me scared about letting them go. But I've come to the position that I honestly believe there is not enough land in England to build all the hospitals we need to meet those waiting times. So I think it is time that we put a proposition to the public, but an honest proposition.
That's very, very interesting. Thank you so much. I'm not going to sum up but just a few things I've just sort of taken away from all of you, which is there's some dualities here that are quite difficult. One is, money is hovering over this conversation. We haven't really got into that, have we? What can we do without much? The second thing is the inevitable tension between the short and the long term. We published a little red book called Glazers and Window Breakers a few years ago, where we interviewed all past secretaries of state that were alive. Of course, we couldn't interview them if they weren't. And they basically just gave some account of what it was like to be Secretary of State for Health and what advice would they give to an incoming Secretary of State. Nice little book. And they all basically said they were dragged into the short term 100% of their time. So there was no room for the short. So that's the other sort of, what's the short, what's the long term. And then the other thing, which I think both Roland and Naeem sort of, I think, brought up, which is what is the appropriate, what is quite properly local management here? And what is really the appropriate place for national strategy to support that? And again, that needs to be sought out if you're trying to sort through this thicket of what on earth to do. So those are some, at least, thoughts from me. Now, we've got time for you now. So very set of interesting observations. So your thoughts on what you've heard so far, or indeed your own personal experience of the National Health Service, or what you've read about it, would be very valuable. Yes, thank you. Just say who you are and as well. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Stefan Czarniewski. I'm from the General Dental Council, but that's not really relevant to what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Those themes of prevention, community care and digital, I don't suppose surprised a single one of us. Every report there's ever been for years past has essentially said a version of that one way or another. So the question in a way isn't really whether Darcy is right or wrong. It's, if that is the answer, why has every past attempt to set that as a reform programme not delivered? Because if we can't answer that question, there is no chance of anything changing. As in a slightly different sense, just repeating the past strategy we already have conclusive evidence does not work. So what needs to be different to make this different?
It's a really good question. Who would like to have a go at that?
I'll have a go at a bit of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Great.
Everyone. Okay, I'll have a go at one bit of it, which is the moving care closer to home, because that's a subject close to my heart. For 9 years before I was in this role, I was a chief exec of community and mental health services and really tried to make it real. And my very boring answer is that the devil is in the very dull detail. And that what I really hope to see in a 10-year plan is what you're saying, an understanding of what makes it work and what makes it fail. Because there's lots of us out there, may well be people on this panel as well, who know a lot about what makes it fail and what makes it not move from vision, which I frankly am so tired of hearing the vision, to what are the nuts and bolts that make this work and make this happen. Some of it is investment in GPs and primary care. Some of it is really boring stuff about how you employ people, how money flows. I won't go into all the dullness, but there are lots of people who know how to make this work, and we really need to harness them to get into the weeds of this, because it can happen, but I don't think anybody ever does.
But I guess what stops it is the critical thing, isn't it? Why haven't we? I remember 30 years ago people talking about the same thing, exactly the same thing.
I suppose one of the other things I also talk about is that there is a fascination with the hospital in the system here, which is not quite as entrenched in many other systems. And hospitals are amazing and wonderful, and even the stories that we heard today are stories where people's lives are saved and transformed by a hospital. But people live their lives in the community. But we have a gaze that is from the hospital out. It is all our language. We really do not see the hospital as part of a system from the community in yet. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's been really hard to shift money.
Is that fair, Roland? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So it's a great question. So 2 points. So for the 3 years up until 2020 and the pandemic, the Addenbrooke's CUH chairman, Mike, who'd been the local authority chief exec in Westminster and Suffolk, and I were the chair and accountable officer for the STP, which was the precursor to the integrated care system, as well as being the hospital chair and chief executive. Partly because nobody else would do it, to be honest, and partly because we believe very strongly that we had to move in the direction of travel that's set out by the Secretary of State towards prevention and moving assets and resources out of the hospital. And it's the hardest job I've ever done. And it was the hardest job for Mike. And I suppose we did great left brain work on diagnostics and work plans, and let's deal with delayed transfers of care and GP numbers and wraparound care. Let's look at COPD. I could go on and on. It makes me feel like quite excited. But fundamentally here, we didn't get the right partners around the table. The patient voice was pretty quiet, actually. And we didn't challenge our staff enough to be really direct about it. And we have 16,000 members of staff at CUH, 23,000 on the biomedical campus in total. But we didn't get into the right gritty conversations about what the model of care could and should be, with the right people challenging from the outside, the right industry partners. And I think one of the, if I could just, Jennifer, a final comment is, I think as we try and do this time, what's the right platform for change? And one of my anxieties at the moment is when we're thinking about change in the hospital or in our health and care system, we wouldn't necessarily start by giving everybody a 5.5% pay rise and telling them the reason it's been so difficult is you've not had capital and revenue, because it kind of creates an infantilizing of the workforce or a kind of sense of entitlement. So I think this next phase is going to take a little bit of gymnastics to get back to how we're having the right conversation with the patient, with broad-based clinical teams, with the right coalitions of partners to challenge us.
And presumably technology is on our side to do that, because that might enable, might it, some better risk to be taken in the community that would otherwise have to be taken in hospital.
Yes, and again, I think this is where I'll give you an example of this: virtual wards.
Yeah.
So, Cambridge University Hospitals approached by a terrific, private provider to help do that for us. Our clinicians were very resistant. But what about my registration? we'd like to do it ourselves. We're not doing badly now, but I think this is again where the Royal Colleges, the GMC come in, and honest conversations about, look, you're not going to lose your license. You know, you're not going to be in difficulty because you discharge somebody into the community, into a virtual ward environment.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, very good. Are there any other comments on that particular? Everyone, right? Quick responses, please. Thank you.
Do you want me to go?
Tina, yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's a couple of things here. You mentioned the Nordic countries, Finland. It's about asking the right questions and having the right data to ask the right questions. They said to the nation, how are we going to get to a point where we can start building fewer hospitals? We are focused on building more hospitals. Yeah. So it's about asking the right question of where you want the return. So I think there's a cultural piece, I think, that we have to be mindful of in the UK. But I think prevention is really hard because the investing for it and the payoff from it takes a really long time. We have not had the luxury of political cycles, budgetary cycles, the ways that we are structured. It comes down to financial incentives at every single level of the system. That's why we haven't been able to do prevention. So this is why I think we have an opportunity now, if we have this next government, if they get it right, 10 years to do something much bolder and needed that everyone has been talking about for so long, but we haven't been able to do. So there's a couple of thoughts there. And of course, data is really important in terms of getting the right analysis.
Great stuff. Thank you.
So for me, I think I have a unique perspective. So I worked during the pandemic. I worked for Simon Stevens, and then I went across to the Department of Health. And I would say the most change I've seen in the NHS, unfortunately, was during COVID. And we had it goes to your point about giving people the license. So we had the Coronavirus Act, and then suddenly things happened. Two things. We had the Coronavirus Act and we had a level 4 emergency, so command and control. And then suddenly things were happening through the system immediately, overnight. We had technology coming in. We had risk assessments of staff. We had all of these central decisions across the NHS happening almost instantaneously. And I've never seen that happen in the NHS. And then I contrast that with my experience at the department, where I would see, 30 people copied into emails and this thing going up in this submission process where you would see line by line things being edited until it finally lands in a box and in this funnel, and one person then has to look at a whole load of submissions and decide what's a priority and what's not. So really, if we don't change the way that we do business, and I'm not advocating for another reorganization, I don't think anything will be able to meet the challenge that is presented before us.
So you're talking about the wiring of government needs absolutely resetting. Yes, thank you for raising that one as well, just to add to the list. Thank you, Siva.
So why doesn't it happen? Why didn't it happen? Here are my answers. One, things were broadly fine. It may not feel like it, but 10, 15 years ago, where was the burning platform? Jennifer referenced the book Window Breakers and Glaziers. Definitely read that. Also read Wisdom of the Crowd, which was from your time at the Nuffield Trust. And there's a guy in there called Mike Farrer, who's a senior figure. And one of his reflections is when the money was flooding in, that's when we should have made the investment. That was the time to do it. So I think there wasn't that burning platform. That's number one. Number two, Thea's point about the technocratic stuff. My God, it's complicated. If you're trying to move care into the community, you try telling a primary care partner that their contract might need to adjust. This is individual circumstances. Will they be able to afford their practice nurse? These are really complex contract negotiations, so there's a technocratic thing. The third thing is, I think parts of the NHS haven't worked it out. I have so many conversations where they're saying, if only we had the right contractual framework, the right financial incentives, we could do the right thing. And when I ask them, so what's the actual model of care you want to deliver that is being held back? They say, we haven't developed it yet. We're waiting for the contractual incentives. If I was the Treasury, I'd run a mile from that lack of certainty. And the fourth one is honesty. What is really your priority? A friend of mine on an NHS board said, look, to get onto an NHS board, you need to work out what you're going to get sacked for. And in the NHS, you get sacked for two things: losing control of the money and performance targets. No one is going to sack me for not delivering strategic change. So that's why I think things haven't happened. On the positive side, glasses half full. Things are so bad now. You cannot, incremental growth the old ways, I just do not think will work. Otherwise, Wes Streeton will spend the next 5 years getting beaten up every third Thursday of the month when the performance stats on the NHS are released. He has to find another way.
Thank you. So there is a burning platform. Let's see that as an opportunity. Yeah. Great stuff. Yes, I've got a lady at the front and also at the back. So let's take 2 or 3 questions for this because we've only got 10 minutes left. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fatima. I work for the Department of Health and Social Care. So Naeem, what you just said resonates quite strongly.
We won't tell anyone, don't we?
But actually, my question is for you, and it relates to what you mentioned about retention, which is I think, a great point. And I say that because I myself was a nurse before joining the Department of Health and Social Care, but I was also a civil servant before becoming a nurse. So I literally left the civil service and turned my life around to become a nurse, but then chose to leave nursing because of all of the challenges you just mentioned. No flexibility, the environment that you work in is incredibly pressurized, and there's very little opportunity for development, very little actually taken from staff in terms of what needs to be improved and meaningful changes made. And very little opportunity for intellectual development as well, which was really important to me. So I really understand everything you just said. But my question is, given the situation we're in, the fact that we are already in a strained workforce scenario, there's not enough people to cover wards, there's not enough people to cover the amount of patients that we have. The reason is because people are dropping off, but we're kind of caught in the cycle now where we're not able to retain the staff, and therefore we don't have enough, and therefore the ones who are there don't have the flexibility to be able to have a personal life, for example, or to be able to do flexible working, as you said. So I think my question is really about how do we balance then those workforce pressures that currently exist? Because I don't blame my ward managers for saying, no, you can't go and, attend so-and-so appointment because there's no one to cover the ward. It's not their fault. But they're in that strained situation, and the staff are also in a strained situation and therefore want to leave. So how do we balance that current situation of the workforce pressures with being able to give staff that flexible working, those opportunities, so that we're not stuck in this situation forever?
Thank you very much. And the lady at the back?
Thank you. I am one of the quiet patients. My name is Ali, and I just want to have a conversation about how the patient voice actually can be invited around the table. I think it's very difficult when someone has studied for 6, 7, 8+ years to actually give up power and to trust that there is an innate wisdom within the patient themselves and a desire for life, right? We want to be well, we want to be here. So that's one thing. How do we get more of that voice at the table where the decisions are being made? And secondly, how can we use the space of waiting? So I would rather be told, I would rather be told, come to King's and wait 10 hours than come to King's at 2:40 for your appointment and then wait 10 hours. There's a psychological contract that is broken by giving me a time and then not meeting it and then not apologizing for not meeting it. I don't mind waiting 10 hours. Don't tell me otherwise. So there's something about how do we get that voice around the table, and also how do we use that waiting time creatively? So if I'm going to be waiting 10 hours, that is the space to talk to me about my health, for me to engage with someone about social care, for me to have curiosity and wonder about the whole person who is sat in that waiting room. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And I'm being a rubbish here because we have just over 6 minutes left to respond. So let's take those 2 questions, and I'll direct them firstly to Naeem about retention and balancing those pressures, and then I think to Siva about the patient voice, and then I'll ask others if they want to.
Thank you very much. So a couple of things. Like you said, it's a very difficult balance. But there are what I call marginal improvements that we can make right now. So for example, what you've described, if we had technology, self-rostering, you would allow people across the NHS staff to actually say, actually, I can do this shift, I can do this shift, and you actually empower the staff to do that. So that doesn't cost a huge amount of money, but then empowers staff to actually dictate when they'd like to work. Similarly, someone like yourself, brilliant. We've invested so much into creating a brilliant nurse like you, but we've lost you to the workplace. So during COVID, we'd created something called the NHS Reserve, which were people like yourself that had been in the healthcare workforce, that had decided to leave for various reasons. How can we make opportunities for you, particularly around predictable times of stress, winter, summer holidays, other holidays, etc., to keep you as part of the workforce. And then the third is, one thing that always baffles me, and it's something in the department that I try to push, is that we don't have, for example, a single workforce credential for everyone in the NHS. So if I'm working at a hospital and I want to pick up a shift at another hospital, I can't do so. Instead, you will hire an expensive agency staff to fill that, rather than saying, actually, let's create a single credential for everyone. And there are some pilots ongoing that are trying to implement a digital staff passport. But then again, it allows the staff member the flexibility to work as they wish and help support the healthcare system. So those are just 3 examples, I think, where of course there is some money involved, but these things will in the immediate and long term help alleviate the stress on the current workforce.
Thank you. And Siva, you mentioned patient voice.
Yeah, thanks for your question. 3 things. One, the service has to give up control in 2 ways. For example, one, budgets. At the start of my career, we were talking about personal health and social care budgets, and then sort of went down in the political focus. Why not bring that up? And also the basics. So you go up to Milton Keynes, you have a choice, just like booking, a session at the gym. You have a choice of when you book your outpatient appointment. The cultural change it took to get that in place was we're going to lose control of the booking process, rather than why don't we trust patients to make an appointment when it best suits. One thing's about control for me. The second thing is about when patients and the public are brought into decisions, because I would say the default model is we decide what we're going to do and then say, what do you think? Rather than saying, we've got this problem, what could the possible solutions be? I think places like Cardiff and the Vale are doing much better at involving people early in the stage of identifying the problem rather than testing solutions. And the final thing is about your point about active weights. That's probably the most optimistic I've been in a while, because Paul Corrigan, who's a very senior advisor advising the government, that is one of the things he always talks about. How can we make the waiting process an active wait? I mean, the reality check is, with the number of people on waiting lists, part of the job of the NHS over the next 10 years will to become a world-class communication service. This is what's going to happen to you. This is when, if anything changes, we'll let you know. And part of that is just basic respect, because if you're on a waiting list, my God, the anxiety you feel, one of the causes of that anxiety is not knowing what's going to happen next. So again, places like Guy's are investing a lot of time in how you make that waiting process active, not passive.
And presumably, presumably the other thing that's on the patient side is indeed technology again, because frustrations about waiting and access could spill over into greater use of virtual assistants, or in the future, and you can see how that would happen, wouldn't you? Particularly with self-management, maybe not with A&E if you've got a cut finger or something, but that is also something to think about, how the patients can be given more power, almost bypassing that system, which will surely happen unless it's managed in some way. So that's Roland.
Just very briefly, so patients are accessing health and care services and advice out with the NHS now in increasing numbers.
Yeah.
So women's health services, I could go on sexual health, it just goes on and on.
Mental
ADHD diagnosis, anyone, you're going to wait for 2 years for a consultant psychiatrist, or go online, follow the algorithm and get your amphetamines at the end of it. So I think we've got to lean into that really quickly and put that much more at the heart of the decision making. I think Jennifer, at a macro level, so I run a local hospital for local people and a world-leading specialist centre. There are 3 living Nobel Prize winners working 500 yards from my office on the cutting edge of life sciences. We as a country have got to decide, do we want more for more, as in more generic services for more people to answer the Chris Whitty challenge, or do we want ever more esoteric specialist services for the finest areas of leukemia, for example? And I think that's a big conversation for us around training and development. And then lastly, I completely understand the pressure that staff are under. I live and experience that every day. There has to be a 2-way conversation on what people need. Our discharge planning team want an office that's 4 times the size. We need them out in the wards. We've landed on, we're going to give you mobile phones and laptops, and we're going to give you the time for training, but you're going to keep the same size office. It's that sort of real live conversation that challenges both ways.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're now almost out of time, but I really want to thank our panel for their discussion today, which was very, very rich indeed. We'll pause for claps in a second, but just to leave on a positive note, I think, I mean, you can see the complexity of it. We have only just scratched the surface. So I think it's all hands to the pump, isn't it, from now until the spring to get some sort of plan. And then after that, just to continue to iterate. I mean, the good news is that while there may not be that much extra money floating around for the National Health Service, and certainly not as much as we would like, also don't forget that the service does spend a huge amount of money. £180 billion is a lot of money. It's the largest enterprise or largest organisation in Europe. So we should not forget that to squeeze more there is important. And also, more importantly, the assets in the service and around the service. You talked about Nobel Prize winner, but all the experts by experience we've got and the talent, clinical talent is absolutely huge, and the commitment is even huger by the public. So we've got what it takes, I think, and I guess it's a real challenge for the whole country to get us on the right track now, I think, given this diagnosis we've had today. Thank you very much. I hope that whetted your appetite for more, and I hope it's also whetted your appetite for interest in the National Health Service. I have to say, I've been working in and around the health service for 40 years, dare I say, and there's never a dull moment. So I heartily recommend it. So thank you very, very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you to the panel.
Hello. Brilliant. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon. My name is Sarah Hunter. I'm a board member at Nesta, and I'm thrilled to be introducing this panel and the afternoon in this room. Before I went to Nesta, in fact, a long time ago, I was at number 10 for 5 years. And what I realised in that time is that good government, indeed great government, isn't just about good policy. It's also about bringing the policy together with the politics. And what's great about this session is that every single person on this panel has got some really excellent practical experience of doing that from every political persuasion. So I'm going to hand over to Ed, the chair, and take it from there.
Thank you, Sarah, and welcome to this afternoon session. I was going to just begin with a couple of quotes, but I couldn't find the first quote, so I'm paraphrasing. And that was is a quote from Tony Blair, who I once worked for, who said something like, start with the policy and then sort the politics out afterwards, which is a very convincing and compelling and, of course, easily made observation. The quote that I actually like more in this context, which some of you may know or may not, was said by Jean-Claude Juncker, latterly the President of the European Commission, who once said, "We all do, but we don't know how to get re-elected once we've done it." And therein, I think, lies the problem. So this session is about how might politics shape policy. We know it does, but the question is how. Each of the people on the panel have got particular insight in it. I'm going to ask them to say a few words about that opening question, that initial question to start with, and in doing so, perhaps introduce themselves and say why they may know a little bit about it. And I'm going to begin with Munira, if I may.
Okay, Ed asked me to explain why am I here, why am I qualified to speak about this. So I started working in government about 15, 16 years ago, but in regional government. I worked for 8 years in the Greater London Authority. And then after some time in the private sector, I went and worked in number 10 Downing Street. I worked for 3 years as the director of policy, the policy unit in Downing Street. During Brexit, COVID, a general election, I helped write the Conservative Party manifesto in 2019. Unbelievably, helping to win an election, it feels like a very long time ago. And before that, I'd worked in policy, and my background is in social sciences. I think your question was, how does politics shape policy and vice versa? So I tend to think that there's a kind of snobbery about the role of politics in policy making. Oh, if it wasn't for those pesky politicians and their constituents, and if only we could just do the right thing and not just play to the tabloids, then the country would be in a much better place. And I think the relationship has to be dialectic. It has to be recognizing that politics is about interests and conflicting interests, and the people who write the policy represent and themselves are part of an interested group and have to always be mindful of the other constituencies in the country. And I was just saying earlier to my fellow panelists, I finished reading Philip Gould's Unfinished Revolution. So Philip Gould, if you don't know him, was a pollster for Labour, long-standing Labour supporter. And the book is really about the development of New Labour. And he makes the point throughout the book that his role was to go and do the focus groups and talk to people. And in doing so, realise that the Labour Party of the 80s was very far away from what people actually wanted and believed, and that the great genius of Blair in his mind was that Blair did connect politics to policy. Doing the right thing was responding to what he thought people actually wanted. So I think the kind of the binary separation of the two and the hierarchy between them is a mistake. I think you have to see both together.
Thank you very much. And Josh, I'm going to come to you next. You used to be a policy wonk, and now you're a politician. So what's your assessment of this question?
It was me furiously writing notes on my policy live. So I mean, that's a reasonably good summary, but I won't bore you with bio. So I'm going to sort of take a provocative take and say the opposite pretty much of what Tony told you. Sort of picking up on something that Munira said. Last night I was in a conversation about this concept called insurgent government, which seems itself to be a bit insurgent. But it provoked quite an interesting discussion about the relationship between politics and policy And the conclusion of which was essentially that we have for too long seen politics as an obstacle to right answers in policy. And that is a dangerous way to think because we don't know what the right answers are about lots of big questions. So to be a bit more specific about that, the idea behind insurgent government is that it's obviously an oxymoron in a certain sense. You're in government, you control the state, you're the establishment, it's quite hard to be insurgent in that position. But to try to be insurgent is part of the point of the idea. And the sort of context for it is, how do you govern if beating populists is your goal? That's the kind of question that concept grew out of and that conversation grew out of. And it's roughly three things, the first of which is about mindset. And all of these three things, I think, are in a sense about putting politics first. And they're all deeply debatable, so it's deliberately provocative, but whatever. So the first is about a mindset. And the mindset is to be skeptical of necessity in politics. In other words, skeptical of arguments that you must do X in politics because usually lawyers, economists, sometimes bankers tell you that you must. And usually they do that when they say, this is what you must do because it is the right answer. And so to be insurgent in government is to be skeptical of whenever anyone says that to you, that they actually have a basis for saying that. And then related to that is to sort of re-elevate the political. We often say things in politics like, we need to take politics out of this, or they're just playing politics with, as if, the craft of politics is debased, and if only it weren't for it, things would be fine and better and we'd all hold hands. When, again, that is the whole point of politics, is to have contests about disagreements in either values or how you operationalize those values. And that is not an activity that needs to be debased or narrowed or constrained. I think the second part of it is of being insurgent in government, i.e. putting politics first, is to be skeptical about the tools of government. And to think, in a sense, that however it works now isn't working, so we should try and do it differently. And that's not to say that, that there is not broad disagreement in values and in the what, but the how can be quite radically different to the way that it is now. So I kind of wonder whether part of the feature of the age that we live in at the moment is the reassertion of the political, and we should embrace that, in part because some sort of epistemic humility about big questions is required in this moment. There are some very big questions about policy, about, economic geography, for example, that there just are not good answers to, even in academic economics, for instance. And therefore, in the relationship between policy and politics, it can be quite dangerous to think that you can get to right answers in policy and then figure out the politics in order to operationalize those right answers.
The weakness in knowing what the policy answer is means spend more time on the politics?
Yeah, I think it's even deeper. It's not just that it's not that we don't know what the right answer is. It's, are we sure that even makes sense as a sort of construct and way of thinking about what these two things are and how you relate them? Like, so for example, storytelling is a big part of it. And often, the old idea was you think about the policy right answer and then you tell a story about it. But actually, storytelling is part of good policy. Policy must partly be designed so that you can tell good stories about it, because the efficacy of the policy is partly constituted by the story you tell about it. So you can't really meaningfully separate those two things. Bad policy is partly bad policy because you can't tell a good story about it, because the belief that people have in the story is partly what makes the policy work.
Thank you. Polly.
I agree with that. And who am I? I am currently the Chief Social Purpose Officer at University of the Arts London. I used to run Demos, but I also used to work for the Liberal Democrats. But I'm going to take a sort of only kind of conceptually Liberal Democrat approach, because I'm not a member of the party. I'm not a member of any party. Is to sort of tell you that they're both wrong, of course. So recently, I don't know if any of you were there, Ravi was, at David Halpern's Leaving Party. And people were talking about the greatness of David Halpern as a policy thinker. And one of the things that they mentioned that David does, which is cool, is sometimes he uses slightly stupid visual props. And so I have decided to bring, in the honour of David Happel, who I wasn't necessarily expecting to be here, some stupid visual props. Okay, so here is what I think. This is the way that this conversation, the sort of mental model we're using, right, is that the relationship between politics and policymaking is really a choice between, on the one hand, the king of sweets, jelly babies, and on the other, right, medicine. And I think this is the nastiest medicine that's still legally available. And that fundamentally what you're talking about, and you get this mental model, which is the game of, you know what's right, but you're either going to have to bribe people with some sweeties to make the medicine go down, or else you do it at the beginning of a parliament and hope they've sort of forgotten, hope that it's worked so that maybe a few sweeties at the end will help them forgive you and vote you back in again. And I think that it's just fundamentally the wrong mental model. There's a sort of a civic liberal view that it's the wrong model because it's patronising to the voters and treats them like children. There's plenty of psephologists who'll provide you with buckets of evidence that suggests that actually this sort of game of politics between sweeties and medicine does in fact work up to a point. But I think that the rise of populism that Josh mentioned, in fact, comes from the fact that this game is being played and we have divorced politics from policy. I think Josh is completely right that the success of huge amounts of policy is contingent on politics. It's contingent on legitimacy. Right? In a democracy, people should get to choose a system of government that they want. Right? Like, how is it controversial to think that people should get what they want in a democracy? It's like literally the point. And if people don't feel that the welfare system is fair or right or for them, it won't work. Just literally doesn't work. And we've been doing this game. I think, though, that there's a worse problem other than just the sort of the childish behaviour of sweeties versus medicine, and it's that. So if you think about again this sort of medicine metaphor, a friend of mine recently dislocated his shoulder in a rugby match. Got to A&E. By the time he got there, his fingers were blue. So what did they do? Of course, they say this is going to hurt. And they pull on his arm, it does hurt, but then it's just a couple of ibuprofen and he's fine. Right? And I think we think about lots of policy as if it is basically an ordeal solution to a disease. And there's plenty of diseases that are solved with essentially an ordeal remedy. But a bit like the kind of non-communicable diseases we're struggling with as a policy problem, I think what's wrong with our country and what's wrong with our public services and what's wrong with our fiscal model is not solvable by an ordeal. Like type 2 diabetes, it's solved by a regime. Something that is wildly different, actually, because it's not temporary. What we actually need to do is change people's expectation of and relationship with the state, and this is my third and final prop. Lentils, plain lentils. It actually says on it, enjoy hot or cold. And I promise you, cold lentils out of the packet. No. And so in my writing, and Josh has used the word humility, I've written about the kind of concept of humble policymaking, is absolutely thinking about, just like a personal trainer might, how might we get people to feel differently about lentils so that they're willing to eat them? How might you get people to feel differently about tax, about the state, about their relationship with things? And it's partly to do with devolution, it's participative policy making, it's, I could go on and on. But essentially that's the challenge, is if there was just an 18-month medicine ordeal that we could put the country through and everything would be fine, maybe we'd be fine. But I think that populism tells us, and its rise elsewhere, and there's plenty of graphs you can think about in terms of the problems with the state, I just don't think it's enough. There isn't an ordeal solution. We need to think about how do you sell a different regime.
Thank you very much, Polly. Paul, now you were in government during what some might argue is a high point of politics rather than policy during the Brexit debates.
Yes. So two intimidating references for me and what's already come before. One, Sarah talking about great government, a bar that I think maybe under Theresa May we didn't always meet. I'm I'm actually the only sort of non-policy wonk on the panel here, so intimidating territory for me on that basis as well. I was Theresa May's press secretary in number 10, so I'm actually here to argue probably for the indivisibility of good politics and good policy, but also the knowledge that there is kind of a third element, which is where the public experience the intersection, which is when you try and communicate what you're actually doing. So generally speaking, the moment that you know you've either got politics or very bad policy is where the number 10 press office look particularly stressed that day. So, that's sort of my starting point. The second sort of, as I say, intimidating reference, apart from great government, was Manira's, which she talked about pandering to the tabloids, which of course was my entire job description. But just one kind of final thing, because I think that there is, before we get to the discussion, because I think there is sort of a big challenge for both policy and politics when it comes to the incumbents of a new Labour government. Internationally, we stand on the precipice of quite a lot of uncertainty, and I'm not saying that this will happen, but there's an interesting and at least plausible thought experiment where at a sort of G7 meeting 2-3 years from now, it is at least entertainable as a possibility that Keir Starmer will be the only centre-left leader. Trump gets re-elected, Meloni, something happens with the far right in France, like that. And so what we're about to see is kind of the crucible of our political settlement tested on the world stage. There's a huge majority for the Labour government that, of course, Josh is part of at home, but the challenges are enormous, and the only way to navigate them will be that indivisibility of politics and policy, because that's the only way you get a public settlement for what you want to do.
Okay, great. Well, so there's some common themes there, one of which is, look, you really can't divorce these two elements of life. So let's agree about that, and let's therefore try and illuminate where the tension lies. So the question I'm going to ask all of you is, can you think of what are the examples of where either politics has overly led policy, ending up with poor policy, or where policy has been too separated from politics and has therefore come a cropper as a result of that? That's what I think should help us illuminate the potential tension between the two. Munira, do you want to kick off again?
So I'll give two examples. Just to say about this government, it's obviously a landslide majority in Parliament. Congratulations to Josh and others, but on a relatively low vote share. And it's I don't think anyone is complacent in politics today. It's a very volatile world. People lend their vote, they don't give it forever. And so whatever political capital, whatever honeymoon period there is, it's short and it's very easily spent, and there will be lots of difficult challenges on the way. Two areas that I would point to, and in the other panelists talked a lot about, the need to try and tell the story to the public and persuade the public and win the public over to difficult policy ideas. The other end of the telescope is actually there's a lot of producer capture in our system. There's lots of vested interests that like the system as it is, do not want radical change. And the people often who are informing policy will be those producer interests. So if you take something like the NHS, there's a report that's come out today, which is making lots of very good points about where the money should go. I was in a government, and previous governments have done the same, tried to take money out of the hospital system into primary care. Very, very difficult to do. The NHS has traditionally been run by people who have run hospitals. I don't think we've ever had a GP run the NHS. So that's a challenge. There might be more radical things that a Labour government could consider doing because of its relationship to the unions, but it's going to be hard. So changing the way we do training, around 70% of the NHS budget is staff. And we always have in this country very high demand from people wanting to go on nursing training courses, but we don't allow that many people to do it because of the cost of the training places. So there's lots of reform that could be done there, but it needs the unions to be on board. So what are the difficult reforms that really unleash productivity in the NHS and other parts of the public sector? And often where politics is blocked, it's not that the public don't want to see those changes, it's that the other vested interests are reluctant to change the system. So that's an example. The other area I'd point to, I think the current government has done a lot to talk about the importance of building housing, reforming the planning system. They've increased housing targets, which I think is a good thing. But there are risks politically for them, just as there were for the Conservative government previously, which that needs a little bit of kind of wily political thinking. So as a former official who'd worked in government, someone called Samuel Hughes, has written a very good article looking at what Labour's announcements on housing policy and planning reform will mean. And effectively, because they've increased targets for house building in the north and in rural areas and reduced it in London, it means that lots of new Labour MPs with very small majorities are going to be telling their constituents that Greenbelt will be built on. Now, you might say that's the right thing for the country. It's a really good policy approach, but it's politically very, very risky. And so how to get those planning reforms through, because I think, and lots of people who work in policy, who are interested in the economic growth in this country, will say it's absolutely right they prioritise policy. But to be able to get those reforms through, to get MPs to keep them on side, you have to do some political tailoring around the edges. You have to kind of balance the political with the policy. And I think that is going to be, one of those risks. And, if you look at all these areas, I think it would be very easy, I think, for someone sitting in number 10 with that majority to think, well, let's just wait for the economy to do a bit better. It looks like it might be coming back. Growth might be coming back. Interest rates might come down. If we can't do all the difficult things right now, let's just wait a little bit, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more fiscal room at the end of the term. We can spend money on a few things, and we're just providing a more stable environment. We've had so much turbulence in the last few years. Let's just rest on that, and maybe things will come good. And I think that is avoiding the really difficult trade-offs. And, one thing you can say about Labour government, there are things that they can do that a Conservative government would find very difficult. And now is a time to do difficult reforms and really, push for it.
Isn't that last scenario, though, an example of a form of politics triumphing over policy? Because it's a political stance which says, look, don't worry, growth will see us right and we'll be in the right place for the election. Whereas, in fact, a more policy-focused approach would be saying, no, we've got imperatives, obligations to the national interest, and we've got to address them.
I think it might be both. In that if a Labour government can't deliver some improvements by the end of the term, it will be very difficult for them. And some of the very worthwhile policy things that they're talking about, that other people are talking about, like prevention in the health system, will not have necessarily a very immediate effect on what people see in terms of demand. It will have some good effects potentially, but to deliver, there is a bit of a case for doing things that are unpopular with some of your own vested interests to show that you're doing stuff. One lesson you can learn from the Conservative government of 2019 to 2021 was they did quite a lot of unpopular stuff, which made them unpopular with their own backbenchers. But people can see that, you're driving something through. And I think that, they're kind of safe but steady. Let's just kind of, keep everyone on board. I think, and I go back to unions because that's obviously going to be a bit of an Achilles heel potentially. The pay rises will have settled something in the short term, but to what extent can you demand in return improvements in productivity in the NHS? And those are the things that I think will actually deliver the improvements that then voters will feel that and will say, okay, we're prepared to give you another 5 years. I feel bad because it's not for me to start giving, other people instructions on how to run a successful government.
No.
I can't claim that I was part of it. But
it isn't, but it is for Josh.
No, I definitely give no instructions. I agree with almost all of what Munira said, apart from the last little bit there. There are examples everywhere. I think it's important not to get overly fixated on the policy thing, because they are both moving beasts. One of the big defining differences in politics, just to name this, Munira mentioned it briefly, but it is important to dwell on, is the volatility of voters. We live in an age where how voters behave is completely different to how voters behaved in the 90s, 2000s, even the early 2010s. And that means that politics is different. What you do to get elected, how you exercise power, how you build coalitions is a completely different thing, in a sense, to what it was before. And in some ways it's good, in some ways it's bad, but it therefore means that the points of tension and overlap and opportunities between policy and politics are also therefore different. But I think, so NHS, great example, prison officers, another big example. Planning, to dwell on that one step further, because it is such a good, interesting example where the back and forth between them is so important. Plugging my former organisation, Labour Together, who have a MRP out on Monday, soon. One of the things this looked at was essentially the electoral politics of building stuff, houses in particular. And unsurprisingly, there's, 15-20% odd on either wing, love houses, build them anywhere, everywhere, tend to live in inner city areas. Then there is the sort of 15% or so, don't build them anywhere, doesn't matter what you build alongside it, just no, and not just not for me, but not anywhere. Loyal rural conservative voters, loyal inner city Labour voters, and then the rest of the country are yes, if, insert thing. And the thing is usually, interestingly, health, GP practices, local health provision and so on. So that's a really interesting connection between politics and policy. The consent that you need to do this in a really radical way has implications for the policy design across departments, which is also part of the challenge in something like this. Your health Department of Health has to talk to your, DLUC and has to be talking to the Cabinet Office and so on, because in the minds of the voter, the politics of the connection between building houses, hospitals, roads, and so on, they are separated in terms of the voters. Therefore, they are bound together in terms of voters. Therefore, they are bound together in terms of politics, and therefore they must be bound together in terms of policy too. So that conditionality that comes with consent for building things in the vast majority of voters in this country has implications for how you think about the connection between designing policy that's going to produce building and then communicating the story about that policy that you're doing. The one other example I would give is basically the structure of our democracy in this country, which I think most of us would agree in different ways is mad. And, just to take one example of it, one of the many problems with how voters think about the act of voting and the things that they care about and the relationship between those two things, lots of the things that they care about are not in the hands of the people that they vote for, particularly in local elections. And lots of the things that they do care about are not actually affected by how they vote in that election. And so in a sense, it's not surprising that not that many people vote. It's sort of, in a sense, rational not to. And that comes from the mad structure of, local authorities, how you get some combined authorities in some areas, the powers are different and so on and so forth. But changing that requires a capacity to take on vested interests that disproportionately inform how policy about the reform of our democracy is designed and implemented. And untangling that knot requires really confronting some very vested interests in not changing big things about our democracy.
Aren't you going to make that worse with more devolution in England?
One of the many problems with this space is to think of devolution as a more versus less thing, that there's a sort of line and you can slide it. And, it's partly about what kinds of powers you want at what kinds of levels, and you sort of have to put a line through it and start with the principle, which is sort of power coming up rather than down through Parliament.
But complexity to voters, which is what you were describing, it is more, just to take in Wales and Scotland, Northern Ireland, it is more complex because of devolution. It's harder to make the connections that you've described.
No, I do partly agree with you, and I also think that the deal-based driver of devolution is a problem, because it is negotiations rather than any principle that voters, if you move houses across England, it's not that big a country, you can have a completely different principle that underpins your relationship between voting in a local election and the powers of the people that you vote for. And that is a problem. I mean, I think it's the consistent theme, just to name this. We have a problem, and it's a problem in lots of developed democracies at the moment, and maybe it's just a feature of our age, but we have lots of structures, institutions, algorithms that empower vocal minorities and disempower the silent majority. And that is a real problem in the connection between politics and policy. And in a sense, this election and the result of it is sort of a product of that age.
Thank you. Polly.
So I think Munira made a really important distinction, right, between difficult politics because the public are against something and difficult politics because of stakeholder interest groups. And sometimes that's because they're just vested interests. And sometimes it's because it's one of those things where the voters want something impossible. And all of the experts are going, yeah, but that's the maths doesn't work, or that, you know, and you get both. I think vested interests kind of a massive problem. Look at the difference between what vested interests think about the role of religion in providing schools and what the public think. Like the public are against faith schools. They're just against selection by faith. And there's absolutely no chance politically of that changing under any regime. And there's countless examples of that. But I think that the problem with the kind of the question as you posed it, Ed, is that, again, it just sticks with this idea that, oh, sometimes you come up with a great policy and you forget about the politics, like, I don't know, selling off the forests or something stupid like that. Or sometimes you do great politics, like almost all parts of energy policy for the last 20 years, and end up with just batshit nonsense, capped this, that, the other, which nobody understands. And I think that's true, but we're not confronting the central problem, which is that lots of people have conflicting desires, or they say, I would pay more. There's a graph that's been going around on social media. You know, I'm happy to pay more money so that nurses can have a pay rise in my taxes, but like only £100. Like 55% of people would pay more, and then only a third of them will pay £100. And you start to think, oh. And when I was at Demos, we did this really interesting work looking at towns, because, you know, what everybody would really like is for towns to be thriving economically and not be sort of subordinated to cities. But do you want lots of new people to come in? Oh, no, that's gentrification. Do you want great education and skills for the people who live there? Well, no, because then they'll leave to go to the cities where there's more opportunities, and that's a brain drain. And like, actually, it's complicated. And part of the argument for devolution is that you can actually bring decisions closer to where people can understand, and you can actually have conversations about the trade-offs. And there are really interesting innovations at the council level. People talk about Wigan or Barking and Dagenham, where people are actually trying to think about what might hold us together as a community. What do we want collectively to balance those trade-offs? Because it's only when when politicians endlessly infantilize by basically pretending, yes, that the answer to the NHS is always more inputs, always more nurses, and always more doctors, and that's all that goes on the leaflets, and all that. But no wonder everyone's constantly pissed off with like fundamental services that don't change. But we don't have a media system that enables politicians to have those deep and meaningful conversations. You can't do that through the newspapers. You have to do it through different forms of policymaking. And so you didn't ask us to come up with good examples, but I'm just going to give you some. And one that's often used is the advancement that was made in Ireland on abortion by holding a citizens' assembly that was then put to a referendum. What if we didn't assume that either the answer is the politicians decide or they ask Ara Darzid what to do? But maybe, I mean, it's a very clever person who knows lots of stuff, right? And way more than I do about how to run the NHS. But like, maybe when it comes to social care, the answer is not Andrew Dilnot being clever with statistics, but asking people what they'd be willing to pay for, and also asking the recipients of care what they actually want, which in none of these consultations around social care has anybody bothered to do, because the recipients of care are considered to be almost subhuman because they are just recipients of state beneficence. So we're just getting it wrong, right? We're not trying to shift the dial, not by persuading people. That's the wrong thing. Tony Blair's wrong. That you just figure it out among all the clever people and then come up with a clever campaign to persuade people. What if you accepted, this is the humble stance, that you don't actually know, that there isn't necessarily a right answer. The right answer is what we can hold together, what we can agree on collectively. And that's one of the reasons for devolution, is you have to disaggregate to communities and places where people actually have a sense of a demos, a sense of being together. There's this great thing called Larger Us, a campaign sort of working on trying to help people redefine who they consider to be part of us, right? Because if you haven't got a demos, you can't have a democracy. You can't have the trade-offs and complexity. We cannot treat politics as exclusively transactional, where it is a one-to-one relationship where I get what I want from the government in return for taking one spoonful of medicine, right? Democracy is about getting what we want and not what I want. That kind of transactional consumer way of talking about politics is fundamentally wrong.
A big push into deliberative democracy type models. Very interesting proposition. Paul?
I'm going to give you two examples of how not to do it. Again, it's not the role of a comms professional to ever come up with anything constructive. So, and I think, the point that Polly makes about not knowing the answer and being kind of wise and alive to that it wouldn't have prevented either of these problems, but it might have made their landing softer. So one from my own time, we're going to talk Brexit briefly. Bear with me, and that's why I don't think any more referenda is a good idea. But I
can see a lot of faces saying, "Please, briefly."
Honestly, briefly. So, what Theresa May did through her negotiators was come up with a deal that could be, and I promise this will be two sentences, that was agreeable with the European Union. That's why I assume you tried to throw me off with the Juncker quote early doors. And, it was settled and it was deliverable and it was navigable and whatever. So leave aside your diagnosis of what the Brexit vote actually meant, but, it was something whole and entire that everybody could agree. It was completely politically undeliverable in Parliament. Like, Parliament did not vote for it. We lost by the largest margin that has ever happened in the history of the oldest democracy in the world. So, that's a no. Is there...
We're not the oldest democracy in the world.
Sorry, the oldest parliament in the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're not a democracy till women can vote.
Later.
Fine. Anyway, well, it certainly didn't mean to offend with a slightly, just illustrative, but, big loss. And that was because of a complete division of the politics and the policy. Like, the policy was deliverable. It was a deal that was agreed. It wasn't implementable in any way. So a salutary, sort of example about how you can do things in two different rooms, like the room of your domestic parliament and the room of your negotiating chamber. And if you don't have some interrelationship between the two, then you are sunk kind of before you even begin. The second, and I genuinely trying not to be glib on such an august panel, but like Liz Truss is going to be the quiz question answer still for a lot of future years. And that was a complete collapse of both an assessment of the kind of prevailing pressures, I suppose, as Munira talks from like producer capture, which in this case would be the markets, but also the gamble that she took wasn't in any way recognised as being worthwhile by the people in her party, by the voters. So kind of every audience that was the subject of this gamble didn't want the gamble to be taken. And just sort of bring this back to a very concluding thought, which is, every now and again, everyone who's involved in the process of government should remember that ideology only matters to ideologues. Voters just want stuff to work.
Right, thank you very much. I'm going to throw it out into questions now, and immediately got one just to my right.
Gemma Buckland from Justice Futures. And just building on... Oh, thank you. Thank you. I need that since I'm stifled. Just building on what Polly was saying about the kind of the consumer paradigm. So John Alexander's book Citizen talks about the consumer paradigm, and in this context, I think it's the emphasis on polling and storytelling, and treating citizens as kind of news consumers and politics consumers, and lending their vote as if they're kind of pledging an allegiance to a big brand or something, and if essentially they're passive recipients of stuff. So do you see anything shifting in relation to the role of citizens and community in its broadest sense? So how do we invite them to be the change rather than consumers of it? And I think that's broader than referendum, devolution, or citizens' assemblies. It's about being active, I guess, and then through doing so, you do gain a deeper understanding of the complexities.
Thank you very much. Just take a couple, if we can. One there, and then one here, and then I'll come over there. Just take two. Let's take two or three, and then if people can wrap up.
Thank you. Dewi Knight from PolicyWise. We are a UK and Ireland Comparative Research Centre. Can go back to Polly and Josh's points about the demos and devolution. We've been engaging a lot with civil servants and others about a reset in intergovernmental relations and structures. So we're in the context that for the Prime Minister's big missions, a lot of the powers are dispersed and devolved. what does the panel see as the challenges and opportunities around that intersection between politics, policy, and UK intergovernmental relations and structures?
Yep, lovely, very clear, thank you. And one here.
Alicia Chaparria, Harvard University, soon to be joining government. This is fascinating. I wanted to come back on something you talked about earlier, which is you can do whatever you want but you need to figure out how to get elected again. I'm thinking about many topics, but one that comes to mind, and Polly and I and a few of us briefly had this conversation earlier. How do you get things done you can actually see the change in the impact of the change on the long term? So I'm thinking 8 to 10, 12 years, but is necessary to fix the very fundamentals of so many things that are broken in our country. So what can you think of Labour needing to do today that is going to be deeply unpopular, only going to yield results in the long term, but still is necessary, but not politically expedient?
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm just going to let those percolate for a moment while people think about what they say. I think the last question, in particular, I was going to come to later as well, which is the context of that is obviously a very large majority. And what some would argue is the opportunity to take a longer time frame than might normally be the case in relation to the political cycle. But with that little interlude, Munira, do you want to kick off?
So the question about getting people to be more participatory in the system. So I set up an organisation called Civic Future, bit of a plug for myself, I'm afraid, which is absolutely about trying to encourage more talented people to go into public life in its broadest sense, so not just elected politics, but in government, civil service, police and crime commissioners, or any number of ways in which people can be more involved. Because it used to be the case, only about 60, 70 years ago in this country, 1 in 10 people was a member of a political party and would have met people involved, active in politics, would have met a politician in their area, would have thought about serving themselves. And that sense that politics is part of the norm of everyday social life, the social fabric, isn't there anymore. And I'm not saying that it should come back and that, my job is not to try and recruit more people into political parties, but it's just to recognise that big social shift has affected the way that people feel about the politicians they see on TV. They're just a very distant species, and that will need to change. So, I think that's very important to get people to be themselves in the chair and think, okay, well, if I have to make that trade-off, what it is, what do I think of it? On the devolved administrations and the relationship, there is just much more friction in our system than there used to be. Now, you could argue it's a good thing because people are closer to decision making. But what happens is that people are given some powers, but not all powers. So they're given the power to spend some money, but not raise the money. They're given they're judged on their performance, but they're not actually given the resources to deliver the performance they want and to move money around. So there's a lot of centralized control. And yet at the same time, you've got politicians with their own mouthpiece, their own Twitter page, their own ability to complain about government. So all that noise in the system is creating blockage within the centre. And I think probably I've come to the conclusion, every time a prime minister is elected, they start off thinking devolution must be a good thing. And then they become prime minister and they think, hell no, I'm not doing that. It's really, the Treasury doesn't like it. And I'll just be giving money to all the people who don't like me. But the truth is, unless you have genuine devolution, including fiscal devolution, you allow people to raise money, to spend money on what they think they should spend it on, not the chess tables, but, my area is something else, then I don't think you get that clarity that voters want, which is, who have I voted for? What can they actually deliver? Can they spend the money themselves to do it? At the moment, we've created lots of noise, but not giving people the levers to do the change things. On the question about 8 years, 10 years, I think Josh is probably better placed to answer what Labour would do. There are loads of things. There are just loads of low-hanging fruit. And it's only now, having left government, I go out and think, God, I wish we'd spent all the time. So, some things which are not wildly popular with some people, which I think you need to do. So, I think our prison estate is not working. It's not fit for purpose. People go in for a few weeks, then come out, and they go back in literally a couple of weeks later. I would just invest much more in the prison estate. No one wants to hear that because people think, prison doesn't work and it's not very popular and people don't like new prisons built in their areas. But if you can solve prison and make it a place where people actually get rehabilitated, you solve lots and lots of other problems. But it is an 8-10 year project. And, if you can have some of those big items in your portfolio of things to deliver, and you can bash through the planning restrictions. I think that, that's the kind of thing that you want to hear. Leaders talk about.
I mean, isn't the prison estate one of the greatest examples of where politics has dominated policy? I mean, we have known the prison estate has been not up to scratch and would not be big enough for probably 20 years.
Oh, Ed, I bear the scars on my back. The arguments with the Treasury. I used to joke that if they actually build these prisons, they should name one after me, because I'd spent so much time. And it's just, no one wants to spend the money. It's not politically popular to spend money on prisons. At the same time, people want more prison places. They want people locked up.
Well, you can't increase the population by the number that we've increased it by unless you assume that the number of people who are offending is going to go down. It just doesn't add up. I mean, over a 20-year period.
So I'll tell you, one thing that's very unpopular, but it is important to look at, is that the youth custody rate has gone down quite dramatically in 10 years. Now, that's hailed as a very positive success. At the same time, knife crime has gone up. And I think that's worth looking at, right? It's difficult politically because lots of those kids were, they weren't in a great place being in the youth custody estate. They were not being looked after. But at the same time, they're now on the streets, those same young people, and they're getting into much worse trouble. And, some of them are, so these are the kind of difficult, thorny questions. If you have 8 years to set a conversation, have a narrative, explain to the public, then you can change the weather.
Yeah, I'm proud to say we're having a massive prison extension in my constituency. HMP Hindley's going to get 500 new spaces. But my God, I was there last week, and saw all of those problems up close, and it was very striking. And went out and talked to some constituents about it. It was profoundly unpopular, the expansion. So this is a slightly weird thought, but I think it connects lots of things that we've just been talking about. To go back to the French Revolution, the big debate in the French Revolution was about, and I've got 4 minutes, it'll take 30 seconds and then people can disagree with it, mark it down. The crucial question then that was being debated in the French Revolution is, you basically can't have a democracy unless you can vote for people who can borrow money and default. And if they can't do that, the whole thing's not really democracy. And one of the deep problems with our democracy is that you can't do that at any level other than the central Whitehall Treasury. So everything else is kind of just sort of quite superficial at skin level. And that is why, unless you have this cycle between voting politicians who exercise power, and that particular power is to borrow, spend, taxes, and then do things that affect your life, the possibility of active citizenship is really, really difficult, I think. And that was, the question of the French Revolution is it possible to have active citizenship when you have mass modern democracy? And I think our state is particularly badly designed to make citizens feel passive, because when they do the most active thing that you can do that actually changes those who are in power, which is vote, voting really matters, often the people they vote for can't do the things that they actually want them to be able to do. And that is a deep problem we have to fix. Polly?
I think those two questions can sort of be answered with the same response, right? That it is actually about citizenship. I get the idea that building a prison or a nuclear power station, all of these things, of course, they're unpopular, but it's also true that people have different ways of being, a different way of thinking about things. So we all, Adam Smith wrote about the invisible hand of the market, but obviously we also, as humans, we also have another hand. I've got two. And the other invisible hand is the way people relate to one another, and the fact that actually most of our waking hours are spent doing things for other people without being rewarded with pay. And I think the same is true within politics. Are you thinking about yourself and your immediate needs, or are you thinking about the needs of future generations? And so Polly Billington, who's now also an MP for
Thurrock.
Yeah, great. Was doing this really interesting work with councils building energy, local energy systems. And it started off in the place that was really viciously against fracking, because everybody had been energized by being against fracking. But then we can't just be against stuff. And they were able to build a movement. And it's about the devolution of responsibility, but then the framing of that as responsibility, which isn't the same thing as getting what you want, and it's certainly not the same thing as sweeties, right? And if you look at the projects that, say, Local Trust have run, where they have given £1 million to communities to do what they like with them, they could have spent £1 million on cakes and champagne. And they didn't. Because actually, when people are given power and responsibility, not always, and sometimes they screw it up and borrow money and go broke. Like, of course, everyone screws things up sometimes. But most people, most of the time, this is how the jury system works. I'm always blown away by how responsible and thoughtful and caring people are. And it's because they have real power and real responsibility, and it changes the way they approach problems.
Quick last couple of points from Paul, and we'll have time for one more quick fire question. So whoever kind of gets their hand up, there we are. Got that. But Paul,
very briefly on the question that the person from Harvard asked. So there are some things we think about, you know, the realization of political opportunity within a 4 or 5 year political cycle, because that makes sense. Why do something unless there's an electoral term for it? But I would argue there are some things which, because they demonstrate values that a party has, aren't necessarily realizable in the short term. And actually, I think, Polly, it was you that talked about sort of NHS preventative measures. You know, if you took a harsher approach to smoking and you made it even less accessible than it is today, you wouldn't see the benefit of that immediately on the health system, but it would say something about your values, it would say something about your attitude to public health, and it would say something about, you know, the way that you kind of care for the populace. So there are some things that you can do, and I would put like a big expansion of, say, a national literacy program in that thing. You know, you're never going to change the outcomes for disadvantaged children within a 5 year parliament, but there's probably an electoral return for doing that stuff well anyway. So that'd be my only thought.
Last question. I'm not going to ask everybody for this one. We're going to see who most wants to respond.
Just what is the role for redistribution? So if you're building locally, they get some benefits. Like, does that bridge the gap between the two Ps, or is that just another sort of old school view, like another sort of bag of sweets?
The significant role of redistribution in this question.
Too clever for me.
Do you mean in terms of particularly getting planning permissions for things from local?
Yeah, it could be local benefits. It could be money going to cheaper energy for people who live near wind farms. The people who are going to lose, how do you cushion them?
Yeah, there's a lot of potential. I mean, the sort of the general sort of consensus is if you bribe people very explicitly, they don't like that. But if you make them feel that this thing will benefit them, their families, the local community in the longer term, and, you know, certainly when it comes to, you know, building wind farms and so on, there's definitely scope for that.
So there was an edition of the Wolfson Prize, probably 2014, where they looked at building public consent, and some really amazing work which was submitted for that, particularly by Shelter and Toby Lloyd. And I just, like, it's fine to. The question is, what would it take for this to be okay? It's actually a really healthy conversation. It diffuses that opposition of do what you're told, because it's somehow good for the state.
Very good. All right. Thank you very much. I hope that we've shed a little bit of light on the subject. Can you all join me in thanking the panel? Thank you very much.
I'm willing to share the jelly babies.
Thank you, Polly.
No. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. Hello, everyone. Hello, we're back. Sorry to stop all the fun conversations. This is another excellent panel here today. We all know growth is the big central challenge for any government, let alone the one we've got in right now. And I'll be honest, I don't think many governments are very good at understanding how real growth works. So I'm delighted we have a panel who can illuminate us. So I'm going to hand over to Ravi. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Yeah, we've got a fantastic panel on what is probably the most important and most difficult mission facing the country, economic growth. We have the Shadow Chancellor and until recently the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, Giles Wilkes, Diane Coyle and Ben Southwood. So welcome to all of you and thank you for joining. We're going to start off by just asking each of the panelists to talk for about 3 minutes, setting their own arguments out. What I'd love you to do, I'm quite a big fan of this podcast by Tyler Cohen, where he gets people to say what's underrated and what's overrated. And so I'd love you to be able to say what is overrated in the debate on economic growth and what's underrated, whether it's an issue or a policy area that you want to pick out. But I'm actually going to ask Jeremy to sort of open up a bit broader question, which is, you came in as the Chancellor in the most difficult situation. You only had 18 months. If you think what you would have been doing if you hadn't been so rudely interrupted for 5 or 10 years, what are the kinds of reforms you think will make the biggest difference to the country?
Well, thank you. It's a really important question. And I think politics is the art of the possible. And, what you can do in the last 18 months of a parliament when your parliamentary majority is vanishing in front of your eyes is very different to the position that Rachel Reeves is in now, where she has got a big, stable majority and the prospect of being around for some time. So I would say, I think your Options 2040 report has got some really interesting ideas. But if I was going to say the top 3 things that I think a government should focus on that would really move the dial in a 5-year parliament, I would start with welfare reform, because we have got a very toxic debate on migration at the moment, at the same time as which we have 2.8 million people of working age who are not in work, and we are signing off 80,000 people every year of working age as being not just not able to work, but not able to look for work. Now, there are less than 1 million vacancies in the economy. So if we tapped into that worklessness, it's also, by the way, by far the most effective way of dealing with the pressures on public finance, because spending on welfare is going to go up by working age adults by £25 billion a year, according to the OBR forecast. So that would be number one. And I think it's really important as well to reduce business demand for migration, which again would help to heal a very divisive issue. The second one, economists always talk about productivity, and someone like Diane will know far more than I do about that. But what I would say is, as government, you control 20% of our national output through the public sector. And so you can do something right away on public sector productivity. And it is about 6% less than it was pre-pandemic. And I think there is enormous potential. It means very difficult reforms. And the NHS is the obvious place to start because it's the biggest single public service, the most expensive. But you could do an enormous amount to improve public sector productivity using the AI revolution. And then the third thing is, in terms of investment, I think it's really important that we carry on being attractive to companies from all over the world, and that we avoid measures in the budget which put off people who want to invest in the UK. And what I would say, though, when it comes to growth is, we should not lose hope. I think that we often forget that the so-called low growth trap is one that lots of other countries are in. We've had 3 black swan events since 2008 with the financial crisis, COVID, and the energy shock. We've got every chance of getting back to more normal growth. And we happen to be very strong in this country in sectors like technology, life sciences, clean energy, creative industries, which are the ones that are going to grow the fastest anyway.
Thank you, Jeremy. I mean, are there any areas in the debate on growth that you think are currently overrated or overweighted, if you like, in people's minds about what makes a difference?
No, I just think that we should be focusing more on what a government can achieve in one parliament. And some of the things that get talked about, it's difficult to do. I mean, there's one thing that you mentioned, by the way, which would be transformational if the government really wanted to do it. I would thoroughly support, and that is properly devolving political power to local authorities, tax raising powers, because I think that the ability for local mayors to drum up investment with full control over planning powers and the resources they need to make their areas investment friendly, that's something that places like America, Germany do much better than us.
Great, thank you. Diane.
So I'm an economist. I'm going to talk about productivity. And the reason we harp on about it is that it's the code word in economics for what do you get out for the resources available that you can put in. And so all of the growth that we've seen over the long term, which means improved living standards and quality of life and longevity and health, have come from productivity improvements. So it's doing things better with the resources available. So the UK is in a pretty bad state in terms of productivity. We haven't really improved it very much in terms of the level since the financial crisis or just before, and the growth rate is much lower than the United States. So it's not just us, it's other European countries too are suffering that way. The US has really pulled ahead of the pack in regaining its productivity growth since the mid-2000s. But some of the sectors that we think are the strongest for us have actually contributed the most to the slowdown in productivity. So it's things like information and communications, AI, financial services, advanced manufacturing, pharmaceuticals have actually seen their productivity growth slow down substantially, which is puzzling and a bit worrying because we think of those as strengths of the UK economy. For me, one of the main contributing factors is actually low investment. For the Productivity Institute recently, we looked at the data on different categories of investment as far back as we could take the figures to the, like say, 1980 or 1970s. And the UK has been at the bottom of the pack for all of that time. So decades worth of underinvestment in public service capital, in infrastructure capital, but in private business capital as well. And also in human capital, because education spend per pupil has been going down for a decade or so. So, I mean, the easy way to think about that is that you need the capital equipment to have labour productivity. They go together. And somebody who's working on a construction site will be more productive with a digger than with a spade. So the investment is a key part of the story. But also for me, policy churn and the over-centralisation of the UK economy, the to and fro in policy, in taxation, in the way the electricity market operates, in qualifications. So we're asking people, the government is asking people in business and in their own lives to make decisions that will have consequences for 20 or 30 years when policy can change so frequently. And it increases the risk of investment. So it makes investment much riskier. So overrated, actually, I think AI is overrated. It's certainly not a magic bullet. It's going to be costly to implement and it requires organizational changes that are difficult. So there's great opportunity to improve the quality of services that way, but it's not going to happen quickly. I think GDP itself is overrated, actually. The distribution matters, but we also need to care about is it sustainable GDP growth? Can we measure that properly? And then other quality of life factors that are linked to GDP growth, but that's not everything. Underrated, actually, I would agree with Jeremy, the centralisation of decision-making and public finance in the UK is a real drawback, but also the lack of joining up of government. So we might want to talk about whether missions will help join up and that policy churn.
Great, thank you very much. Ben.
Excellent. So underrated, overrated. I'm going to say underrated France and also underrated our history of solving some of these problems and hopefully give a couple of illustrations of how that's the case. And in three areas in particular where I think growth has been slow because of these three factors. The three factors are transport infrastructure, and we could put other infrastructure under that as well if you like, but let's just think about transport, energy supply, and housing. I think those are the three biggest factors. I think a lack of building in all of those areas is a key reason why we are doing badly. So to take transport infrastructure, at the beginning of the century, there were 200 towns and cities in Britain where 300 different operators operated tram systems. Of course, the first tram system in the world, but also there were 300 different operators operating in 200 different cities. These were all closed down, as we know. But since then, the world has realized that on high-frequency routes, lots of places closed down their trams and replaced them with buses, by the way. We've realized on high-frequency routes, trams actually make more sense, and countries have been rebuilding them. So now Britain has 6 overall metropolitan areas that have tram systems. But France has also done the same thing. They built 29. So both a contrast with our history and a contrast with France. France had 29 systems. Also on transport. Since 1990, France decided to build many more motorways. They used a system similar to the Channel Tunnel here, build, operate, own, transfer. And they built more motorway than Britain has in the entire country since 1990. They already had a motorway system then, but they built the entire UK system since then. Those motorways also often tolled, so they have low traffic. And by the way, you're allowed to drive 15 miles per hour faster on them. So that's transport. Contrast both with our history and with France. With homes, in the 19th century, lots of crazy things happened. So our economic geography shifted around the country in lots of different ways, mainly to the north and to Wales, also a bit to Scotland. People needed to move there to do the jobs to enable the Industrial Revolution, but the industry is growing in different places. For example, Cardiff grew 1,000% between about 1880 and 1915. And so it grew so fast that it was the only place in Europe that had net inward migration. Of anywhere in the entirety of Europe during the late 1800s. They did this by building literally hundreds of thousands of homes. Many other cities did this as well. Over the 19th century, Liverpool went from 70 to 700,000 people. Glasgow went through a similar thing. Leeds, Manchester, loads of other places did this. We built like that. France also has done this since the Second World War. So since the Second World War, the overall extent of Paris has gone up by about 3 times, 200% increase, 300% larger than it was. Whereas London's added about 2% to its overall geographic extent. And this, you can see this at lots of other places in France. France has 7 million more total homes for the same number of people. And also France's homes are in places that are more economically valuable now because they're built much more recently, have better insulation and so on. So that's homes, contrast with the past and thing. Energy, final one. Obviously, the UK is the world's first energy superpower. The history is very clear on that. But even in 1965, there were as many nuclear reactors in Britain as they were in every other country in the world put together, the US, USSR, every other country, even in 1965, quite late. But now we have 2/3 of the electricity production of France, less of the USA. And in the years before the Ukraine war, the price of energy to industrial consumers went up 3 times. So there are my 3 things: energy, infrastructure, housing. I think they're all very underrated, as is France. Thank you.
Thank you. Giles. That's great. Okay, I'm going to restructure my whole speech around this underrated, overrated idea. So, underrated, I would say, first of all, not just because Jeremy's sitting here, some of the actions taken by the last government. The last government had a decent diagnosis for what was wrong. Taking over about 2 years ago, they identified, number one, the most important thing: this is not a macro problem. Or rather, they were trying to commit a macro problem, but we don't have a demand deficiency in this economy, we have a supply deficiency. And getting that one wrong is the biggest mistake that governments regularly make. If we were having this debate 10 years before, we could go on for six hours probably about whether or not there's insufficient spending in the economy. It was a really difficult argument, but there wasn't that argument. And identifying that is really important for politicians. Number 2, they decomposed the problem with a good Cobb-Douglas function that looks at capital, labour and total factor productivity, and took steps on capital. The full capital expensing that Jeremy was too modest to mention was the thing that business had asked for a long time. I'm not saying it's going to solve all of business investment, but business can now finally shut up about the tax system for investment and actually start looking at other issues. On labour, looking at the childcare issue, and I'm not sure whether I think the tax cuts were affordable, but if you are going to do tax cuts, NICS cuts are the ones that give you a good labour supply boost. The other thing that I think they started and this government's going to carry on with is start thinking about industrial strategy. Are there certain sectors of the economy that we could be getting behind more? I still think that although everybody's now kind of in favour of industrial strategy, nobody really has
has done the theoretical work identifying both where the sectors are that we could be much better at, where the potential is, and where this is the one that they never get right, which is where is it possible to have tractable government policy that can make a difference. You can look at a sector enviously, say there's going to be a lot of growth there, but not properly be honest with yourself about whether you're going to be any good at it. And we do a terribly small amount of evaluation of whether the UK government in its past attempts to boost various sectors has actually made a really positive difference. This is quite dismaying that we've done so many things and we don't seem to have a proper accounting of whether the things made a difference to what we were trying to do. In terms of overrated, an absolute obsession I've had ever since I was first a special advisor in 2010, and it carried on pretty much for the whole time, this obsession with the idea that if you create a tech champion, you're doing something brilliant. People have got to start noticing that the era of multi-trillion dollar companies has happened at the same time as the productivity slowdown has been going on. There's not necessarily a correlation between the idea of companies making really big protected economic rents from certain high growth network businesses, but effectively, and that being great for growth. It might be great for the equity holders, it might be great for the originators of those companies, but the idea that it's necessarily the target for government policy making is a really questionable one, and it often points people off in the wrong direction, particularly into the idea that all of the growth we need is intangible, which is where all of these kind of network dynamics happen, rather than physical, which is where a lot of our challenges are. As I think Ben's talk made really clear, a lot of the things we lack that the French have and that other countries that have invested over the years have done are physical. They're not, we don't lack for intangible assets, we lack for physical assets. The final point I would make here about the optimism, a slightly perverse one, there's lots of really great literature on why the growth rate at the frontier is slowing down. I'd recommend anyone read Robert Gordon's book, The Rise and Fall of American Growth, but also Dieter Wohlraff's one called Fully Grown, about the way societies naturally tend towards higher services, more aging, and some of the low-hanging fruit has been plucked. So we might be heading towards a lower rate of growth at the frontier, but the UK is nowhere near the frontier. I mean, as Ben mentioned with France, there's lots of other countries that are doing things that are perfectly possible that the UK has just found itself incapable of doing. And if we just learn to do some of those things, a lot of them are just basically very physical, then I think we can grow perfectly well.
Can I just ask you on that kind of catch-up growth point, because I mentioned it in my opening remarks, what would you do if you were trying to drive the adoption of management practices, technologies, practices?
Here's another underrated point. One of the things that people keep trying to come up with is a government solution, some sort of agency or website or something that everyone goes along there and works out what the right solutions are. The underrated one is the Thatcherite one, which is really surprising because I haven't heard it enough actually from the Conservative Party. There was an excellent piece of work from the Resolution Foundation about dynamism. Richard Davies, who was an advisor to Osborne briefly, and he worked out that a fall off in the rate of people leaving jobs and going to new jobs and companies failing and restarting explains a lot of the loss of productivity, because that capitalist sorting mechanism is the way that it naturally works. So I would say the answer isn't necessarily to try to create voucher schemes or agencies or ways to go around telling businesses what they should be doing instead. I don't think we're giving capitalism a decent shot. But the trouble is that's one of the 3 or 4 really tough political choices, because you do that, you've got to put up with more churn, more unemployment sometimes, more company failure. And I think politicians aren't as brave as they were 30, 40 years ago in tolerating those things.
So we might come back to market functioning in a minute, but you said that we haven't got a proper decomposition of the sectors that could grow and that could actually benefit from industrial strategy. But I wondered, Dan, you've done quite a lot of that decomposition, and you've also done a lot of work at the Productivity Institute about the evidence base. Could you just say a bit more about your read on Giles's challenge?
The work that we've done, the decomposition, is looking backwards, so we know what has started to go wrong. That's a different point from where might government be able to intervene in a way that makes a difference, and what would that intervention be? And very often it might be something like creating regulatory certainty by setting technical standards or switch-off dates. But if you look at industrial policies strategies over the years, which I have done recently, the same sectors crop up. So there's a lot of consistency in people's understanding of where we have some technological strengths, we are at or close to the frontier, or we've got export possibilities. But I think we've had some successful industrial strategies by accident. And one of those is the creative sector, which people think of as, fluffy and culture war stuff. But but actually it's a really important economic sector, 6% of UK GDP. And one of the long-standing and until relatively recently stable industrial policy interventions was the presence of the BBC and then Channel 4, which offer advanced market commitments for suppliers in those markets that innovate. The BBC has an R&D function, which it greatly undervalues, but is at the core of what it is there to do. In fact, it was created as an industrial policy to make sure that in the newfangled radio business, Britain could compete with RCA of America. And the Post Office brought together manufacturers who would make radio sets in the UK. So that's an example of, without thinking about it of it as a strength and an industrial policy, it's actually been quite effective over the decades. So doing that kind of analysis of where else might we be able to do that, we'd probably broadly end up in some of the common sectors. They would be parts of advanced manufacturing, it would be parts of the computer sector broadly defined, or AI, it would be parts of life sciences where we've got real frontier skills and we need to build on those. And in those, we tend to have a few large successful companies and a fringe of smaller companies that can't grow, hope to sell out to somebody who'll make them rich, don't float on the stock market anymore. So there's a whole cluster of supply side barriers to growing those sectors. But I do agree that we need to think about where's the potential.
Jeremy, can I come to you on industrial policy? Because obviously that was something that went to a lot of churn over the last few years. What's your view on what government needs to do on industrial policy and any kind of bear traps that we need to avoid?
So I think the first thing to recognise is that post-Brexit, we need to take a different approach as to how we're going to be globally successful. So inside the European Union, we had a very simple proposition to international investors. We were going to be the most pro-business economy inside the single market. So if you were setting up a factory or an office or whatever, that was the promise. Obviously, we can't offer that outside the EU. And so I think we need to have an industrial strategy that's much closer to a Korea or a Taiwan or an Israel that looks much more realistically about what are the areas that we can be globally successful. And actually, just to reassure Giles, I did actually do that work in the Treasury when I became Chancellor. And I said to them, what are the sectors which have the most promise and also where the government can make the most difference? And we came up with 4, which were clean energy, advanced manufacturing, life science, and tech. And I actually added in creative industries as an ex-DCMS Secretary of State, but because I thought it was important for all sorts of reasons. I'm very pleased I did. So we came up with those 5 sectors. And if I could I completely agree with you that France does transport policy way better than us. And it was a source of massive frustration for me that, it costs 10 times more to build high-speed rail in this country than it does in France. And so, and I love France. There's a great amount we can learn, but I don't buy this idea that things are overall worse here than in France. In fact, our GDPs in purchasing power parity have basically, despite having radically different approaches to the size of the state and industrial policy and all sorts of things, they've kind of tracked each other for the last 30 years without any real change. And I would say that from the position where the French government is now and discussions that I have with them, they look with enormous envy at our tech sector, our life science sector. They look at the dynamism in the economy, the kind of animal spirits, entrepreneurial side of a successful capitalist economy. I think we do much better than France. Long-term public sector investment in infrastructure, yes, they've done it better, but I would say that has changed in the last 15 years. So 15 years ago, there would have been an argument about whether we should be spending money on improving, on having transport infrastructures as good as those in continental Europe. No one disagrees with that now. We just haven't been particularly brilliant. We've done it in fits and starts, but there is massively more investment in railways than there was 20 years ago. And I think that is a positive change. We've just got to figure out how to do it better. Ben?
So I totally agree. I think France is underrated. I don't think France is better than the UK. I think the point I wanted to make is that, and by the way, just as a quick aside there, I don't necessarily think it's always a public sector thing in France. For example, the motorways were built by private companies and they're operated now by private companies. They privatized all their roads. So it's not necessarily always is the public sector willing to spend? It's not really the question I'm asking. Also, I don't think it's really a Anglo-Saxon versus French model thing, because in these areas, France has much more of a free market. It's more of a free market country to land use. It's much easier to decide what to do with a piece of land and decide to build on it. There are far fewer things you have to go past. It's the same for infrastructure. It's the same for energy. So I don't actually think, I think that's possibly why we're falling behind is that, so that's why we're falling behind in that area. Why are we doing about the same overall? So my view is that if you do all of those things right in France, then you can afford an enormous amount of, your pensions can kick in at 60 instead of 65. You can, in order to pay someone a take-home salary of £52,000 in France, you need to give them about €141,000, including all of the taxes. It's about £96,000 here, right? So you can afford all these enormous tax wedges. You can afford all of these things if you get this basic stuff right. You can be basically as rich as Britain, despite Britain doing, in my view, better on the institutions, better on perceptions of corruption, better on legal system, better on international investment. You can do better, all these things Britain can do better, and it still can't do better than France because we fall down on the fundamental building blocks of building enough homes in the right places, building enough energy supply, having cheap energy prices for your industrial consumers, and building the right infrastructure, which, by the way, as I say, I don't think this is a state versus private thing, because in France's case, most of this money is coming in privately. So that's my response there. And related to that, Diane made a very good point about one potential industry which the UK excels in is creative. And I wanted to add a meist point to add on to that at the end, which is that they're just trying to open 2 gigantic international movie studios in the Cotswolds, which is a world global centre for film, and they're being blocked. These are like £4 billion. Yes, all our industrial strategies, we can block our own industrial strategies. We can do great stuff, generate these amazing creative industries, and then we just say no, we can't. You can't lead to all the cascading spillover benefits for the private sector companies that we would want from those things. So I totally agree with your point, and I want to add, but we need to also not frustrate ourselves as well as having the starting stuff.
So I was going to come on to planning because it always comes up at some point. And there've been many attempts to try to address planning, and they never seem to actually achieve the desired impact. I just wondered whether any of you have a diagnosis of either why past attempts have failed or what now could be different.
I do, but I don't want to. I've just talked. So
okay, Jeremy.
I think what's happened in planning. This might depress you, but I remember sitting around the cabinet table in the early 2010s with Oliver Letwin telling the cabinet it takes a ridiculous amount of time to get planning approval for an infrastructure project, and we're going to sweep away this requirement, sweep away that requirement. We did all the things that Oliver recommended, and we ended up making no progress at all, because at the same time as he did those, people trying to stop infrastructure projects, such as film studios in the Cotswolds, discovered the power of environmental legislation, which they hadn't discovered before, and that they were able to stop, because of the lesser spotted vole or whatever it was that was in danger, they were able to stop a request in its tracks. And we have got to overcome that. I actually think we will. I think there's a political consensus that we will. House building, we definitely need to do more. And I think, let's see how far Labour gets, but I'm very supportive of the idea of accelerating that as fast as we can. But I think the tricky thing, because there'll be a lot of political opposition, is reducing the amount of time. At the moment, if you want to build a nuclear power station or a film studio or a motorway or a high-speed rail, you have to go through the environmental legislation, the highways legislation. There's a whole plethora of public bodies that have to be consulted. And that can take 7, 8, 9, 10 years. That is absolutely ridiculous. And just to show you I'm not completely anti-French, I think they got it absolutely right on nuclear power. And we need to learn from that. I completely agree with you about cheap energy, but then we have to ask ourselves, how are we going to get those permissions through?
Okay. Anyone else want to pick up on planning?
Can I just make one point? I think the only person I've ever heard who's explained it to me perfectly is a guy called Toby Lloyd, who used to be in Number 10 Policy Unit. I think he might now be helping the Labour government. But I think the gist of what he says, and you have to listen to his podcasts instead, is we shouldn't just think it's about removing things. It's also about proactively planning to make things happen. And we have always assumed that if you just take this away, take that away, then we'll end up with something. Apparently, this is the reason that the biggest builder on the continent is the self-build industry. People can basically choose to build, and we've got to work out how they do that and replicate it.
Great. I'm going to come to the audience now for some questions. What we might do is take 2 or 3 at one point. It can either be a very small point or a question, but please make it brief. There's a cluster of people over in the back there.
Good afternoon. I came down for this session from Newcastle, and it cost me £375 for a day return. I would like to point out that we've got a planning application approved for a film studio in Sunderland, which is going to be 4 times the one that's proposed for Gloucestershire. And I was typing a question for Jeremy around tax raising powers. My autocorrect said tax raiding powers. And I'm interested from the Northeast in differential taxation in the context of having less tax in different parts of the country, which was something that the Nesta report recently proposed, and I'm very much for. And I wonder why the Treasury has never adopted incentives for the Northeast, which is always behind and always has lower population, which means that you don't get bang for your buck in a lot of government investments, can't have reduced taxation and or reduced taxation for staff like graduates.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm interested in the panel's view on the role and importance of natural capital in underpinning economic growth.
Okay. Let's take one more and then we'll go to the panel. Yeah.
What would you, Diane, you talked about gross domestic product as a poor measure. Is there an alternative to that measure, for example, well-being, which is something that Sir Gus O'Donnell, the former Cabinet Secretary, often encourages?
Okay, great. Dan, do you want to pick up that one first?
Yes, and it takes in natural capital as well, actually. We need to think about how people's lives are getting better, how the economy is progressing, taking account of things like how much are we damaging or raiding the natural environment and natural resources at the expense of future growth. So to give a concrete example, if we don't pay attention to soil quality and biodiversity, we are going to see agricultural productivity plummet in years to come, very immediate, although longer term economic consequence. And that takes me on to what I think of as the alternative to GDP. It's not that GDP is completely useless, it's just that it's incomplete as a measure of how things are going. And so increasingly economists, and I'm one of them, think about what's in effect the balance sheet of the economy. What are the assets that we have broadly defined as an economy that would determine how businesses and government and individuals can do things to make their lives better over time? And it's a very, I think, liberal way of thinking about it, because it means that you're thinking about what opportunities do people have, rather than saying we must have exactly these kinds of income flows that construct GDP. So natural capital, human capital, physical capital and infrastructure are the core things I would look at. Are they going up over time?
Thank you. Jeremy, do you want to pick up on this question about tax raising or tax cutting powers?
Yes.
And maybe get expand it, because I mean, you did talk about empowering local government, combined authorities more. But I wonder whether you want to flesh that out.
So one of the things I felt was most problematic in our system was that if Andy Burnham wanted to build a ring road around Manchester, he would have to come begging to the Treasury for money to do it. Whereas in nearly any other major country, he would be able to raise the money on the capital markets. Maybe he would have a toll scheme that would fund it, but he would be able to get on and do it. And I think that we need to recognize that if the only people who are planning how we're going to suddenly become a tiger nation growing fast are sitting in Her Majesty's Treasury in London, it's never going to happen. And what we actually need to do is to unleash the power of civic entrepreneurs, as we had in the 19th century, who can transform their cities. I also think, by the way, that will often take the politics out of local government, because I think, people in Manchester and Liverpool would be perfectly willing to elect a Conservative mayor if they thought that was someone who's actually going to get things done, as they have with Ben Houchin in Teesside. And so I think you would get very effective, strong local leadership. And I think that is something that is a big win. If we had locally elected mayors of unitary authorities with tax raising powers in every part of the country, we would see a massive growth in investment, which would cost taxpayers absolutely nothing. And it's a big upheaval. It would need commitment. You need to do it in the first 2 years of a parliament, but it would be a massive transformational change. And just a quick addition to this point about GDP, because I think it's a really interesting question. I think everyone would agree that there is more to life than money, and important though money is. But I want to speak as a former Chancellor. I would say that in terms of economics, a better measure is GDP per head, because we need to be thinking about how we can increase, and that then very soon gets you into a discussion about productivity. But I think that is a much more important discussion to look at how we improve our GDP per head. But I think when it comes to well-being, my experience is that all those things that we want to invest in, whether it's good hospitals or a good social care system or, brilliant educational opportunities, they all cost cash. And so to get that cash, you need that GDP per head to be going up. That's the starting point. The countries that don't succeed in doing that find it very, very difficult to fund the kind of public services we would all want.
Andrew Dilnot's made a sort of similar point in relation to how we measure cost of living, where we often just think about disposable income rather than the fact that, we might be now investing more collectively in childcare, making that free, and we don't count that as a sort of increase in the kind of what we're giving to citizens. So I just want to come back to you on one thing, Jeremy, which is on tax raising powers for local government. Wouldn't that score as government debt, as public debt? And how would that square with any fiscal rules, or would you have to carve that out?
Well, no, tax raising powers doesn't have to count as debt. If you said to local government, you have to balance your books, but
if they were going to borrow for a big scheme and then pay that back through higher taxes, wouldn't that?
Well, I think you'd have discussions with the ONS about the risk to central government. But if it was, if borrowing to build a ring road was secured against income from that ring road, I don't think you would be exposing the country to any more risk of higher debt. But the point is this, other countries have managed to make that work. And I just think we have got to crack that, because it is holding things back too much. I mean, look, the best example, I think, of this is you take two institutions that are linked by history and right next door to each other, UCL and UCLH, the hospital. If UCL wants to build new student accommodation, they just go to the capital markets, borrow the money, put it up. If UCLH wants a new cancer centre, they have to get in the queue for the NHS, the government, they have to persuade the Chancellor. It takes years and years and years. Both are world-class institutions. We managed to solve it for our universities. We should find a way to solve it for our hospitals.
Great, thanks. Let's come to questions here. Jill, and then the gentleman there, and then the gentleman there.
It's a question actually to Jeremy Hunt. A lot of people criticise Treasury short-termism as one of the big blockers on growth and why the UK's underinvested. And Rachel Reeves seemed to think she needed to do something new to give the Treasury a new sort of impetus behind growth. I wondered if his experience as Chancellor meant he shared that impression that the Treasury was too often a blocker rather than a promoter of growth.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I work at a company that provides software for nurseries, and we do this all over the world. And I have to say, unfortunately, the UK has quite a strange funding system. Since the reforms that you brought in, Jeremy, most nurseries now predict that by September 25, about 80% of their revenue will come from the government. Now, these are mostly private companies, and the government, of course, through staff ratios, rightly, also sort of controls the sort of cost side, because about 80% of nurseries' costs are in staff. And I don't need the economists on the panel to explain that when you control the cost and the revenue raising powers at about 80%, it gets to be quite tricky for private providers to make the maths math. And especially when often it's relatively underfunded. I wonder if you could have your time again, rip and start, Jeremy, whether you might consider a different system rather than sort of promising hours up front, or whether you are quite happy with the system that we've ended up
Thank you. Gentleman here.
I quite like the underrated, overrated game at the beginning. Could you ask the panel to play another game? You're each chancellor for the day, in one case again. You get to ask and you would receive one game-changing thing from either industry, other government departments, or peer nations. What is it and who are you seeking it from?
That's hard. Right, let's go to questions. I mean, before I ask Jeremy about the Treasury question, I'm going to ask Giles, your take on the sort of Treasury short-termism argument.
You're asking me because we published about this at the beginning of the year, because we were taking on the idea that the Treasury orthodoxy was to blame, inspired by Liz Truss blaming the Treasury for everything when she was in there. And our findings after interviewing lots of officials were, the Treasury is subject to very different pressures to other departments. It has to take on another 25 or 30 other ones who are all asking for more spending. It's called a common pool problem. Only one body there cares about the size of the whole pool. For everyone else, taking money out of it isn't their cost. So the Treasury has other incentives. That doesn't make it evil. But it does mean that giving it too much power over lots of micro things, like you referred to there with transport, means you're going to be looking at it from a very different perspective. They're only human beings. They respond to the short-term pressure to deliver savings and efficiencies for their boss, who they are very responsive to. Treasury officials, I hope you remember, they really care about the Chancellor of the day and what he or she has to deal with. So I do think there's a problem with Treasury power being involved too much, and it always being the Treasury who are the most powerful people around the table. And I think that the best way to start dealing with this would be devolving and allowing that to be decisions taken in finance ministries around the country rather than all in the centre.
Great. Jeremy, do you want to
come in? Okay. Jill's question first. I think that when ministers are long-term in their view, civil servants are long-term in their view. I don't blame civil service at all. I think when Giles kindly mentioned full expensing, which is a big request from business, there's no political dividend in that. It was clearly the right thing to do to stimulate investment in the country. And there was absolutely no one in the Treasury saying, don't do this, it's far too long-term. No, they were thrilled to bits that the government wanted to do it. And so I think one of the curious, unexpected ways in which the Treasury became more long-term when I was there was because of the pressures in the autumn of 22, when I had to do that very difficult autumn statement. We increased the fiscal period from 3 years to 5 years by when you had to get debt falling. That was a necessity at the time, and no one criticised me for it. It turned out to be a very good thing, because what it meant was all the discussions we had with departments were 5-year discussions, not 3-year discussions. So if the police had an investment in national police computer they wanted, which would pay back in 3 or 4 years, it suddenly became worth looking at in a way it wouldn't have done if you needed the payback to be shorter. But I do agree with Giles. I think the Treasury, where I think we could improve it, is I think the Treasury control over individual spending decisions by departments of their own budget is too much. I think in most other countries, once you've got your budget, if you're spending within that budget, it's the decision of the Secretary of State. And what that means is that we get this sort of perverse thing where departments try to spend right up to the ceiling of their budget by year end. Otherwise, the Treasury will claw back the underspend, and you get all sorts of illogicalities. On childcare, just very simply, the reason I did it was because if we had the same female participation rates as Holland, we would have 2 million more women in work. And that, it is a massive economic waste that we don't have young mums in work in the way they do in particularly in Holland and Denmark. We already had a system up and running that gave 30 hours of free childcare for 3 and 4-year-olds, much the simplest way to get it done quickly. And by the way, the system the sector wanted was just to extend that to babies over 9 months. Of course, there are always going to be teething problems when you do something as big as this. But this is something that will have a massive economic impact when it finally is rolled out, and I think will actually more than pay for every penny of state funding that it costs.
Does anyone want to attempt to answer this question, which was, I think, if you could ask for one thing from another government department, if you were Chancellor, or another country or industry, is there anything? Do you want to go?
I mean, if you could ask the Germans to say, lighten up your conditions for letting us back into the single market or customs union. The only, I mean, economic growth is a dismal topic. There's always a cost to everything. But the only freebie in economics is the bigger the market you're in, the better you're going to do. This is why normal companies in the United States are so much more productive than normal companies in the UK. Be in a big market. So anything that you can beg on your knees to let you into a bigger market will make you more productive.
Okay. I have a very quick one as well. I would call up KEPCO, South Korea's nuclear power body. They successfully built nuclear power plants in Korea for 6 times cheaper than Hinkley Point C is going to be. They've also successfully built them for a third the price in the UAE, which is not somewhere where costs are very well controlled. And they've just signed a deal to build them 6 times cheaper in Czechia as well. So I think we would probably be able to get away with having a slightly separate regulatory regime for KEPCO to do it. We know they're safe. We know they can do it cheaply. Once they've done it, we can start doing it for ourselves, I think. So that's what I would do.
Great. One final question from the audience. Does anyone? Yeah, gentleman at that.
Hello, Kieran Stacey from The Guardian. A question for Jeremy. You talk about Treasury control of individual spending decisions. One of the things you've been criticised for by Simon Case recently was not having a spending review before you left government, because that would have made things a bit clearer in terms of, you know, where the spending was going and what was happening with Dell. Why didn't you do that? Was that because you would have had to have owned the austerity that was going to come afterwards?
Shall I?
Yeah, go. I think that's probably for you. Diane.
Well, I don't believe there was austerity needing to come afterwards. And, you know, I think that we got the national finances into a much healthier state than when I became Chancellor. The right time to do a spending review is at the start of a parliament. It needs to be 3 or, if I could have my way, 4 years long, so that departments have the stability to do long-term planning. I think if you know, I don't remember ever being advised by the Treasury or indeed the Cabinet Secretary to have another spending review a year before an election, because that would have created enormous upheaval. What we recognised was that people have pressures, and that's why we were helping people in all sorts of ways to cope with their pressures to get them through to the end of the spending review. But could I just, I know you didn't ask me what I would do if I was Chancellor for the day, but if I came back for one day, I wouldn't pick up the phone to another country. I'd pick up the phone to Wes Streeting and I would say, if we're going to turn around the NHS, there's one really simple thing you could do that will be absolutely transformational and relates to a number of the themes that we have been talking about today, and that is to get rid of all the national targets. Because inside the NHS, if you ask why it is that 1.4 million people operate, you know, the biggest healthcare system in the world, but also the most bureaucratic, it is because hospitals, GPs, community health organisations, they are all working to around 100 targets. And that makes it incredibly difficult for them to take the kind of smart decisions that will improve things on the ground, because every penny they spend is allocated to one target or another, and they have to get permission if they're going to change that. And I think if we want the NHS to succeed, I really agree with what Lord Darcy said about you know, the problems not being the fault of NHS managers. We need to empower NHS managers on the ground to make the improvements that they passionately want to make, and we have created a very, very bureaucratic system.
And you think they will be intrinsically motivated enough to make the kind of productivity improvements that you said we need to make at the beginning?
Well, let me give you an example. I mean, you know, the Department for Education does not have a target for the number of physics A-level passes every year. But can you imagine what would happen if it did? DFE would set up regional bodies, and there would be people contacting the heads of secondary schools up and down. How many people have you got in for physics A-level this year? They'd be saying, could you do a few more, or maybe switch a few over from this to physics? In fact, you would be creating NHS England for the education world. Now, we actually got rid of all those national targets in education. We got rid of them for the police. Crime has gone down, school standards have gone up, That's not to say you don't have accountability. It's very important that people know how good their local hospital is performing and how good GPs are doing. But we have created something where everyone's attention is looking upwards to DHSC and NHSC and not looking out to the patients they should be looking after.
Thank you very, very much, Jeremy, Ben, Diane, Giles, for a fantastic conversation. Thanks for really good questions. I think we've got some more sessions probably on the economy later on today, but thank you very much again.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Welcome back. This is our last panel session for the afternoon. It's a hot topic, tax and spend. I want to plug to anyone who hasn't already tried it, the Nesta tool, tax and spend tool outside. You can see it out by the coffee station, signified by the big Chancellor red box next to it. It's a chance for you to adjust tax spend, assumptions, interest rates, etc. It's really fun. You could do it at home too. But now we'll hand it over to the experts who actually know what they're talking about and not me. Over to you, Helen.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Welcome to you all. I'm Helen Miller. I'm a Deputy Director at the IFS. And I'm going to kick the session off with a little kind of a blurb about what I think we're talking about. Then I'll introduce our excellent panel. So we're talking today about the challenges that the Chancellor faces, not just at the upcoming budget, but across this Parliament. I think we at the IFS were saying kind of loudly and regularly to anybody who would listen that the Chancellor effectively has to make one of three choices, unless she gets lucky with growth. She's going to have to raise borrowing and let debt rise for longer. She's going to have to raise taxes, or she's going to have to cut spending, or do some combination of those things. And as you heard, we made a Be the Chancellor tool in partnership with Nesta that lets you see for yourself how hard those choices are. And they really are hard. I think we're in the unenviable position where we have taxes that are historically quite high, spending that is quite high, and yet public services that are visibly straining and struggling. And that's basically in a very broad brush nutshell because we have weak economic growth, we can no longer grow ourselves out of debt, and we have high interest costs. So we are spending a lot more money on interest bills rather than on the things we would like prison places or doctors and nurses. I think it's fair to say that Rachel Reeves was keen not to speak about those challenges during the election. She was much keener to speak about how growth would help us get out of them. Let me say up front that I think she's absolutely right that growth should be the key mission that drives this Parliament. But I think she'd, even with the best policies in place, not going to be able to get growth up by enough or quickly enough to avoid those big picture choices. Of course, since the election, we've had the summer event at which Rachel Reeves told us that actually she's found out it's harder than she thought and that she is going to have to make some difficult decisions in the budget. I think most people now are expecting tax rises. And we're clearly seeing lots of speculation about what she's going to do. But what I thought I'd like to talk about this afternoon with our excellent panel is not what she will do, but what she should do. How should she square those circles, that circle that we talked about, and how should she make those choices about the shape, the size of the state, how it's funded, while trying to drive growth. So to discuss these issues, we've got an excellent panel. I'm going to introduce them in the order in which they're sitting. We have Linda Yu, who is a fellow in economics at the University of Oxford and an adjunct professor of economics at the London Business School. We have Chris Curtis, who's a new MP for Milton Keynes North. Congratulations, Chris. And previously a pollster and political researcher. We have Anita Boateng, who's a senior partner at Portland Communications and previously a special advisor. Shreya Nanda, who's a senior fellow at the Social Market Foundation. And last but by no means least, Robert Colville, who's a director at the Centre for Policy Studies and a political columnist at the Sunday Times. So I'm basically going to ask them all the same opening question to get a bit of a lay of the land of where there's agreement and disagreement. We'll have a bit of discussion amongst the panel, and I'll make sure there's time to open it up to you guys for comments and questions from the floor. So that's straightforward. So a question I'm going to ask variants of you to all of you. I'll start with you, Shreya, so I'll give you a heads up that it's coming to you first. Basically, what should Rachel Reeves be doing at the budget? Should she be letting borrowing go up for longer, raising revenue or cutting spending?
Thanks, and thanks everyone. It's great to be here. I want to start by saying I think the tone of these discussions can often be quite pessimistic, talking about all of the horrible choices facing the Chancellor. But I think it's really important to remember that we can increase growth, we can do things about the issues that we face, we can sort out these problems. I think there's lots of consensus on what we can do among economists to increase growth. So things like looking at the planning system, spending more on the infrastructure and services to go along with them, with those new houses. So I think that's something we've heard about today already when we talked about growth. So I think that kind of spending to boost growth is really important, as well as spending to sort out public services, because I think lots of them are in a mess at the moment. And I think that's the kind of spending that I think we really need to be prioritising. And partly I think that can be funded through borrowing, because in the long run that will increase our GDP and our fiscal position, and therefore it's not a worry in the long run. In the short run, I think there is a need to free up fiscal space to allow us to do that spending without increasing inflation. And I think that can be we can think about looking at taxes there. We can think about looking at spending cuts. And I think that Labour's move on the winter fuel payment was quite right. You know, over the last few decades, we've seen a significant redistribution of wealth towards a significant share of older households through the housing market, alongside cuts on spending going towards children and working age people. And in that context, I think it's appropriate that we look at diverting some of that spending going to universal benefits for older people. And in that same vein, I think we could think about things like extending national insurance to pensions and to income from rental properties. So I think that those are all moves in the right direction. And I think there's often this argument that, oh, we're really in this really hard space in terms of making choices. We need to increase that spending on growth. We're going to need to make tax and spending changes that are going to hit working households and hit their ability to meet their basic needs. But I think there is scope to make those changes without doing that. So thinking about things like more luxury forms of consumption or parts of the economy that we want to see us move away from. So things like rent seeking, zero-sum activities in the financial sector, in the legal sector and advertising. So I think all of those are areas that the Chancellor should be looking at when she thinks about how can we free up that space to spend more on investing and sorting out growth in the economy.
Okay, thanks, Shreya. Well, I think I'll come back to some of those points. But Robert, I'm going to ask you the same question. Do you agree with Shreya? What would you do? Cut spending?
Well, so I mean, it's the old joke. You know, I wouldn't start from here. I think the IFS, the CPS, the IMF, and every one of those three-letter acronym organisations, SNF, was crystal clear that the election was fought on a fantasy prospectus. Both sides were agreeing that we could keep real-term spending growth to inflation plus 1%. That was always wrong. That was always insane. And the chickens are coming home to roost. So I have absolutely zero sympathy with the I've just got into power and I've suddenly discovered all these terrible things. That is merely a subset of the gap between spending demands and tax revenues that everyone knew was coming. And in fact, if you look at the stuff the OBR has produced today, if you look at the stuff Lord Darcy has produced today, it is clear this is not going away. This is the story of British politics for the next 20 or 30 years, which is basically how the hell do we pay for everything? And one of the central problems we've got on that is the voters. Bluntly, they are not economically savvy creatures. In particular, they tend almost axiomatically to prefer the kind of tax measures that are least good for growth and to dislike the kind of tax measures that are best for growth. So they are very, very keen that there would be ideas about taxing the rich, taxing businesses. They're very, very keen on taxing old people. They're not very, very keen on. When in fact, if you want to get growth in the economy, doing things that discourage investment, discourage wealth creation, are a pretty bad idea. It was really encouraging to see universal support for full expensing, which was an idea that the CPS led the way on, but lots of others, including the IFS, picked up and endorsed. But we only kind of needed to stop saying that because we put up corporation tax. And I think in an ideal world, there are places every Chancellor lets borrowing go as much as they can. Every Chancellor cuts investment and capital investment, even though it's the worst thing for long-term growth, and we're already seeing that. And then grudgingly they come to a bit of tax rises and a bit of spending cuts. I think there are places you can get tax from. You can get revenue back from. Winter fuel payment is an obvious one, but also the triple lock, NI on pensioner income, probably a council tax revaluation, given that's not happened since 1993. But the measures I've just mentioned, I like every single one of them would be stratospherically unpopular, which is a bit of a problem. And I think we really beyond the kind of conversation about how we fill the black hole, we need a bigger national conversation about what size of state we can afford and what are people going to actually pay for themselves. Because at the moment we're not having that conversation, and we're just we're going to be repeating this conversation in 5 years' time, 10 years' time, 15 years' time.
Chris, I'm going to come back to Chris with the politics of this, but I want to come to Linda about how we get growth into all of this. I mean, Shreya's talking about maybe you could increase borrowing for some kinds of things if you're confident they drive growth. The OBR is going to immediately say, are you sure they're going to get up growth? Robert's saying there may be some things about tax that are better and worse for growth, but there are going to be some trade-offs here, right? So, what's your view on the big picture trade-off, and how do we make sure that growth is pushing in the same direction?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Helen, and really interesting. I think this is the kind of conversation we ought to be having. So I think most of the studies on growth conclude things that are not going to surprise anyone in this audience. Like you need to invest in people, invest in infrastructure, invest in digital, invest in green. The question, and this is, so I'm an economist, but I went to law school, and I don't know why years ago I decided to take a class in law school on how you construct the optimal tax system. I remember very little of it, except you start with the broad principles and then it becomes a sausage. So let's start with the broad principles. So if we think back to actually the previous Labour government, you can borrow to invest. So the principle of taxation is if you needed to build the channel, which is the textbook example, you wouldn't tax everybody today to pay for the channel, the Eurostar tunnel that goes across the English Channel, in case that wasn't. Okay, this is literally a textbook example. So you wouldn't tax, however much it costs, I was going to say $1 billion, but it's probably like 7. Today, right, you would spread it out over time because it's a construction cost, it's going to have benefits in the future. So that's the principle of taxation. So thinking about another fiscal rule, which is borrowing to invest, that can back out some of the current spending and separate it into current spending and then capital expenditure, which ought to have a longer term horizon. And that clarity could help persuade our creditors to say, well, actually, public investment that crowds in private investment. So in other words, that's what the National Wealth Fund that's being proposed is supposed to do. So it's to crowd in 3 times private investment into this pot to try and invest. So if you were to do that, then you have a greater chance of investing to grow. And if you look across countries, all countries are experiencing slow growth, but we have had among the lowest investment rates for G7 countries. So that is, I think, something we do need to think about. But why I was very broad on investment is that the old notions of investment is you build a channel. I think the newer notions, and I think those of you who, work in business would be very familiar with this. You can buy a new AI system, but you have to train the people to work it. So we tend to underestimate the importance of people and human capital. So that's one principle. I think the other thing is recognizing, we've begun to have this discussion, we've not really had a tax take that's been more than 40% of GDP, national output. Roughly speaking, it's around 40%. But the pressures of aging societies, the demands on public services, I think that means that even if you do what I'm suggesting, there's still going to be pressures on day-to-day spending, but that's your tax base. So the tax base, to be fair, needs to be as broad as possible and to be as simple as possible. So once you look at different categories of taxes, I completely would agree with you need to think of every budget as a set of incentives towards the execution of your long-term growth plan. To me, every fiscal event is a statement of incentives. Do you tax work? Do you try and close disparate tax rates? So for instance, capital gains tax, 14% of the tax base. So to me, those are the conversations I think that we absolutely need to have. And then I suppose finally, and you mentioned there, sort of the, be really lucky to get growth up. So what I'm describing is what we have to do in the near term. But if we start investing today, is there a chance we could actually, we haven't grown at over 2% since before the financial crisis of 2008. So we're growing at half that. Again, we're not alone, but how do you get that growth up? So the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, put out a report a few weeks ago that actually literally said if you invest 1% of GDP in public investment, in 5 years, you could raise the potential output by 0.5%. So if we're growing at 1% and you could invest and crowd in private investment, you could actually grow 1.5%. And so to me, and then over 50 years, it could increase it by more. I tend not to look too much at the 50-year forecast because, Great economist J.K. Galbraith said, the sole function of economic forecasting is to make astrology look respectable. So, and that holds true when you're looking at a 50-year horizon. But my point is, growth is about expanding output, and doing it could help with that GDP ratio. So if you're growing at 1% versus 2%, GDP is larger. 40% of an economy which is 2% bigger gives you a lot more money for public spending than an economy that's growing at only 1% bigger. And that's actually, to me, the kinds of conversations. I'm glad we're starting this. Well, I'm glad we're having it here, but we ought to be having this before October 30th.
Great. So you can also use the tool actually and see for yourself how much bang you get for your buck with growth. And it is the magic lever that makes everything okay. And I think there's some agreement here that actually public investment is good. We do underinvest. We have a horrible track record of having public investment bumping around. And I think we can all hope that that improves. But in some ways, I want us to park a little bit the kind of public investment side of things, acknowledging how important it is, and then think about all the other things which, prisons, local government, disability benefits, all the things that you can't make an argument that it's about long-term investment. It's about, what is the state doing? And therefore you couldn't make the argument to the OBR that we'll spend and invest. That's not going to get it through the fiscal rules. So if we're thinking, I'm going to come to you, Anita, if we're thinking about all those other things, the things that the day-to-day spending that the state does, where currently we basically have committed the government to do more things than we can afford with the current tax envelope. That is kind of at the heart of the choice that the government faces. What does Rachel Reeves do there on that day-to-day stuff? How does she square that circle?
Yeah. I think Robert kind of phrased it right, which is like, how do we pay for everything? And I do think not only was the election fought on a basis in which nobody was really talking about some of those difficult choices, I think now it's hard to argue that Labour's central proposition isn't public sector improvements for the many paid for by the few. They're not prosecuting an argument that difficult choices are coming that are going to have to be borne by everyone because of the state that we've gotten into. Keir Starmer said today when talking about the NHS, we're not going to have working people have to pay for more, which I think would be great if it were deliverable, but I think that it actually presents a lot of challenges for addressing that long-term challenge of the requirements or expectations of the public on the public sector. Why did the Conservatives lose the election? Broadly because people felt public services were not in a good state. And the question is, how do you get enough money to do that? Eventually, you hope for growth, and you do things to go for growth, and that absolutely is the right thing to do. That requires, by the way, more difficult choices than I think we're talking about today, and thinking that actually it's all just, things like planning reform. Isn't that easy and definitely will yield income and improvements in a few months or years? But I also think there is a question about how much the public today are expecting to have to spend to deliver the kinds of public services we want. And the other tension with that is that if you do try to prosecute this argument that actually only people that you've never heard of and never met are going to pay for public services, you end up in a situation, I think, where you might end up doing things that are actually bad for the big growth picture that really gets you out of the hole because you don't want to do anything that anyone doesn't like. And I think that Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves have done an astonishing thing in delivering an astronomical majority in the House of Commons. And you give away power by not realising you have any. And there is more power and there is more room to manoeuvre around that broad consensus and expectations of what the public will wear than I think they are giving themselves credit for. And you can end up in a situation where you're simply doing managerialism of tinkering around a little bit more taxation, but not for anyone that you care about. A little bit of a bear down of spending, which means that departments start to do really odd things in order to make the numbers add up. And maybe we tinker with some elements of fiscal rules, and maybe we stop giving the Bank of England 20 billion a year for quantitative easing, that slightly needs to be addressed. Maybe we do a few little things, and then we sort of bumble along again, and eventually the public gets fed up, and then Labour loses the election, and we're not further along as a country. So that's how I'd answer the question of how do you fix everything? I think you have to start by maybe making more difficult choices than at present seem to be put on the table.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think it ties up nicely actually with what I wanted to ask Chris. So, I think Robert had a bit of a pessimistic view about the voters being the problem here because they won't swallow some of these things. I think I'm a bit more optimistic, and I think actually voters probably are more willing for things if they know more about the choices put in front of them. So I guess to Chris, is part of the problem that we didn't have an honest debate during the election about these big choices, as far as I'm concerned. We weren't really putting these choices on the table. And I think, as Anita was saying, little tinkering is hard to hear make big progress with those. There are some big bold things we could do. So is part of what we need a kind of a bigger debate about the choice, like what do we want the government to do? How should they fund it? Should we be taking that choice more out in the open?
Can I finish with that point and start with?
Sure. Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to. Well, I really want to start by just accepting. I think the premise of what you start. Well, the whole premise of this debate, which is that everything is really, really difficult at the moment, and I suspect there are approximately 0 swing voters in the room, so I won't bother making the political point, other than to say that in the last few years we were going to end up in a difficult circumstance here, regardless. Given the pressures with an aging population, with the pandemic and everything else that we face, we needed politicians to be at their best. And I think all of us can agree that in recent years, politicians have not been at their best in making the decisions that are needed. And that is part of the reason, I think, why we have had nowhere near the levels of economic growth that have been required as a country. And also, particularly in the short term, we can have an argument about long term, but particularly in the short term, you're completely right to say that the decisions that we're going to have to be making, particularly in the budget on October 30th, are like awful and really, really difficult for the country. I'm not going to sit here and, give any predictions or anything on what's going to be in that budget, but obviously, I think in many ways that it is going to be that sort of all-free approach that you kind of alluded to at the start. There are, that is going to involve making really politically difficult decisions. We've already had to make one of them. I've had to vote on it this week. I'll talk about that at the end again, but it is hard, and it's going to be hard in the next couple of years having to make those decisions. And I also agree that growth is the most important mission. I'm probably slightly more optimistic than everyone else on this panel today, including you, on the extent to which we can achieve economic growth. And I think there's a few reasons I would give for that. Firstly, if you speak to lots of businesses across the country, they are desperate to invest in the UK, and just don't feel like they've been able to do so in recent years for a variety of reasons. Political instability is one of them, but just a sort of culture in our politics and government that looks for reasons to say no instead of reasons to say yes. And if we come in as a new government that tries to support and encourage and work with business instead of looking for reasons to say no, the planning system being the most obvious of those, then I think we can actually get that spring back on growth and investment. And let me just give you a really good example of why I'm optimistic that just say yes culture, I think, will be there. What's been the most powerful grouping within the Conservative Party over most recent years is the Economic Research Group, right? Which was trying to do a thing and make it really, really extreme, so it really damaged economic growth in the UK. European Research Group.
I wish the Economic Research Group was the largest.
Yes, sorry. was the European Research Group, which was trying to go for the hardest form of anti-growth Brexit that was possible and pushing the government and creating political instability as a result. That was the most important and powerful faction within the Conservative Party. Now, we've come in as a new Labour government, and what's the most powerful organisation on the backbenches that's formed so far is called the Labour Growth Group, and it's pushing for the pro-growth measures that we need in order to get out of this mess. That is the difference between what we're seeing in the political world right now and what we were seeing in the political world before. So I am optimistic that we can be going back to the country in a few years' time and be talking about the economic growth that we've been able to bring back. But I'll finish on the question you actually asked, because I am more optimistic about Robert on voters. I think quite often the problem isn't what the public actually think. It's that what we as political elites see of what the public think is not representative of wider public opinion, right? And if you saw my email inbox over the past week, having had to vote on winter fuel allowance, you would think, oh God, there's absolutely no way this Labour government is ever going to get through the difficult decisions that we're going to have to make, because we've had one in order to find 1.5 billion, and it's just been an ongoing email after email about people that are upset by it. But actually, you look at the polling, it's a lot more of a nuanced picture on these difficult decisions. And actually, you go out there and you speak to voters, and while they may not like the decision, while they appreciate there's a hard one, many of them do realise the importance of the hard decisions that we will have to make as a country in order to get through the difficult circumstances that this country faces. So I think that us as politicians having the bravery, particularly in these early days of a new government, to go out there and make that case about the difficult decisions, have that honest discussion. I think that is politically possible and palatable. And I think so far it seems that this government has had the bravery to go out there and have that discussion, and I think that's the right thing to do.
Okay, great. So I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to come to the floor in a minute. But I think what I'm hearing is that everyone agrees it's difficult decisions. That's good. Everyone agrees that growth is key. So we're on the same page there. I think there's some broader-ish support for public investment as a way to help here, but still, there's not a right answer to do you want to increase spending or cut tax? Increase spending or increase taxes. Kind of there's some choices there. So what I'm going to do is I want quick fire answers if I may, from everyone. And kind of if you could, what was the one big bold thing that you'd like the government to do? I think I agree with Anita here that, actually I think to your point, Chris, I think I am actually optimistic for what it's worth about the potential for growth. I think you look across economic policy, and I can think of tons of ways where we could do things. What I think is hard is that they're not easy wins. There's not silver bullets. There's lots of actually got to do the hard yards in a lot of policy areas, and often you actually got to do pretty substantial things. So with that in mind, I'm going to run down the line. What's the kind of one big bold thing you'd like to see this government do that you think might move the dial on something, either on growth or on changing what the government does or on changing the tax take? And I'm going to open it to you guys for your contributions and thoughts. So Robert, you get to go first.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's my personal brand, planning reform. It's absolutely. I'm very happy with. I think there were issues on the detail, but I'm really happy that the stance the government's taken. It's one of the things I've consistently supported them on and shouted at the Tories about. It is looking like our inability to build stuff is a huge obstacle to growth.
Could somebody quote that on Twitter that Rob Colville said it was very happy?
I've said it on Twitter quite a few times.
Yeah, that's not news. Shreya.
I agree with that, but I'd really like to see the OBR look at how it scores growth policies, and because I think there's a huge amount of consensus among economists that lots of these things will increase growth, but I'm not sure that's feeding into the OBR's forecast. So perhaps
love it. One for us fiscal nerds.
Directions into it.
Got Liz Truss over here. OBR's not doing dynamic scoring.
Okay, yeah, planning, dynamic scoring. Anita.
I would say putting bigger bets on the things that we already do really well. Yeah. I think there's too much of a sort of, by the way, there is money in government. There isn't loads of money, but there are lots of projects, there's lots of ways via invoicing, expensing, lots of different ways in which we support lots of different sectors, and they don't all row together. And so I think if you were saying like life sciences, Britain is really good at life sciences. Let's put a massive bet on life sciences and let's take money from, all these other sectors that are not doing quite so well. Okay, but we have to support our farmers. Absolutely, it's a critical part of food security. But we know that life sciences is going to be a thing that would possibly increase the number of exports, which is going to dynamically change the way that we were able to export and make an impact in the world. And so what I'm saying is there's lots of different, there's quite a lot of ways in which we give tax breaks across certain sectors, which is important. But FS and life sciences do really well. And if all of our industrial strategy was focused basically on those two sectors, if you throw in a third, I wouldn't mind, you would actually have more of a dramatic impact than trying to do what we do right now, which is to support various sectors in a little bit at a time.
Okay, let's go big or go home. I think that is. Actually, we might
go home and shut down the north.
No, but also we might. Under this government, it's
down the north.
Financial services, life sciences.
They're not. We'll talk about it.
Okay, so, but I think we might actually see a more interventionist industrial strategy under this government, right? So there will be important questions about where to channel investment. Chris, what's your big one bold thing?
Well, I'd have said planning reform if I was first. So to be slightly more specific, I think one of the things we need to do in the short term is find those pro-growth, really good, quick pro-growth areas of the UK, the Oxford-Cambridge arc being the most obvious example, and just think about how we just rip away those barriers very quickly and just see that as a separate standalone project. We want to do a more thorough project on serious planning reform across the country. That's going to take a while. In the short term, we just need to find a way to rip away those barriers that are in place in order to get the economic development that we need, particularly in the Oxford-Cambridge arc.
Okay, Linda.
Transformation. So if you look at, if you have a 5-year government, assuming that majority, one of the hardest things to do, and again, those of you who work in organizations, private organizations know, transformation can absolutely bring about efficiency, but it is absolutely so hard. And, as an academic standing from the outside, it's like, why wouldn't you use Zoom? But nobody really used it until the pandemic. It's the use of technology And so I'll give you an example. It's a 10-year investment in the Home Office that worked. How many of you have gotten a passport renewed recently?
I did.
Okay.
It was easy.
10 years of this transformation means you no longer have to go to Croydon, and hope for the best, because you turn up and they're like, oh no, we don't got this form. And you're like, but I have this form. But because of the investment, it's efficient. You can take a picture yourself, you upload it, you can do it in no time at all. So I use that because where I've seen organizations adopt efficiency, technology, innovation is they see the benefits. That's the only way to get the buy-in. But in order to do it, you have to have a strategic plan, leadership, execution, implementation, and accountability. It's the principles of running an organization. I chair a charity in my spare time. I'm literally repeating the spiel. And I know in government, there's different factors, different stakeholders, but where we absolutely can be transformative. And remember, we're positioning ourselves for the world in which we already live, which is a increasingly digitized world. Why, so it's hard to do this. But to me, that would be the one big thing that could take off some of that pressure on the day-to-day spending and importantly, support delivery of services more efficiently and help people. And when you adopt technology, that is the third factor that raises growth. It's capital, it's people, and it's innovation. But innovation has to be used. It cannot just be, oh, look, I invented Starlink. Oh, by the way, which is amazing. But, that isn't what normally transforms productivity and people's lives.
Can I just add on that point as well? Because I think it's related.
Yeah, this is your third.
Well, no, but what I was going to say is also what we have to remember with these conversations is where the public sector is. So quite often we're like, AI is fantastic. Let's use that to revolutionize and it's like they just need you can barely do an API call between different bits of government departments, right? Like decided databases are not stored in an efficient way. So I think rather than sort of having a conversation assuming that that road across the river is sort of already pretty far along digitally, like a lot of the private sector is. It's not. We need to get it up to that standard before we can start having this innovative conversation about using AI and futuristic tech in order to revolutionise public services. You can't use a lot of tech in hospitals when they don't have Wi-Fi networks across most of the hospitals.
That is the key. That is the key to transformation. It's not to get fixated on the innovation, but how you actually use what's there and then be more productive. He used the term API, so he clearly is somebody who already knows. API is the glue inside IT systems. It's how your Outlook talks to your file server. APIs are literally the fancy new thing.
Yeah, I think we can all
for
agree.
Whitehall, they really are.
I think we can all agree there's room for better technology adoption within government. One thing I think is notable from this list is that at least in the short run, a lot of these require more money, right? No one was saying, let's have the government stop doing the thing they're currently doing, or let's have this big way to raise revenue. So I think there's still that overarching challenge. But let me open it to you guys. We've got about 15 minutes. So I'll take maybe questions and comments in a group rather than do them one at a time, and then feed them into the discussion. Are there microphones that we need, or are people going to just speak up? There's a road. Okay, so let's start at the front. I'll do the front row, then I'll go back to Mubin. We'll just say very briefly who you are and then ask your question or comment.
Hello, my name's Shivani. I'm with the think tank Onward. I thought I might ask the panel what their thoughts on equalising capital gains tax and income tax might be.
Great, excellent question. I'll keep that. Let's move along the line. Thank you.
So my name's Shizi Daigle. I'm a graduate of the London School of Economics Master of Public Administration programme. And I did my capstone report on industrial strategy in the UK. So going back to what Anita said about industrial strategy focuses on, is the issue that the UK can't really choose what sectors to focus on, or is it more of the tools, whether it be subsidies or tax cuts? The Industrial Strategy Council has been repealed in previous Conservative governments, and the Labour's is hoping to get it back. So timely question. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Alex. I'm an incoming Labour staffer. I agree with Robert's point that there's at least a perception that voters don't really understand the economy, and some of that is linked, I think, to a very strong and fallacious understanding that kind of austerity was built around, which is that the UK economy functions essentially like a household account. And I think that then feeds into it being difficult to get people to pay for things. They don't really know what they're paying for, and they don't see results in public services. So my kind of question is for politicians, economists, people in the media, how do we build a good public understanding of economics that can kind of build towards a positive vision of what a good tax and spend regime should look like, so that we can have a bit of a more honest conversation at the next election when it comes to this issue?
Excellent, thank you. And we'll go back, if you just back to the back row to Mubin, and then I'll take you to the panel.
Great. Mubin Hack from the Financial Fairness Trust. So I'm quite optimistic about taxation and the public buying into that. So we did see quite a lot of support for a health and social care levy when that came in. But I think the big problem is this question of waste. So everyone's got, dozens of anecdotal stories of waste in public services. And I was wondering how we square that circle, which would then unlock support for public taxation.
Great. Okay, so let's take those questions in no particular order. Why don't we start with equalising CGT and IT? And I'm going to resist my urge as the chair to take over and answer the question. I'm going to ask you, Robert and Shreya, your views. Robert, start with you. Equalising CGT and income tax.
No, really bad idea. I think there is a specific use case of people in a city who've been paying themselves, who've been effectively paying themselves a wage via CGT, and that's a loophole which should be cracked down. But I think the general principle. I mean, this isn't actually a left-right point. Both Rishi Sunak and Nigel Lawson are really keen intellectually on the equalising the tax of capital and labour. But I think, given where our economy is, given the structure of incentives, I think yanking up capital gains tax does have pernicious consequences, and I don't think it's a good idea.
Shreya, do you want to come in on that one?
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. It's something I've worked on. I think there's a lot of consensus on it among most think tanks and politicians. I think it's popular with the public. Most people think we should tax income from work and income from wealth the same. I think a lot of the economic effects, potential and negative economic effects, you can get around by looking at inflation allowances or rate of return allowances, and I think it would help in public finances.
And I'll abuse my position as chair slightly to say that I think in some ways we should hopefully get beyond the kind of, do we just equalise the rate? I think the base, what Shreya is saying, is really important here. I think if the Chancellor stands up and just does the rates, I'll be basically saying, Robert says, like, this is bad for investment incentives. If Rachel Reeves did a fuller reform that actually sorted out the base, and that's actually quite big and quite technical, and there's quite a lot to do there. If she did that, then I'd be saying there's a very strong case for aligning rates. I think it's a case where actually we want to move away from just the, do you put rates up, yes or no? I think it's kind of quite a shallow, but I think we need to think about the whole base as well as the rates. Robert?
I would agree with that, but also say the idea, which is very popular in the US and increasingly in the UK, of taxing unrealised gains, I think that is really dangerous. But that is a US debate. I think we shouldn't, in some ways, that hasn't made it over here very well much. Yeah, but everything in US politics makes its way over to the UK.
Maybe. Anyway, I think the point is, I think we need a debate. That's why we need a debate about actually kind of a fuller debate about reform. And it's one example I always hold up as actually, I think the government needs to go bigger rather. I think just small tweaks to the rates actually wouldn't get you very much, whereas bigger reform actually might help. But let's crack on because I know we've got time. So the question about sectors and industrial strategy and what it looks like. Anita, do you want to start with picking up that?
Yeah, well, I mean, unsurprisingly, was it Susie? Yeah, I agree with you that you have to make big bets on the question of, like, is it tools, is it sectors? I mean, the boring answer is honestly, it's both, right? So we had a couple of years ago the idea that the UK would be a massive leader in crypto. There's now a conversation about AI, which is mostly about the public sector, but it's also about how we steal and march. We're talking about energy and we're talking about GB Energy. Anyone else remember the Green Investment Bank during the coalition years? It was a similar budget to GB Energy. Like, we've done this thing of, like, why don't we do 8 or why don't we put 10 billion behind something and say this is going to transform and crowd in endless amounts of private sector investment. It's going to transform our landscape. I'm a little more pessimistic than that and think that we actually do need to make much bigger bets. I mean, even the US's Inflation Reduction Act, which is kind of a landmark piece of legislation, even that is quite difficult to, to stand up to the might of China's manufacturing strength, which is kind of what its intention was. So I think that as a country, a small-ish country in Europe, but a big kind of successful economy, putting a couple of big bets behind, both in terms of tools and incentives, is probably the way to go. And I think we've sort of changed our mind a bit about what we want to be famous for. And I think that's actually made a difference, not just in terms of material investment, but also the signal to the rest of the world. Because given where France and Germany and the US may end up going in terms of political turmoil, there is a real opportunity if we're clear about what we do very well and we're clear about the incentives we're going to offer companies to invest here.
Can I just ask just a quick follow up on that? Do you think we need to just basically redirect current funding towards smaller, bigger bets, or we just need to go bigger all over?
I think redirecting towards bets. I think a good policy is when someone won't be happy with you, because in government there are no easy choices, and convincing yourself that actually if we just give like 5 here and 5 there and 5 there, everyone won't be mad, is how you make bad policy.
Yeah. So can I bring you this? I want to bring you in, Linda, on this. Obviously, you've thought a lot about innovation and growth, and so do you recognise that? Would you also redirect funding to a small number of winners, or would you do growth? How would you do growth policy?
So I'm quite sympathetic to shaping our comparative advantage, but because as you know, I write economic history books, and history is littered with bad bets by governments. So I remember British car company. No one remembers it. Sort of the point, or we were going to go big on AI, then we're going to go big on this, and so. But the reason I'm a little, so I suppose I would answer it in 2 ways. So I do think it is about both, but I think it is about being very clear what is comparative advantage you can shape. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to be a world leader in semiconductor chips, for instance. However, some of our homegrown companies could be. So there are tools. If you have a broadly supportive set of fiscal tools that support R&D, not in a directed way, but towards R&D, which is geared at the kinds of sectors that you know we are good at. So in other words, we don't need to bet on specific technologies or specific sector is very broad, but, very narrow sectors. You can literally demonstrate, you can support sectors, for instance. There's easy ways to measure innovation. We look at patents, we look at licensing, we look at citations. Every sector has their way of knowing what is actually innovative. So supporting basic R&D is the job of government. That is what allows companies to develop that. And those that are successful, when they hit the commercialization stage, that's another challenge the government has to, I think, grasp with. So in other words, we're very good at, I'm in academia, we're very good at a number of, cutting edge areas. Life sciences is one of them. We're not very good at commercializing. We're not good at building scale. We don't seem to have the massive companies that the Americans do. Europe generally doesn't. But one difference is the UK is literally the home of tons of financial sector firms, asset managers, PE is moving here, VC is here. We seem to we're suffering the Wimbledon effect. Have you heard of the Wimbledon effect? We host one of the most prestigious tennis tournaments in the world, and we don't seem to have many Wimbledon champions. And so I feel like that's the case with our capital. We do have capital, lots of capital here. They're not invested in British companies. So there is something about the incentive structure to think about there as well. So, but, I think that any good growth strategy has to have an industrial strategy, because if you don't, you need to find a balance between saying these are the winners and doing whoever. It has to be something that, as I say, it's a deep audit, just like a company. You need to make sure that you have the right balance between going for what will deliver growth and then allowing some other bets to flourish. You never know with innovation. The story of how Slack came about. How many of you use Slack in your workplace? Okay, so that's a failed. That literally it was a failed startup who their original product nobody remembers, but they didn't realize they couldn't communicate with each other, so they wrote the code for Slack. And now Slack is the big product. So that's the process of innovation. Innovators don't know what they have until they have it.
Great, thanks. I'm going to bring in the kind of last questions together and kind of ask you about this, Chris. So Alex was asking about basically how do we build public understanding and get away from the government's household account. And I think Mubin, who's more optimistic about the ability to raise tax, I think. But there are obviously concerns. People are obviously concerned about the government wasting money and just there being lots of waste in government. So yeah, how do we communicate to the public what we think needs to happen?
Yeah. Just on the life sciences point quickly, I mean, like part of the reason why you can't get from academia is because, you know, they might come in and be like, well, Cambridge has got this life sciences, let's put some lab space in near Cambridge. And then people come along and no, that's a piece of grass. We don't want you to build on that in and around Cambridge. And that's a problem that we need to get through in reforming the planning system. I was a pollster for 10 years before I was elected, and therefore sat in many, many conversations with people talking about how we need to make the voters better informed on this topic or that topic. And I think what I've learned from that period is it's just not worth trying and engaging too much in that conversation. I'm saying that because firstly, I don't think you'll get very far. But the reason you won't get very far is because people have really busy lives. They got kids, they got jobs. Many people have multiple jobs. They got care and responsibilities. They got things that they want to do. They are not going to be spending their time trying to read up on that. You know, many will, but not everybody is going to be able to spend the time to become experts on economics or all of the things that we want them to become experts on. What voters do, I think they're really good at it, actually, really good at it, is they find methods to work out how they vote at elections, which broadly create good incentives on people like me, despite that fact. And the one they use the most is, do I feel richer now, or do I feel better off now than I did a few years ago? And I think what we need to remember as politicians is that is true. If I'm going back to the voters of Milton Keynes North in 5 years' time, and they feel like they're feeling better off, and they feel like they're a bit more likely to get a GP appointment than they did before, I'll probably get re-elected. If I don't, I probably won't. That's it. That's the ball game. And therefore, you've kind of got to skip over the angry emails you get in the inbox, the nasty people on Twitter, all of that short-term shouty stuff, in order to think, what are the decisions I need to make now in order to make sure that voters feel better off and feel that public services are moving better in the right direction again. And people might not like some of those decisions in the meantime, but that's what we've got to remember.
Excellent. That's a little bit depressing for those of us who spend quite a lot of their lives trying to inform the public debate. But I should wrap up because we're at time. Look, I think I shared quite a lot of agreement there on quite a lot of things, including the need for public sector investment and strategies, and maybe some optimism along the way, at least mix in with some things. I think for me, one thing I think is quite clear is that there are lots of policy options for getting up growth. They're not going to be easy, quick wins, but you heard lots of ideas here. There are lots of ideas elsewhere. I think we could really do things. I don't think it helps us escape the choice about what the state should be doing. And there's, in the way that we've all kind of glossed around it a little bit, and that's fine because there's lots of other things to discuss in a short session. I think there is a big choice for the electorate, actually. It may be through rules of thumb and whether they feel happier, but really about what does the government want to do? And we either cut back what the government does or we fund what the government does. I think we have this tension between we keep trying to get the government to do the same amount of things and not funding it. And I think there is a real choice there for the kind of state we want to be. And I hope that that doesn't keep getting brushed aside. We actually make that choice at some point. But let me wrap up because we're at time. Let me thank our wonderful panel for a lovely, engaging debate, and thank all of you for joining us today. Thank you.
Oh, good. Okay. Hi. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the final session of the day. I'm thrilled. We've had such a fascinating set of conversations across, I think, 29 different panels. And to wrap it all up, we've got David to come and give us his thoughts on mission-driven government. We'll have David speak, and then we'll have some questions. So please have a think about what you'd like to ask David whilst he's here. Over to you.
Thanks very much. I'm going to just go up here because I've got, Ravi told me that it was fine to provide the summary of a conference that you hadn't been at. But fortunately, I was able to be here for about the last 45 minutes or hour, and I've managed to pick up some of the vibe. There are lots of people in this room who I'm very worried they may ask a question because they will be much better at answering it than I will be. But that speaks to the admiration that I have for the kind of group that's been assembled here and for the job that Ravi, with Ed, with Sarah, with other friends are doing at Nesta. As I always have to remind Ravi, Nesta was created because there was a gap in the grid 10 days before the 1997 election. And so sadly, I have to thank Alistair Campbell for saying, you've got to get me a policy announcement for 10 days before, and it must be a good news story. And so the good news story was to raid what was then the Heritage Lottery Fund and take £250 million and put it into an endowment for the National Endowment for Science, Technology and the Arts, which is what Nesta was 20 odd years ago. But to see the way the organization has grown, David, your work with Behavioral Insights, which is now part of it, I can feel that vibe even in the hour that I've been here. And so I am pleased to be here. And the reason I was happy to accept the invitation to come and talk is I think that the policy opportunity in the UK is actually not just important for the UK, it's actually important for a much wider range of debates about the way in which democratic governments, democratically elected governments can deliver, balancing all of the different pressures that they're under. And so I'm going to make the argument that whatever your political persuasion, whoever you voted for, whatever part of the society you're in at the moment, you're working in, the missions that Keir Starmer and his colleagues have set out are important because they're not just missions for the government, they're missions for the country. And so in that sense, it's all of our responsibilities to figure out how they get delivered. It's not government's job, it's all of our job. And what Ravi asked me to do was reflect on my experience as a policy nerd who worked in opposition and in government as a MP and a minister, and now as someone leading an NGO, to try and reflect on what the experience tells me about the route to success for mission-driven government. And there's really one big thing that I want to argue and think through, which is that while the government has been elected with a huge majority, the key to success in the missions is actually the coalitions that it builds. And I don't obviously mean coalition government. I'm not suggesting that. But I mean that in every sector, that would be newsworthy, I accept, but in every sector that's covered by the missions, the change that's needed cannot be delivered by central government and can only be delivered by a coalition across not just the public-private divide, but it engages government at all levels, local as well as national. It was interesting to hear reports of what Jeremy Hunt said earlier today about empowering local government with fiscal capacity. A bit late now after 14 years in government, but better late than never. But also civil society, the non-profit sector, private business, because innovation, finance, and mobilization are going to be needed, and they can't just come from central government. And often people say, well, what does your experience in government tell you about the structure of central government? And I almost think that's the wrong question. I do think that's the wrong question. The real question is, what is the coalition that's needed to maximize the chances of success? And what are the tools and incentives and structures that will maximize the chance of the coalition holding together. And that's really what I want to try and talk around. Because while central government, interdepartmental committees, mission boards are important, they are just horizontal mechanisms for learning and for policy making. They're not the vertical, or even better, circular mechanisms for implementation, learning, adaptation, risk-taking that I think is going to be key for any of these missions to succeed. And when I was talking to Ravi beforehand, we talked about how at the heart of a coalition that is effective is soft power as well as hard power. It's not just about the hierarchy within the coalition, who's chairing it, who's convening it. It's a soft power question about relationships, about incentives, about inspiration, about leadership, as well as about law and about regulation and who holds power. And as I thought about this, I think it's worth starting with why are coalitions more important than ever before? And I would argue they're more important than ever before in policy delivery because of the splintering of political power. You can make an argument that economic power is being centralized in various global tech platforms and other businesses. But in the world of politics and policy, power is splintering. Political power is splintering. It's splintering because of the way voting blocks are becoming more broken up. You can see that in the 4, 5, 6-party system that exists in the UK. You can see it in the way the devolution of power has become a much bigger issue. You can see it in the way privatization has created a mix of semi-public and even private delivery vehicles on which the public depends for what was previously public services. And there are public agencies. I was at an event this morning, actually, with the CEO of the Crown Estates, which owns the seabed, which is critical for the net zero mission, Homes England, NHS trusts, academy trusts. Those are playing by different rules than central government institutions. And all of this splinters power, and it creates an imperative that central government works in a different way, and a different way in coalition. And there's a separate discussion to be had about what's happening at the international level, which is where I spend my time, my day job, is about what this means internationally, because there's a very parallel story about the splintering of power internationally. Just to put one thing in your head, American GDP as a share of global GDP is the same as what it was in 1990. America is more or less 25% of global income. But American political leverage is nowhere near what it was in 1990. That's also the splintering of political power. I'm not going to get into that today. So point one, political power is increasingly splintered. So that's the imperative for coalitions. Second thing, it's obvious, I'm not going to spend time on this, it's obvious that the economic mission to have the highest growth in the G7 is only a public-private partnership. It's with the wealth-creating sector. But my argument would be that whether you look at health or education or net zero, there's the same argument, that it's not only in the economic domain that we have to think about a different kind of relationship between central government and coalition partners, whether in the NHS or in education, it's the same. And essentially, what you're seeing around the world is an argument, on the one hand, for the centralization of power. And we've got to be honest, 30 years after the Berlin Wall fell, 35 years after the Berlin Wall fell, the case for centralized government is actually being made with more ferocity in the autocratic parts of the world than ever before. I mean, the Chinese argument about the success of their system is precisely that it's centralized. And we can have an argument about the way it works, but they've got plenty of people following. Now, it's interesting that in the liberal democratic world, it's the opposite argument at the moment. But if we're going to make I'm going to make the argument against the centralization of power for government as a coalition member. But I think it's really important to remember the politics of this, which is that the argument that's gaining currency at the moment in many parts of the democratic world is that the answer to the difficulties of central government is the deconstruction of the administrative state. I mean, what the Project 2025 that President Trump and his allies have put out in America is a view of how to respond to this splintering of power, and it's to take the argument to the place that says that central government is the problem. I don't think that's right, but I think to rebut it, we've got to have a much better argument about what the role of central government should be. And my view is that if you think about is that government as a coalition builder is not as foreign as it sounds, or as unusual as it sounds. People often talk about the COVID task force as an example of a public-private coalition that was built with the imperative of swift delivery. I want to give you 3 other examples of coalitions that have delivered and try and then learn some lessons about that. 3 examples. The first is about the national minimum wage. When I started working for Tony Blair in 1994, there was a stale argument about jobs versus wages. And Labour had actually lost votes in earlier elections in the argument around the national minimum wage. The decision to set up the Low Pay Commission took the politics out of the setting of the national minimum wage, and it built a coalition across the business union divide, so that today the proportion of employees in low hourly pay has gone down to 9%. It was 21% in 2015. The fact that the Tories doubled down on it is actually a good thing, not a bad thing in my view. And Britain now has one of the highest minimum wages of any developed country. And I would argue that's a success of coalition building. Second example, when Ravi and I worked on the climate change bill in 2006, the goal was to reduce emissions by 60% on 1990 levels. That's been massively boosted now to the 100% target. We're at 53%. But the Climate Change Act, which came about, was itself the product of a coalition, inside politics and outside, but it also established institutional machinery. And in the session on mission-driven government that I had the chance to sit on, people referred to the importance of institutions. The accountability that comes from the Climate Change Committee has been an important part of the story of Britain's work on that. And the third example is something I'm involved with myself in my day job, which is about the Global Alliance on Vaccines and Immunizations, Gavi. It was formed in 2000. It's vaccinated more than 1 billion children in 78 lower income countries. And it's also an example of coalition across international divides. So this got me thinking, and I thought of 5, this morning 5, and now I've got a 6th lesson from these experiences of being involved in some of these coalitions and what that means for the situation that Britain is in at the moment. The first is, I gather Jeremy Hunt said that he thought the first thing he'd do is get rid of the targets in health. I really want to make the case for ambitious, smart targets. I think that is, if you can't pin a number on what you're trying to do, that is ambitious and is the prize, if you like, then I don't think the coalition has a binding purpose. And it's kind of slightly odd that Labour, when Labour said we want to have the highest growth in the G7, people said, oh, no. But I mean, who wants to have the 3rd highest growth in the G7? And the point is not just about ambition. I think that my experience is that when you get the right level of ambition, you get the right level of policy radicalism. If you don't have the ambition, you're not going to get the radical enough ideas about what you want to do, and you're not going to get the radical enough innovation in how you go about doing it. And so I would defend ambitious targets. Secondly, I've really learned this in my work over the last 10 years at the International Rescue Committee. The use of data to drive learning and innovation is absolutely key. And it takes me back to my time as schools minister, actually, when we used to compare families of schools with the same kind of intake and ask why were they having different outcomes. And I was thinking about it, deliverology, which is Michael Barber's, one of his legacies really in to government, not just here but elsewhere, is not about putting a straitjacket on yourself and just plowing ahead. It's about continually learning on the basis of what the data is telling you. So number 1, the ambitious target. Number 2, the use of data that is as real time as possible. Third lesson is about how governments use incentives and finance. I couldn't come to the tax and spending one. I'm sorry to have missed that. But government has to be able to use finance as well as regulation, as well as incentives to shape the actions of private sector players. And living in the US, the way in which the Inflation Reduction Act has reshaped the incentive structure for private energy businesses is really, really striking. And the competition they've now got with the Chinese, I think, is very, very significant. The contracts for difference in the UK shows that you don't just, doesn't have to all be about public spending. And so the use of financial levers to shape markets, I think is key. Fourth point, Gavi, the Climate Change Commission, the Low Pay Commission, they're institutions that have independent standing. And I want to give you a counterexample to try and make the point that institutions of this kind are absolutely key. I was incredibly proud to be part of this drive for Sure Start. Sure Start was 3,500 Sure Start centers across the country after 1997. But when it came to austerity, Sure Start basically got abolished. And what I leave myself thinking is that there was a kind of institutional design flaw, that it had no institutional independent status. And so it was all too easy for it to be cut. So fourth lesson that I draw is you have to build an institutional setup that provides a defense mechanism. Fifth, and this is hard for government, but I think it's obvious, leadership has to come from many sources. I used to say that big change comes from government leadership, business innovation, business and NGO innovation, and mass mobilization. I still think that's true, but I always add, it doesn't have to happen in that order. And we're living at a time when all sorts of governments are running away from big problems. And so it's part of the job of NGOs and profit sector, the non-profit and profit sectors, to be the solutions mongers that government then comes in behind. And one of the best things about the developments in the UK is actually the growth of stronger, and I would like to see much stronger, metro mayors who can actually lead the debate and do things that central government won't do, and take the risks. And I'm all for more in that area. I just want to finish with a sixth lesson, which I thought about just today, coming here and then listening to the earlier part of the discussion, which is about how systems and processes and structures need the right culture to infuse them as well. And I just want to relay to you one bit of learning of mine over the last few years, which is very, very countercultural to politics, but which is incredibly important in any coalition that is going to succeed. We have two rules at the IRC about our teams. Every successful team has members who have an abiding interest in the success of other members of the team. And secondly, every member of the team commits to take time for critical self and collective review. And as I thought about the discussion that was happening in the previous panel about how 50% of people working on the missions should be from outside central government, as I heard the discussion about the suggestion, Pete, you said, why don't the Home Secretary should be sitting for a week with the 43 chief constables from around the country and talking about how they were going to be a team that drove innovation. That takes mutual commitment, but it takes a set of rules about entry to the coalition. And I do think, I'm running a $1.5 billion a year NGO, and I've never been to business school. And what apparently they teach you at business school is that culture eats strategy for lunch. Now, I don't actually believe that. I actually think you need a different culture depending on what your strategy is. If your strategy is to hunker down and defend what you've got, you need one culture. If your strategy is if your strategy is about growth, you need an entrepreneurial culture. But I think that the cultural point is going to be very, very important. And it's countercultural to politics, because politics should be a team sport, but too often it's an individual sport. And collective review sounds like, oh my God, it's a searchlight of accountability. But that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And if you can start it, and the time to start it is at the beginning of a government, not when it's halfway through. So those were my thoughts. really looking forward to the conversation with you, Sarah, and then wider conversation with the group here. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Give an ex-politician the floor, and he is actually on time.
Oh, I was going to say, well done. I don't have to hassle you at all. That's brilliant. And I think, there's lots in this. So as I said earlier, I really urge you all to think of your own questions. But I'm gonna kick off by saying, listening to you speak, it's all very reasonable. It makes a lot of sense. I don't think the idea of coalitions, most people in this room do not work in the British government. The idea of a coalition to achieve success, it seems really obvious, right? And a lot of the principles are well embedded in other sectors. Having been inside the British government, what do you think are the barriers to this happening? Like, knowing what you know about the people, the structures, the incentives, why doesn't this happen naturally?
Well, I think the biggest is the idea that delivery is done by central government. That's the biggest blockage, I think, still. And Aaron Bevan said that when he founded the health service, that a bedpan dropping in a hospital in Tredegar should be heard all the way through the corridors of Whitehall. And that's gone from being an accountability question to being a delivery question. Mm-hmm. And I think that there are other political systems that have different faults. I live in America. Their problem is that their political system is set up to stop governments doing things. Our system is set up to empower a government with a majority. And the danger of that is that it feeds a kind of monopoly of wisdom culture. The historic weakness of local government has played into that. The risk aversion that comes with being in government, I think, is part of that. But a short answer would be everything flows in too many ways from that. And whenever you read about the innovations that have happened, they've been about the way in which the deck chairs are arranged in central government, not about how it relates to the rest of society.
I agree with that, but I wonder whether you think this government sees that, because from what we've heard, I think there's been a long debate about, the fact that people trust politicians when they deliver. All they want is great public service, and if you deliver good government, and let's be honest, I don't think the last government did that awfully well. If we can deliver good government, then actually they'll trust us and they'll vote for us again. Don't you think we're in a position where we're actually going to struggle to get this sort of change in mindset?
Well, I think it's necessary, but not sufficient to do. You should be punished if you don't deliver. That seems important. But as President Biden is finding, if you can't tell the story of what you're doing, then people aren't on the journey with you, or they're finding on the economy. So I think that the real experience that people have of their lives is dispositive in how people vote. And we're living in a time of harsh temper and high fury. Sometimes about faraway forces that seem to be impinging on people's lives, which is why I worry that the answer to local problems isn't always local. It requires you to think bigger. But I think that where the government has a great advantage, and I think it needs to really drive through on this, is that while you can say, well, it's obvious, the missions get sort of derided, but actually conceived as missions for the country, not missions for the government, I think they do have a different purpose, and they set the goal in the right place, because the great danger is that it's not clear what you're asking to be accountable for. And that's why this thing of what's the prize becomes really important. And I think that you don't want to be, you need the right smart targets, but I think they're important. But then they have to flow through to the changes that people want. But you've got to be able to tell the story as well, obviously. And who knows what's going to be on the political agenda in 4 or 5 years' time. It's difficult to tell. No one would have said Ukraine and the consequences of the invasion for energy prices would have been such a big issue. You don't know. But you can, if you haven't got a strategy, you can't navigate the storms when they come.
Just turning to what you do right now, as you said in your speech, you run an organisation of 27,000 people. A lot of you've left government, now you're doing a little NGO thing. You're actually running an enormous organisation. what is your reflections from doing that job and how to get bureaucratic organizations to, for example, be innovative? I mean, that's one of the things that I think.
Well, we're very proud that our innovation fund has a 40% failure rate. The people who fund the innovation fund is only $2.5 million of our $1.6 billion, but the people who fund that are always saying you need to fail more, because if you don't fail more, you're not taking enough risk. So we're proud of that. But in our employee engagement surveys, people don't feel they've got enough room to take risks. They'd like more room. And I think that's partly to do with the life and death nature of the work, or a lot of the work that's going on, because the humanitarian imperative doesn't leave much room for getting it wrong, and it runs the risk of burnout and all sorts of other problems. One thing I would say, and this is why it's important not to dodge the tax and spending issues. Our biggest impediment to being a better organization is not the amount of money we have, it's the dysfunctional nature of the money that we depend on. And so we're a $1.5 billion organization. We must have 800 to 1,000 different, just for our international, work outside the US, we must have 800 different government grants. And they're sort of 10 to 15 months. They arrive late. They get cut off in a capricious way. They get mediated through all sorts of bureaucracy. We have a strategic goal of having more of the right kind of money. So the NGO isn't saying we need more money. We're saying we need more of the right kind of money. And so dysfunctional finance is a nightmare for any system. It's very hard to build an effective system if you have dysfunctional financial flows. And that's obviously a huge issue.
How do you, just back to the point about risk and innovation, because I think this is certainly something you hear a lot in the public sector. Everyone knows that innovation requires risk, but when you're spending taxpayer money, you feel very responsible for every pound that you burn, and it's not going into a nurse's pay packet. Have you got any tips or cultural sort of incentives that you put in place to actually incentivize more of that risk?
Well, I mean, the commitment to evidence-based humanitarian work can't be fulfilled if you're not willing to try things that haven't been tried before and test them out. So, point one, what is it that you're actually trying to do by doing something different? It needs to be explained. Secondly, I do think the transparency really matters, so that you're transparent before you do it and you're transparent after you do it. Remember, we're using taxpayers' money, but also donors' money. Thirdly, there's a very interesting example. We ran a program in Democratic Republic of Congo before my time. It was DFID sponsored. And it's too crude to say it didn't work, but it didn't work in the way that was hoped for. Actually, DFID was very open about that, and we weren't penalized for the fact that the program didn't work. So it's not impossible to do it because the original purpose was justified. There was no malfeasance associated with the fact that the outsized results that we were hoping for didn't come through. But obviously, if you're doing it on a big scale, then your processes have to be so much better. But remember, look, the Indian government took a massive risk. It's producing an ID system for over 1 billion people. I mean, that's massive risk. But they embraced it and they actually succeeded.
I'm going to ask the room if they have any questions. I can keep going for ages, but I'll take them in groups of 3, and then David can try and capture them. And they're in the red. Yeah.
Hi, thank you, David. I have a question for you. 68% of staff at the Oxford University Hospital cited a lack of affordable housing as a key factor in their potential of leaving their job in the near future. Talking about ambitions and coalition, how many of Labour's 1.5 million new housing targets will be affordable, especially for public service workers and NHS staff?
Poor David, that's almost like a question to the government minister.
The Oxford University Hospital.
Pretend like you're a government minister again.
No.
Gentleman over there in the lilac shirt.
Thanks very much. Hitan Shah from the British Academy. I really enjoyed your talk and agree with the overall kind of argument. I spent all my life working for organisations just outside of government trying to help them. So, I'm with you. One reflection is you talked about the way that the minimum wage, you took the politics out of it. With Sure Start, there wasn't a kind of effective mechanism of sort of keeping the policy in place. But take the example of the triple lock, where actually you did take the politics out of it and we have effectively kept it in place, but has it now ossified into something we don't want? So in some ways, a question about the process argument you're making can be applied to lots of things, some of which we might not want, or which might need rethinking over the longer run, as it were. So can you be too effective in taking policies, sticking them in place, and then actually finding 10 years later that may not be what we need anymore? And how does one reverse back out of that?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
Anyone else? We'll take a third. Oh, hello, Kirsty.
Kirsty and Slave Together. You mentioned the Inflation Reduction Act, and it often gets held up these days as an example to follow, but essentially it is a liberal in that it subsidizes domestic production and puts some constraints on international trade. And I wondered how optimistic or otherwise you are about the potential for free trade to support prosperity globally and be an underpinner of peace, really, and how you think the current government should position the UK in that global economic context.
That's a great
These
question.
are all big questions.
That's a great
Where are you going
question.
to start?
In America, they often say that's a great question.
Yeah, exactly. To give them time to think.
Exactly.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
sort of,
That was really
so,
great.
That's a great question. Let me start with the last one. Although it's called the Inflation Reduction Act, it's actually the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. And the only way to get the incentives right for American consumers and voters for that move to decarbonize the US economy was to make it pay for them. So I think there's a price that's being paid that you highlight. Secondly, it's impossible to exaggerate the extent to which the US debate is clouded today by fear of China. And it's almost impossible to overstate how surprising it is in the UK how little that is discussed. And the point I'd make to you is that a lot of Americans can't understand why the question of relations with China is such a small part of our debate for a very particular reason. That in the last 6 to 9 months, the Chinese leadership have taken a fundamental strategic decision to go all in on supporting the Russians in Ukraine, which the Americans say rightly is directly aimed at Europe. And so this China question is a national security question, not just an economic modeling question. Thirdly, there's a lot of protectionist instinct in America. And if you read you obviously have the speeches that Jake Sullivan and others have made, they're very open that they think the politics of free trade was not worth, the lemon wasn't worth the squeeze. And that is, that's a real challenge, given that peace and prosperity in the post-Second World War period, and essentially the rise in incomes that was generally felt, benefited from it. Am I worried about that? Yes, I am. And I think we have to think both about a sort of beggar my neighbor race, but we also have to really think, what happens if the Jake Sullivan small yard high fence becomes a large yard? And there'll be a very stark choice for not just the UK, but for the rest of Europe. Do you want to be in the yard or do you want to not be in the yard? And that will go to very deep questions of security and geoeconomics, etc. So,
Sorry, just to on that, looking at the UK right now, where would you put your geopolitical allyship focus? Bearing in mind those sort of, those fences are coming up in so many different regional ways. Like, I mean, we could rehearse Brexit again. Let's not. But let's take Brexit as a given.
Well, you can't. I don't think you can assess Britain's geopolitical position if you're not willing to talk about our relationship with the European Union. And we mustn't be in a situation where to say Britain needs a structured, collegiate, impactful relationship with the European Union across multi-dimensions. We can't be in a position where if you say that, you're saying we want to relitigate Brexit. You're speaking to a simple fact that our closest neighbours, to whom we still send 49% of our exports, are the closest to us ideologically as well as geographically, and the fact that the government's opening up discussion across a whole range of things, I think, is a good thing. But obviously, the world we're living in is one where your closest alliances can't be the end of your cooperation. Most countries in the world aren't going to want to be in an American bloc or a Chinese bloc, and we're going to have relationships with them, and that's the challenge for statecraft, I think. Here, Hitam, I mean, the triple lock is about honouring not the fact that a lot of older voters, but that these are people who've contributed to society, and pensioner poverty became an absolutely crushing problem in the 1980s and early 1990s. And so coalitions can arise for all sorts of reasons. We're talking today about coalitions that are driving forward effective policy change towards clear goals. And I think the temptation for central government to try and to become internally focused rather than externally focused is very high, and I think that's dangerous. I don't think the pension lock example counteracts that. Your point is, can things become ossified? They can, but in the end, things move on. A bit like the old argument. I mean, the trade unions used to argue for collective bargaining instead of a minimum wage, but they've moved on. I don't know the answer, sir, to your question about what proportion of the 1.5 million households should be reserved for public sector workers. What I know is that there's an affordability crisis of housing because of lack of supply. And it's not a short-term issue, it's a long-term issue. And my former constituency, South Shields, where we still have a house in South Shields, there are housing problems in South Shields, not just in Oxford or in London. So the affordability issue, which is not just in the public sector, by the way, there's affordability issues for the private sector as well. But I don't know, is there someone here who's from...
There's bound to be someone who runs
Department of Housing who could answer the...
Probably got the global expert in the room. They're just humbly sitting here thinking of their next question. Let's take some more questions, because I think we can cover a lot of ground here. Yes, lady in black top at the side.
Thank you. My question is about the coalition, and in particular, how do we redistribute power amongst different coalition partners? So I run a itty bitty tiny little charity in my hometown of Streatham, South London, and but actually our reach is much bigger than our size, but we never get invited around the table. So we're never able to speak on behalf of the hundreds of people that we speak to every year. So how do you, and I'm in particular asking because there's also a global conversation about how do we have conversations with countries that don't have the economic or political power or sway that we do, but we want to invite them in and we want to have an equal and clear and equitable conversation.
Great question. Yep. Gentleman in the pink shirt or the red and white shirt? Sorry.
Thank you. I'm from an organisation called Social Finance, and we care a lot about dysfunctional funding. And so I'm really curious about your thoughts on what underlies some of the reasons why so much of that funding is dysfunctional, and how could those organisations or political will overcome that?
And anything over this side? No, I'll just go back to that side. Oh, look, enthusiasm on the left, yes? Gentleman just up there, yep.
Maybe a quick one. It's really great to see the 1997 band back together in many ways. So some lessons maybe about how this government might be more radical than sometimes those who are around at that time reflect on they might have been back in '97. So what should this government be radical about?
So on the first one, my really strong view is coalitions of the willing. Just go and do it. Don't wait to be invited to the table. Do it. And maybe I should have made this more clear, but there'll be many parts of these coalitions that are just doing the right thing and aligned with clear outcomes and clear and empowered by incentives or by funding flows or just by inspiration to go and do the right thing. And I'm not going to get into the international side, but more and more, if we wait for there to be a global agreement on anything, nothing's going to happen. So coalitions of the willing are necessary. Now, the history of coalitions of the willing is riddled with problems as well. But in this context, I think doing it and making your solution widely available, you'll get followers because people are in the market for solutions, I think.
Well, actually, I have to say, I was going to say, you probably reflect on this too. We both lived in the US for a bit, and actually, the US, there is much more of that. And I think it's partly because there is less public service, actually. There's much less of a state. And so actually, you just have to get on and do things yourself. Now, that has downsides, right? There's a lot of people left behind and there's no safety net. But actually, you have much more community-based action almost by definition. And I think actually the sort of parents groups stopping their children getting mobile phones, that is a great example, I think, of community-based action that I think government will then eventually follow on and go, look, there's a sort of community-wide sort of support for change that actually reduces the risk for them intervening in a policy context.
But if you think about the way food banks have become networked, I mean, that shows you that you can start very isolated and small, but you don't remain so, albeit in a very sad commentary on the country, but nonetheless, the flip side is that those networking arrangements, that's a coalition, and it's grown strongly. On what was your question about social finance? I've written social finance. Yeah, well, look, expenditure control is the first. Is obviously center stage, and the whole maxing out your credit card lie is not quite the right word, but misnomer is so tempting that it's just used over and over and over again. But as some of the examples I gave showed, the Academy Trusts, the Homes England, the RAIN, the housing associations, you've got a wide spectrum, and what's on balance sheet, what's off balance sheet is obviously very open. But we have a structure of government that puts, in the US, expenditure control is a matter of the Office of Management and Budget. In our system, it's the responsibility of the Economic Ministry as well as driving the economy forward. So I think the roots of it are quite clear. It takes real political determination to take it on, but we can see the dangers of it. On the question, I have a slightly different view of this from some others. Tony Blair and Alistair sometimes said the lesson of 1997 is we should have done more earlier. And I think actually, I know that we had 176 promises in our 1997 manifesto, and I know we delivered 169 of them.
Yeah, no one felt like they were sort of sitting on their laurels. I mean, it was quite hard work.
Well,
lots of things happening.
The point was we did much more than we promised. Ed, you came in to work on the 2001 manifesto, and I think that there were different galvanizing moments, but I honestly think that that things got legs of their own. The social exclusion drive got legs of its own because the homelessness drive was so successful. I think the anti-homelessness drive, and so I'm not going to sort of pick out individual things, but the government have chosen a different model. Really, they've come in with, in some ways, clearer ambitions than we had, but less policy than we had. And so that's why a conference like this, I think, has so much room to breathe, because the policy agenda is much more open.
more questions? Yeah, gentleman at the front.
All that stands between you and the drinks reception is
Here's me.
another hour of questions.
Yeah, so we'll just open it up until the evening, I think.
I'm Jack Haldane, the senior reporter and podcast producer for Global Government Forum. I don't want this question to seem in any way frivolous. You spent a lot of time in the US and you know Britain through and through, David. I wonder, with all your experience on both sides of the pond, to what extent or how would you identify the things that you feel hold the UK back that can't be pinned to any particular government or policy decision, but maybe to do with a sort of a cultural psychological point? And by that I mean the way that this country, when it votes with hope based on its memory of the past, based on its aspirations and ability to envisage the future. We know that in America, the past can always be forgotten in hopes of something completely different and better tomorrow. In this country, it seems we're slightly more tethered to a nostalgic view of how things were, and we've seen how populism has exploited that over the past decade. I just wonder whether you could speak to that and how it maybe forms some of your own concerns and ideas of how we solve the problems that we have today.
Let's just dwell on that, and then we'll come to it.
Just go on a bit.
Yeah. I think he's saying.
No, but
yeah.
I'm trying to.
I wanted to be concise too, so apologies. But do you, in all your time that you've spent talking to not just people within government in the US and the UK, but also ordinary citizens, sense that there might be something at the psychological level that accounts for the ways in which we are inhibited about envisaging and acting on in communities and at the government level?
I get it.
The hopes for a better future.
I get it. Basically, no. But I get it. Let me try and say why I think not. First of all, I had a fascinating discussion on the west coast of the US last week, where people who had moved from the east coast to the west coast said, well, I mean, the east coast is all about being dominated by its problems, and the west coast is all about the great frontier and opportunity economy. So even within the US, there are big differences. Secondly, my God, they're racked by populism and polarization in a massive way. And that reflects the fact that the American dream is actually less likely than here. So the social mobility in the US is actually less than here. So they've got structural inequalities of a real kind. Thirdly, although obviously we have the danger that we live in the past because we have more history, there's a lot of American history that they haven't really come to terms with that I think holds them back. Finally, I mean, they're a continent. That country is a continent, not just a country. And it's 3 time zones, and it's got a critical mass. I mean, when I made that point about 25% of global GDP, it's got an ability to think globally that is harder from here. But I don't think that if I think back to my own constituents in South Shields, their aspirations were both bold and humble at the same time. And I haven't done enough. I don't do politics in America, but there's a lot of dysfunction that they're trying to deal with there. So I don't think we need to feel burdened by a sort of cultural hangover or anything else. If anything, we've got a practicality that is quite that I love, obviously, but that stands us in good stead.
You mentioned the rise of populism, and we haven't really talked about politics here. We talked about policy, but I'm curious. You know, there is obviously with the election results we had, there is quite a sort of strong debate about is the rise of populism due to, you know, as I said earlier, the lack of delivery, you know, government just not functioning. Is it actually a lack of trust? Is it that people feel politics is very disconnected from them? Like, is there something going on that we are, you know, we actually as a liberal democracy could tackle beyond sort of, you know, sort of a global, almost like it's just the pendulum swinging across multiple countries at the time. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think we have had our own particular trauma. I mean, we've now got our 6th Prime Minister in 8 years. Right. And I think that's been really sapping for people. Really, it's been draining and sapping. And I think that's why the stakes are very high at the moment. And the pressure on this government is obviously high. But that feels important. Now, maybe this slightly builds on the previous question. Remember, if you take London out of it, London and South East out of it, per capita income compares unfavorably to almost every state of the United States. I mean, you can adjust for purchasing power parity, which changes a bit, but per capita incomes are relatively low. As the Resolution Foundation, I haven't read the latest Nesta version of this, but as the Resolution Foundation have shown, if you're poor, you're 20% to 30% more poor than if you're poor in Germany and the 10th decile or the 20th decile. So things are really tough. We've layered on top of austerity Brexit, on top of Brexit the COVID, on top of COVID Ukraine. Those are big hits that the country's taken, some externally inflicted, some internally generated. And so we have no room to be complacent. We manufactured our own quote unquote populist explosion with Brexit, which in a way, remember, it was before the Trump election. But we've also shown resilience, and what happens in the Tory party obviously matters a lot. You need a strong, we saw the dangers of what happens. Remember, Labour wasn't a strong opposition after 2015. And a government that doesn't have a strong opposition does really bad things.
Okay, all of the above is what you're saying.
Yeah.
All of it layered on top results in that. All right, we've got time for one final question, and then I'm going to hand over to Ed. Lady at the back.
Thank you so much. I'm Daksha from Chatham House. So you mentioned how we need a coalition of civil societies, private sector, and the government to push for change. And that is not a new idea, and it consistently faces a lot of challenges. The first is competing interests, which also conflict with each other and also makes it time consuming. So what would you propose to overcome these challenges? And if there are more such challenges, could you, list them out?
Well, I had a shot at it in 2,000 words in my earlier. So if I didn't give a good enough answer, I apologize. Look, first of all, you've got to choose what you want to prioritize. The government's done that. For each of the priorities it's set, you've got to have clear ambitions. The ambitions provide the North Star for you, the 5 North Stars. And the job is to rally every conceivable effort behind that in a process that shares knowledge, that learns from experience, that innovates and tries things out, and shares what's really good. I think that's an exciting rolling process, not a active government. I always found people used to say we need an active government. Well, who wants passive government? But it also carries the idea that the government's active and you, the citizen, are passive. No. It's got to be a rolling effort. And I think that's a policy opportunity of a different kind than is often discussed in policy circles.
And I mean, actually, to the question earlier, like what, if like a 97 perspective on what it should, the missions, I think, are, if we had the missions in 97, we would have been all in. I mean, I think there's that kind of, it provides you that organising, different way of doing government that actually gives you a sort of countrywide direction of travel. And I think that's the most exciting thing about where we are. I want to thank Ed very much. Oh, sorry, Ed. I'm handing over.
Freudian slip.
Well, no. I'm actually handing over to Ed, not his brother. I want to thank David and then hand over to Ed. Thank you, David.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just two or three things from me just to wrap up. Firstly, thank you very much, David and Sarah. That was really great. We've gone a bit over time, but that is because it's always good to go over time if it's good and interesting, which it has been. So that's fantastic. Secondly, David, you said during your remarks that you felt there was a good space at the moment for this kind of discussion. And I must say, I think that was absolutely right. And I hope that we've been able to contribute to that today through Nesta and BIT. And if any of you have been provoked by this in any way and you want to do more with us in some way or another, please do get in touch. We'd be delighted to help and have that discussion. Last thing I want to do from that perspective is just give one final advert for our Options 2040 work, which if you haven't read, please do. We've got some hard copies outside. If they run out, please look at the website. That is what preceded this conference and set up the day. So I definitely would warmly recommend it to everybody. Last thing for me to do is to say a huge thank you on all of our behalf to the policy and events team inside Nesta, who I think have done a fantastic job, and please do give them a round of applause for me. Apart from that, drinks outside now, and please do join everybody and mix together. Thank you very much.